Chapter 1967. After a lot of effort, the group arrived at the Garden. Outside the ancient city, a person wearing robes with pictures of the 26 constellations used his soul energy to rush over from the distant heavenly lodging sect's headquarters. The blood sand that lingered in desolate God Valley all year round, and the harsh environment did not seem to affect this person at all. It was like he was walking on a boundless plain, looking down on everything. All the storms, sand, and horrifying ferocious beasts did not exist before him. Or rather, they were not worth his attention at all. He simply ignored them like air. The terrifying blood sand storms scattered before this person. Before the horrifying ferocious beasts could show their ferocious side, the blood sand storm had already shattered into pieces. Not even a corpse remained. This person simply walked over, looking down on everything, feeling suffocatingly strong. No one knew where this person's destination was in the vast, desolate God Valley. His eyes scanned the surroundings as if he was searching for something. From time to time, he would close his eyes to sense, and a trace of worry and hidden anger appeared between his brows. That hidden anger made everyone who had seen his strength not want to become his enemy. After confirming a direction, the old man quickly headed over. However, when he reached his destination, he found nothing. In this desolate God Valley, even someone as strong as this person experienced interference with his soul energy. After a few attempts, the old man continuously corrected his direction. His hidden rage reached its limit. Finally, a two-star heaven suspending war chariot hovering in the air appeared before the old man. Then, the old man truly stopped moving. Boom! The old man threw a palm strike, and the two-star heaven suspending war chariot exploded in the air. The heaven suspending war chariot was like a toy. The defensive formations that the Pirate Alliance put in so much effort to create were not worth mentioning before this person. The heaven suspending war chariot exploded, and a figure fell. The old man's figure flashed and firmly caught this figure. Naturally, this person was Hua Qingyun, whom Xiao Chun and the others had been restraining. The old man casually removed the restrictions on Hua Qingyun and sent in a strand of astral energy. Hua Qingyun slowly woke up. When Hua Qingyun saw the old man's face, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Grandfather!" This old man was Hua Qingyun's grandfather, the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign emperor, Hua Qin. When Hua Qin saw that Hua Qingyun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he asked sullenly, "Who did this to you? They are truly audacious. They even dare to bully my Hua Qin's grandson. The people of this branch in ancient desolate town are all trash." The appearance of Xiao Chun and the others immediately appeared in Hua Qingyun's mind. He said, "It's a group of people from the Divine Dragon Empire. I only remember their appearances. I don't know who they are. That's enough. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Whoever hurts my grandson, no matter who it is, must pay the price." The anger on Hua Qin's face seemed to be enough to make one's soul tremble. In the Garden, Sidu Changfeng recovered at a visible speed, and his complexion became better. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Sidu Changfeng had profited from his misfortune. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but his bloodline had also been strengthened. "Xiao Chun, what kind of medicinal pill does Sida eat? Give me one as well." When Murong Yin saw that Sidu Changfeng was fine, he relaxed and said with a smile, "Get another one?" It was estimated that the pill spirit would fight with him. There was not much medicinal power in the first place, and Xiao Chun seized 1/10 of it. If Murong Yin took another 10th, the pill spirit would definitely go berserk and try to take him down with it. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the pill spirit had divine nature. Murong Yin could not casually offend it. Xiao Qin smiled and ignored Murong Yin's request. He looked up at the sky, wondering how the demon blood vulture was doing. In reality, Xiao Qin was not too worried about the demon blood vulture's life or death. The demon blood vulture was very crafty and strangely fast. Even if it could not defeat Ming Xian and that mysterious person, it would not have difficulty fleeing. Xiao Chun did not know what fortuitous encounter the demon blood vulture obtained, but it looked like a burning blood phoenix. Speaking of fortuitous encounters, Xiao Chun should be the one with the greatest fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Xiao Chun did not fight for the shattered divine crystal fragments. However, he vaguely sensed that the divine universe steel he obtained was even more valuable than the complete divine crystal. The four directions were called the universe, and the ancient times were called the Aeon. The divine universe steel was a space-related miraculous item. However, Xiao Chun had not had the time to investigate its mysteries. As for its origins, Xiao Chun found only some clues and a few words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. It was mysterious and unfathomable. There was no real explanation for it. During the primal chaos epoch, before heaven and earth were separated and order was not born, the world was in primal chaos, giving birth to countless gods and demons. The primal chaos ended and shattered, giving birth to the great desolate continent. Legend had it that this divine universe steel was born when the primal chaos shattered. Aside from the divine universe steel, there was the even more mysterious divine Aeon steel. However, no one knew how many divine universe steels and divine Aeon steels were born at the same time, and whether there were other items born at the same time. Xiao Chun did not know how many mysteries the divine universe steel had. However, he could understand its simple function of storing things. The herb garden should be safe for now. Xiao Chun searched for a quiet place in the surroundings. He took out the divine universe steel, wanting to refine it and merge it with his physical body. However, after trying for a while, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that he could not refine this divine item at all. Even leaving his own spiritual mark on, it was extremely difficult. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun felt that he needed divine energy to truly refine it. He had to settle for the next best thing, merging a strand of his will of soul with the divine universe steel to achieve simple control. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat weak. Without a spiritual mark and without refining it, he could not leave it. If someone snatched it away, it would easily become someone else's treasure. Simply put, even if someone snatched away the tyrant's saber in his hand, he would not worry at all. Others would not be able to use it at all. They might not even be able to draw the saber out. Sooner or later, it would belong to Xiao Chun. After a strand of his will of soul merged with the divine universe steel, Xiao Chun's spiritual sense entered the divine universe steel's inner space with a whoosh. The inner space was vast and boundless, with primal chaos at the edges. Deep inside, Xiao Chun felt very different from the immortal spirit ring. This is a real world. Can I enter with my physical body as well? Just as Xiao Chun wondered this in his heart, he felt something solid under his feet after a moment of distraction. He actually really entered. Where's Xiao Chun? The sudden disappearance of Xiao Chun quickly attracted the attention of Murong Yin, Lu Riyun, and the others, greatly startling them. When they rushed over, they saw a stone steel radiating a horrifying might and pressure hovering where Xiao Chun cultivated. Divine universe steel. After the group read out the ancient words on the stone steel, they revealed doubtful expressions. They had never heard of such a stone steel before. Could it be that Xiao Chun entered the stone steel? Murong Yan's guess startled him. If that was true, then this stone steel was rather heaven-defying. A spatial treasure that could store a living person definitely surpassed a soul tool. People had only heard of such a divine item, but few had actually seen it. As though to verify Murong Yan's guess, Xiao Chun silently appeared before the group while holding the divine universe steel in one hand. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock. What is Xiao Chun doing? Xiao Chun smiled as he replied. This is the divine universe steel that I obtained after deciphering some divine characters in the divine crystal. Right now, I do not know how useful it is. The group felt shocked at Xiao Chun's luck. After congratulating him, Wei Hongfei said with a grave expression, Xiao Chun, don't casually reveal this treasure. I believe that even a sovereign emperor will want to kill it if they see it. Xiao Chun nodded. Even if Wei Hongfei had not said so, he would not have dared to casually take it out. After all, he had not even left a spiritual mark on it. The divine universe steel did not belong to him yet. After separating the group, Xiao Chun arrived before the Pill River and infused his soul energy into the divine universe steel. After a while, the entire Pill River soared up like a dragon, flying towards the divine universe steel. When the Pill River was completely absorbed into the divine universe steel, Xiao Chun wobbled somewhat, and his complexion paled slightly. Many people had set their sights on this Pill River. However, at best, they could only collect some of it. It was not even a drop in the ocean. However, Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the divine universe steel activated, storing the entire Pill River in it. Murong Yin and the others were flabbergasted at this sight, feeling incredibly shocked. After resting for a while and recovering some of his soul energy, Xiao Chun held the divine universe steel and stored the coiling dragon tree and the gargantuan medicine cauldron into it. Xiao Chun nearly overdrew on his soul energy. If not for reading the divine characters, strengthening his will of soul significantly, he would not have been able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. Even with the divine universe steel, Xiao Chun believed that he would not be able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. This made Xiao Chun realize that the divine universe steel was not omnipotent. When collecting treasures, it exhausted a startling amount of soul energy. As Lu Ruyun and the others looked at Xiao Chun, they all felt somewhat afraid. Right now, Xiao Chun's wealth was comparable to that of a sovereign personage. Even a sovereign personage would pale in comparison. There was a Pill River that could feed a rank 6 sect, a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, and a spatial divine item that could store a living person. Lu Ruyun suddenly recalled that when Xiao Chun obtained the coiling dragon tree sapling, he said that he would not hand it over to the Dragon's Gate to exchange for a reward. In that case, what was the point of keeping it for himself? A divine item, like the coiling dragon tree, could bring out its greatest value in the hands of a sect faction. It would benefit the sect disciples and quickly strengthen them, ensuring that the sect's inheritance would not be destroyed. To an individual, the only thing they could obtain from it was the coiling dragon fruit. At most, they could eat 4 or 5 of them, and there would not be much of an effect. Lu Ruyun thought for a while, but could not figure it out, so she stopped thinking. She revealed a faint smile. She should be happy for Xiao Chun for having such a fortuitous encounter. Situ Changfeng is awake. Murong Yin discovered that Situ Changfeng had opened his eyes at some point in time and stood up. Situ Changfeng stood up and looked at Xiao Chun with gratitude in his eyes. Situ Changfeng knew better than anyone else what kind of medicinal pill Xiao Chun gave him and what kind of changes it would bring him. Situ Changfeng had not expected Xiao Chun to give away such a precious medicinal pill instead of consuming it himself. Xiao Chun nodded slightly. He could tell what Situ Changfeng meant by his eyes, telling him not to mind. Situ, sorry. If I had used the strand of will that father left in my body earlier, you would not have suffered so much. Lu Ruyun stepped forward and apologized to Situ Changfeng. This young lady had been feeling guilty all this time. Situ Changfeng smiled casually and said, "You should learn from Murong Yin. I saved this fellow's life several times, but he did not say a word of thanks." Clearly, Situ Changfeng did not mind Lu Ruyun's teasing and did not blame her. Lu Ruyun giggled. Only then did she feel relieved. Strangely, Murong Yin did not retort. Everyone looked around. Be it Wei Hongfei, Duan Fei, or Xiao Chun, they all revealed smiles. After a calamity, one would understand many things. How fortunate was it to have such a group of friends and brothers to take risks and live together. Chapter 1968. In the ancient city, after Qin Outyan's group died and only 3 people remained, they finally escaped the pursuit of the flood dragon humans. Those people seemed to have retreated. Zhongli said cautiously as he sized up the surroundings after not seeing any movement for a long time. Beside him, Lu Yunfei's shoulder was bleeding profusely. His injury was terrifying. "Junior brother, is your arm okay?" Zhongli asked sullenly. Of the White Dragon Palace disciples that came with him, only Lu Yunfei remained. The price he had to pay for this opportunity was a little too high. Most importantly, they didn't get any fortuitous encounters at all. After entering the city, they took the wrong path and entered the East Gate. Not long after, The group ran into Yin, Songming, and Zhen Yuan. These two freakishly strong people managed to injure the group within a few moves. As for Qin Outyin, Zhongli could only say that he had been blind to think that Qin Outyin was someone important. He had inherited Dao artifacts and grasped several great Daos at the same time. Before he met a true expert, he was truly boundlessly strong. Xiao Chun felt that he was practically unrivaled among holy venerates. He gained many fortuitous encounters in desolate God Valley. However, Qin Outyin did not last even 10 moves against Yin Songming and veritable essence energy. Qin Outyin ended up severely injured within 10 moves, losing all his aura and being scared out of his wits. If Xiao Chun had all these inherited Dao tools, not to mention defeating Yin Songming, he would at least be able to protect himself. Thinking about himself, he did not even have a decent inherited Dao tool. This fellow is really lucky. Zhongli, just as Xiao Chun was examining Lu Yunfei's injuries, Qin Outyin suddenly walked over and grabbed Xiao Chen's collar with a sullen expression. Qin Outyin, what are you doing? Zhongli turned pale with fright. He even saw a trace of killing intent in Qin Outyin's eyes. Qin Outyin demanded coldly, "Tell me, what is your relationship with that white-robed bladesman? Why did he help you block Qin Outyin?" After recovering from his shock, Zhongli's expression slowly calmed down. He did not reply and only pointed his finger. In an instant, the tip of his finger shone with a cold light and was extremely sharp. Qin Outyin was slightly startled, and he let go and retreated. Zhongli said indifferently, "Qin Outyin, don't get touchy with me. I do not know the person you're talking about." Qin Outyin smiled and said, "You are actually playing dumb with me, but it doesn't matter. Since I already know his name, I will find out his identity sooner or later." Zhongli found this strange. Just what kind of enmity did this fellow have with Xiao Chun for him to endure for so long? After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately erupted. Boom! Just at this moment, an aura enveloped them. Qin Outyin, Zhongli, and Lu Yunfei were immediately restricted, unable to move. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with terror. Is it them? Looking carefully, he discovered that the source of all this aura was an old man wearing a constellation robe on the opposite roof. Beside him was a young man. The young man shook his head and said, "Not them." For some unknown reason, when the young man said that it wasn't them, Qin Outyin and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 auras of dragon race cultivators in the city. Since it is not them, it should be another group of people. Just as the sovereign Emperor Huaqin was about to leave, he suddenly waved his hand in the air, and a portrait of Xiao Chun appeared clearly before the 3. Do you recognize it? The expressions of Zhongli and the other 2 changed slightly. However, at this moment, even Qin Outyin could not be stupid enough to say that he knew Xiao Chun. The 3 shook their heads and denied it. Hua Qingyun smiled coldly and said, "What clumsy acting skills. Since you know this person, grandfather, just kill them." Qin Outyin and the other 2 immediately felt like crying. What was going on? This was especially so for Qin Outyin. He cursed all 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors in his heart. Xiao Chun offended a sovereign emperor for no reason at all. What exactly did he do? Hua Qin remained expressionless. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Outyin like he was a little chick. All Hua Qin needed to do was squeeze gently, and he could kill Qin Outyin like he was squashing an ant. Qin Outyin was so frightened that tears leaked out of his eyes. He felt a chill in his pants. He had actually lost control. Hua Qin revealed a look of disgust in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, he sensed a trace of a pure golden dragon royal bloodline in Qin Outyin's body. To think that the purple gold dragon emperor's bloodline has such a cowardly descendant. How laughable. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin revealed a disdainful expression as he tossed Qin Outyin back to the ground. When Hua Qingyun heard that, he could only give up on killing Qin Outyin. He looked towards the center of the city and said, "Grandfather, there seems to be some fortuitous encounter there." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin replied indifferently, "It is just a pile of divine crystal fragments. They're not of much use. After I deal with the matter at hand, I will get them to spit them out. The incomplete divine crystal did not hold much attraction to Huaqin. However, it would be a pretty good reward for a sovereign personage of the sect. Whoosh! The two's figures flashed, and they left this place. Am I dead? After Qin Out Yin was tossed to the ground, he still had not recovered his wits. It was like he was scared silly. Zhong Li and Lu Yunfei heaved a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, they relied on the clan behind Qin Out Yin to survive. However, the two felt somewhat embarrassed and did not look at Qin Out Yin. Senior brother, senior sister Ru Yun is still with Xiao Chun, Lu Yunfei said when he thought of something. Zhongli looked in the direction that the sovereign emperor left and said, "Let's follow and take a look. If we can find senior sister before this sovereign emperor, we might still make it in time. Let's go." The two knew Lu Ruyun's identity. Earlier, they left her behind because they felt that she would not die if she was with Xiao Chun and the others. However, now that a sovereign emperor was here, the situation was different. As cultivators of the White Dragon race, the two still had some conscience. However, while they had good intentions, how could they be faster than a sovereign emperor? Back in the Garden, Xiao Chan sensed that the demon blood vulture had already shaken off the holy sun Ming Xian. He relaxed and decided to leave the city immediately before meeting up with the demon blood vulture. Aside from Xiao Chun, everyone else in the ancient city had gained something and was already satisfied. Everyone agreed to the suggestion of leaving. "You want to leave just like that?" Who knew? Just as the group left the Garden, a familiar voice rang out from the roof in front. Hua Qingyun. When the group saw the source of that voice, they were greatly startled. They had clearly worked together to restrain this person. At this moment, Hua Qingyun should be in the heaven suspending war chariot outside the city. Why was he in the ancient city? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Then he said, "Let's go." Murong Yin and the others did not understand why they should fear Hua Qingyun. However, since Xiao Chan said it, it was better to listen to him. At this moment, Xiao Chan could only place his hopes on that person. He was greedy for the divine crystals in the center of the city and did not come with them. Bang! 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 The group soared into the air. However, they crashed into an invisible barrier in the air and bounced back. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground with a grave expression. He knew that the thing that he did not want to happen the most had happened. Since Xiao Chun learned of this Hua Qingyun's identity, he had thought about how to deal with this person. Originally, he wanted to release this person after leaving ancient desolate town. Xiao Chun thought that a sovereign emperor expert would not make things difficult for them, the juniors. If Hua Qingyun came to seek trouble, he would just be seeking his own humiliation. There was no need to worry. Unexpectedly, that mysterious sovereign emperor cared so much about Hua Qingyun that he personally came to seek trouble. When Hua Qingyun saw Murong Yin fly up in disbelief and get knocked down again and again, he mocked, "Go ahead and fly. Aren't there a bunch of dragons? Why are you all not flying anymore?" Even without Xiao Qin's reminder, the others already felt that something was wrong. Xiao Qin looked around and said indifferently, "Senior, just show yourself. Since you are already here, why are you still afraid of embarrassing yourself before us juniors?" Humph! A cold snort rang out. Xiao Chun and the others felt like they were struck by lightning. Their souls trembled, and their qi and blood surged. They could no longer endure it and vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions paling. Hua Qingyun slowly walked out and looked coldly at Xiao Chun and the others, not saying anything. A sovereign emperor. Despair surged in the hearts of Murong Yin and the others. This old man was definitely someone who surpassed sovereign personage. The pressure he gave off was too strong. There was no way around it. Interesting. To think that a mixed-blood dragon has more backbone than the purple gold dragon emperor's descendant. When the sovereign Emperor Huaqin saw that Xiao Chun remained standing, showing no intention of begging for mercy in his eyes, he revealed a trace of appreciation. However, I like to torture people with backbone the most. The sovereign Emperor Huaqin flicked his finger, and two cracking sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's calves shattered, and he fell to his knees. Amid the intense pain, Xianxia clenched his teeth in silence. He stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground with his right hand and supported himself on one knee. Xianxia. Lu Ruiyun rushed over and supported Xianxia, glaring at Huaqin. However, Xiaoqian's gaze remained incredibly calm, not showing any fluctuations. The sovereign emperor Huaqin asked, "Don't you hate me? I am not as skilled as others. What is there to hate? However, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I killed the heavenly lodging palace's people. It has nothing to do with others," Xiaoqian said, enunciating every word as he looked at the sovereign emperor Huaqin. "If you dare to touch him again, I swear that I will make you pay the price." Lu Ruiyun supported Xiaoqian as she looked at the sovereign emperor Huaqin. Her valiant face looked somewhat scary. The White Dragon King's descendant? The sovereign emperor Huaqin looked at Lu Ruiyun. When he saw the royal white dragon bloodline in her, some surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Huaqin soon smiled coldly. "I just killed a mixed blood dragon. Do you think that the White Dragon King is your father? He only has a royal bloodline. At most, he can guarantee your death." Having a royal bloodline did not mean that one was a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. It was just like how Qin Aoyan was definitely not a descendant of the purple gold dragon emperor. He was just a relative of that bloodline. "Sorry, I'm really her father." Faint laughter came from the surroundings. Then, a figure that looked like a white dragon suddenly appeared. This figure clashed with Huaqin's palm strike. Boom! The shock wave spread out. All the buildings within 50 kilometers that were not protected by special formations turned to ashes. Blood leaked out of a corner of the sovereign emperor Huaqin's lips. Horror flashed in his eyes as he staggered back a few steps. Chapter 1969. The White Dragon King. It really is the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King wore long robes of alternating blue and white. However, he looked young, handsome, and heroic. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Lu Ruiyun's exquisite face, which exuded a heroic air, was more or less inherited from her father. The sovereign emperor Huaqin felt somewhat shocked. He could not understand why someone of the White Dragon King status would come to such an insignificant place. "White Dragon King, why are you here?" The White Dragon King smiled faintly and said, "Huaqin, you are still the same as before, unable to understand me. Didn't I say that I am her father? Do I have to repeat myself?" The sovereign emperor Huaqin immediately felt speechless. When he thought of what he said earlier, he wished that he could slap himself. This little girl's father was really the White Dragon King. Xiaoqian had guessed correctly. Huaqin said sullenly, "I don't care if she is your daughter. However, this fellow is just a mixed blood dragon. He imprisoned my grandson. It is not overboard for me to take his life, right? How frustrating." Boom! The White Dragon King revealed an impatient expression. His figure flashed as he threw 3 palm strikes. Bang! 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 Huaqin took a step back every time he received a palm strike. After the 3 palm strikes, Huaqin's face twitched slightly as if he was enduring something. However, he could not endure it in the end. He vomited a mouthful of blood, along with his shattered internal organs. A divine vein realm sovereign emperor already condensed a divine body. Their physical bodies could be considered immortal. However, the White Dragon King's 3 palm strikes actually shattered Huaqin's internal organs. This showed how great the gap between the two was. The White Dragon King acted like he had not moved at all. He said indifferently, "Huaqin, did you not hear what my daughter said? If you touch him, you will pay the price. You are already so old, but your intelligence is still the same as when you were young. I wonder how you surpassed a sovereign personage." Huaqin felt humiliated. However, the divine vein realm had a total of 9 divine veins. Each additional divine vein represented a huge chasm. Huaqin had just advanced to sovereign emperor. Compared to the White Dragon King, he was much weaker. Huaqin had not expected the White Dragon King to not give him any face, not even letting him touch a mixed blood dragon. This humiliation reminded Huaqin of the White Dragon King suppressing him when he was young, making him feel even more sullen. Let's go. Hua Qingyun was stunned. Grandpa, why are we leaving? Can't we even deal with a mixed-blood dragon? The White Dragon King laughed. Ha ha. Hua Qin, your grandson is just like you. He has inherited your intelligence. No wonder you're so protective of your children that you wouldn't hesitate to come to such a small place to attack your juniors. Hua Qin's expression changed rapidly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun picked up Hua Qingyun with one hand and quickly left. If he lingered, even if the White Dragon King did not beat him to death, he would be frustrated to death. Greetings, Lord White Dragon King. Wei Hongfei knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. The White Dragon King nodded slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, Come, come, come. Let me see what the person my daughter is interested in looks like and what his name is. The moment the White Dragon King said that, Murong Yin and the others felt embarrassed. This White Dragon King really spoke without restraint. When Lu Ruyin heard this, she felt even more speechless. Her face filled with embarrassment. You should know my name. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the White Dragon King. Then, he clenched his teeth, his voice trembling somewhat. He could not hide the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. Xiao Chen originally thought that with his mental state, he could hide his true emotions without changing his expression, not expressing his joy or anger. However, when he personally saw the person who erased Lu Riyue's memories, he still lost his composure. The White Dragon King's smile froze. As he looked at Xiao Chen's face, many scenes flashed in his mind. It's him. This was the person whom Lu Riyue could not forget in the abandoned land. The person whom she entrusted her life to. Hence, the White Dragon King had to personally erase Lu Riyue's memories. The White Dragon King had never expected that one day this person would come from the abandoned land and find his way here, one step at a time. The White Dragon King was very clear on how many difficulties, dangers, and obstacles one had to face to reach this step from the abandoned land. Before Lu Riyue's memories were erased, she said that Xiao Chan would definitely come out of the abandoned land and come to the Divine Dragon Empire to look for her. The White Dragon King laughed it off, not taking it seriously. This was simply impossible. To the White Dragon King, the abandoned land could not even be considered a rank 2 sect. It was too insignificant. However, right now, Xiao Chun truly appeared before the White Dragon King. He looked exactly the same as the person in Lu Riyue's memories. Xiao Chun had a delicate and handsome face, a determined and unyielding gaze, and a hidden sharpness on his face. No words could describe the White Dragon King's shock. The White Dragon King had been a sovereign emperor for many years and had seen many grand scenes. However, he had never shown such an expression before. You are very good. After a long time, the White Dragon King said these 3 words, which sounded rather strange. The others all felt that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. There seemed to be some karma between the White Dragon King and Xiao Chun. Murong Yin and the others felt that something was wrong when Xiao Chun spoke to the White Dragon King without using honorifics. Even a simple-minded person like Murong Yin knew that one had to use honorifics when meeting the White Dragon King. It was impossible for Xiao Chun not to know. However, everyone found it hard to imagine what grudge there was between Xiao Chun and the White Dragon King. The difference in strength between the two was too great. There should not have been any interaction between them. In reality, no matter how hard they thought, they could not imagine that the White Dragon Holy Daughter was Xiao Chen's lover. The White Dragon King had erased his lover's memories. The somewhat stunned Lu Ruyun also felt that something was wrong. She knew more than the others. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Xiao Chun was the person in her elder sister's painting. The scarier thing was that Lu Riyun saw a trace of murderous intent on her father's face. No one noticed this trace of murderous intent. Only Lu Riyun knew that her father would show such an expression only when he really wanted to kill someone. Even when the White Dragon King attacked the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin with a horrifying momentum earlier, he did not show any murderous intent. Lu Riyun felt some fear for some reason. She said, "Father, what are you saying?" Quickly reattach Xiao Chen's leg. Xiao Chen rejected. There's no need. It will heal eventually. The White Dragon King's expression finally changed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just a piece of cake." Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ruyun heaved a sigh of relief. The White Dragon King scattered that trace of murderous intent. Whoosh! The White Dragon King did not move at all. He arrived beside Xiao Chun and gently tapped twice. The shattered bones in Xiao Chen's leg healed at a visible pace. Then, the White Dragon King arrived beside Situ Changfeng and patted his shoulder twice. Strands of black death energy immediately leaked out of Situ Changfeng's body. The White Dragon King felt it was strange. He said, "What exquisite death energy! Who did it?" With the hidden danger in his body removed, Situ Changfeng felt much more at ease. He said gratefully, "Lord White Dragon King, many thanks for making a move." This was the Flood Dragon human outstanding talent, Yin Tsangming. Is he still in the ancient city? A rather clear murderous intent flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. Clearly, he did not want to leave this disaster alive, so he was rather decisive in killing. He already died under Xiao Chen's saber. The moment Situ Changfeng said that, he felt that he said something wrong. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After hearing that Yin Tsangming died under Xiao Chen's saber, the murderous intent in the White Dragon King's eyes did not fade. Instead, it intensified. The White Dragon King turned around and looked at Xiao Chun. He discovered that although Xiao Chun was disrespectful to him, he was not stupid enough to point fingers at him and ask him to recover Lu Riyue's memories. Unfortunately, the White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "You are very smart. Unfortunately, I like dealing with stupid people like that Sovereign Emperor Huaqin, like this silly girl, and her mother." The White Dragon King's words looked ordinary, but in reality, they contained a heavy murderous intent. If Xiao Chun were stupid, the White Dragon King would have spared his life like he did with the Sovereign Emperor Huaqin. Xiao Chun could be considered a fatal threat. Lu Ruyun pouted. "How am I stupid? How are you stupid?" The White Dragon King retorted in frustration. Naturally, Xiao Chun understood the meaning behind the White Dragon King's words. He replied calmly, "However, I like to interact with smart people. Smart people think more. The more they think, the more they have to worry." When the White Dragon King heard that, his heart sank. He almost could not resist smacking Xiao Chun to death on the spot. Xiao Chen's words also contained a hidden meaning. He could tell that the White Dragon King had some worries. If he were as stupid as the Sovereign Emperor Huaqin, he would not have any worries at all. He would not have any qualms about killing Xiao Chun with one palm strike. There was no need to think too much. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was the White Dragon King, not the Sovereign Emperor Huaqin. "Brat, you have guts." The White Dragon King felt incredibly frustrated. He did not want to remain here any longer. He pulled Lu Ruyun and said, "Come back with me." However, Lu Ruyun continued to support Xiao Chun, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm. She feared that if she left, her father would turn around and kill Xiao Chun. She lowered her head and said, "I'll go back myself." The White Dragon King laughed in frustration. He said helplessly, "I said that you are stupid, and you still refuse to admit it? You should have known long ago that a girl cannot be kept at home. It would have been good if you gave birth to a son. No, if you gave birth to such a stupid son, you would really be frustrated to death." The White Dragon King's words made everyone flabbergasted. Murong Yin and the others could not help laughing, but they did not dare to. The White Dragon King let go. Shaking his head, he did not linger and left. As the White Dragon King walked, he suddenly felt very sullen, even more sullen than the Sovereign Emperor Huaqin. About 7 minutes later, the Sovereign Emperor Huaqin led Hua Qingyun rushing out of desolate God Valley. Along the way, Hua Qingyun complained endlessly. However, Hua Qin showed a sullen expression, pretending not to hear anything. Suddenly, Hua Qin stopped, and his expression changed slightly. At some point in time, the White Dragon King blocked the two's path with a smile. The Sovereign Emperor Hua Qin felt goosebumps from the White Dragon King's stare. He asked somewhat weakly, "White Dragon King, why are you blocking my path? Are you trying to kill me?" The White Dragon King smiled happily and said, "Indeed, it is more comfortable to deal with stupid people. The moment they speak, they can make others laugh. What is the point of me killing you? I just feel somewhat sullen and want to vent it on someone. No, that's not right. It's exchanging a few moves. Come, 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 come. Let me beat you up. Screw you." Hua Qin felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed and turned to run, not even caring about Hua Qinyan. "Ha ha ha. You're still not getting any better. Don't you know that my principle for beating people up is that the farther you run, the harder I beat you up?" The White Dragon King laughed loudly. Before he left, he glanced at Hua Qinyan, leaving behind something that Hua Qinyan found strange. "It is better to have a daughter. She is cute when she is a little stupider. A stupid son would really be frustrated to death." Chapter 1970. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, giving off a resplendent light. Desolate God Valley was covered in blood sand all year round. It was rare to see such a clear, blazing sun. After the White Dragon King left, Xiao Chun and the others followed. 1 hour later, they arrived outside the city. When the group looked back, the ancient city glistened under the sunlight, giving off a different kind of light. Even the blood sand in desolate God Valley could not hide the beauty of this city. It was time to leave. The group had gained a lot on this trip to the ancient city. They all felt confident of successfully entering Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces half a year later. Xiao Chun looked at the group and asked, "What are your plans after we return?" Murong Yin stretched lazily and patted his mouth with his right hand. Then he yawned and said, "I will probably sleep for a while and properly refine the accumulations during this period. After that, I might make a trip to the Red Dragon Palace to see if I can find the inheritance." The Red Dragon race's inheritance might be the same as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance that Xiao Chun obtained in the Blue Dragon Palace. The dragon palaces of the various races all had similar inheritances to test their juniors. Xiao Chun recalled some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories of the Red Dragon Palace. Then he said to Murong Yin, "The Red Dragon Bloodline's Inheritance Palace has a total of 9 stages. If you want to go further and obtain a better inheritance, I suggest that you make up for some wind-attributed martial techniques and mysteries and train your eyes." 9 stages? The stages of the Inheritance Palace have always been a secret. I heard that others only made it to the 6th stage at most. Furthermore, what the test is a secret. How did you know, Xiao Chun? The laziness on Murong Yan's face vanished, replaced by shock. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything more. Murong Yan scratched his head and said, "I'll listen to you. In any case, there is no loss." "Xiao Chun, what are your plans after you return?" Situ Changfeng asked. Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying, "I have not thought about it yet. I'm already confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City. I might consider some things after I enter Ancestor Dragon City." The others felt embarrassed. While they were still thinking about how to enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Chun was already thinking about what to do after entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, no one doubted that Xiao Chun indeed had this ability. A sharp bird cry came from the sky. When the group looked up, joy appeared on their faces. The demon blood vulture. "The silly bird is back," Murong Yin said joyfully. "This is great. There's no need to walk back." The group soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture one after another. It was time to go back. Xiao Chun took one last look at the ancient city, deep in thought. This was a city created by the martial god after his death. Every cultivator had such a city in their hearts. It was dreams, it was youth, it was pride, but in the end, it couldn't resist the mercilessness of time. In the face of time, everything became nothing. The city was still there, but the people were not. Time has taken away our city, but it cannot take away our pride, just like the city in front of us. Even after so many years, when the sun shone on it, it still glistened, showing the glory of the past. There is such a person who once worked hard, had dreams, and fought hard. In the end, he became a martial god and left behind a city in this desolate God Valley. That was enough. Let's go. Under the sunlight, The demon blood vulture, which looked like a scarlet phoenix, carried the group of people into the distance. There was no protection from the ancient city there. Blood sand spread everywhere, and the environment was harsh. Day after day, year after year, it was the same, dull and unchanging. However, who cared? Battles were still going on in the ancient city. However, more and more people were walking out of the city. The remaining fights were a game between sovereign personages, which had little to do with them. Xianxia came out of the western city, holding a black divine crystal. When he turned his head back to look, his expression turned grave. Soon, many flood dragon human cultivators gathered here. "Where's the young master?" The flood dragon humans asked somewhat anxiously when they saw only Xianxia and not Yin Saming. Whoosh! The black crystal left Xianxuan's hand, and black smoke spread out, slowly materializing a vague silhouette. Although the silhouette was not clear, the flood dragon humans immediately recognized it. They exclaimed excitedly, "Young master, don't worry, I'm fine. The Dragon Man race doesn't even have a place to stand. How can I die so easily?" That blurry silhouette and face were indistinct. Only a pair of eyes flickered with a resolute expression. This time, it was a blessing in disguise, and he'd managed to survive in the midst of death. It actually allowed him to comprehend a trace of the profound meaning of life that was even more difficult to comprehend. He had to say that he had to thank Xiaochun. "I hope the next time he sees me, he won't be too surprised. Let's go." With Xianxia leading the way, the group of flood dragon humans started their return journey. On the other side, the Black Lotus Saint and the mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow walked out from the east gate. There were a few wounds on Ming Xian's body from the demon blood vulture's poison. The Buddhist light flowed in the wounds, and the black toxins were constantly being cleaned out. What a pity. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to kill him next time. The mysterious person shrouded in the blood shadow sighed and said softly. At that time, the two had clearly sensed that Xiaochun was already in a rather weak state. At best, he could bring out 30% of his usual strength. Unfortunately, the demon blood vulture had appeared out of nowhere, delaying the two. They had clearly knocked back this demon blood vulture several times. Who could have imagined that after circling around, the demon blood vulture would craftily appear again? That demon blood vulture did not seem like a beast at all. Its high intelligence made the two clench their teeth in frustration several times. "Holy Sun, where are you going next?" Since they missed the opportunity, so be it. The two had a pretty good harvest in the ancient city. This was especially so for Ming Xian. He had unexpectedly obtained some divine blood. In the future, his strength would soar rapidly, and the benefits of the divine blood would slowly reveal themselves. Ming Xian said softly, "I will break through to sovereign personage first. After that, I plan to go to the Xiu dynasty." During the Black Lotus Church's most glorious period, it was the state religion of the Xiu dynasty. Now, there are many believers there. If I develop properly, I will definitely be able to make a comeback. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows said after some thought. However, I heard that the Xiu dynasty is now filled with demonic Dao sections. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church killed most of the Black Lotus Church's believers. If you go, you'll definitely clash head-on with the Azure Lotus Church. The Holy Sun Ming Xian said indifferently, "Where there is a will, there is a will." Master told me that the Black Lotus Church still has some seniors in the Xiu dynasty. As long as I find the ancestral court, I can officially wield the Sect Master seal. As for the Azure Lotus Church, I have long wanted to meet that Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. A trace of confidence appeared in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's words. As he looked at the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows, he asked, "What are your plans? Are you coming with me?" "How can I go? I do not even have a physical body. When I find the 5-element divine lightning and condense the 5-element divine body, I will meet up with you." The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows sighed softly, a trace of loneliness flashing in his tone. "All right, I'll wait for you." The two parted like this, agreeing to meet up in the Xiu dynasty in the future. 7 days later, 2 people in white battle armor landed in the sky above the ancient city. The battle armor flickered with a crystalline light, radiating a faint divine nature. This battle armor actually contained divine might. Although it was very faint, it was bona fide divine might. If others saw this, they would definitely be greatly startled, feeling extremely confused. However, if a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor were here and saw the insignia of the sun, moon, and stars carved on the battle armor, they would not reveal an expression of understanding. Another true god that lost to time. Just look at the size of this ancient city. I wonder how horrifying it was when it was alive. Stop sighing and get to work quickly. The major characters in the Holy Domain are all waiting. Yes, as the two hovered in the air, they continuously formed extremely complicated hand seals. Immediately, the divine energy hidden in the ancient city activated. The cultivators still exploring the city were prepared to send this divine energy all the way to the ends of the world. Then, they left for some reason. After a while, the ancient city floated up. The two actually lifted the ancient city with their bare hands and flew into the sky. From a distance, it looked like the two were not holding up a city, but a gravestone. Their expressions were solemn and respectful. At this moment, Xianxia had just rushed back to the Divine Dragon Empire's Heaven Dragon Palace and had not had time to rest. Many elders sent word to him at the same time, saying that the first palace master had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 1971. The head palace master is looking for me? What is it? Don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and go. If you don't come back soon, the recall order will be issued. Without any hesitation, the elders led Xianxia to the main hall of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. The 3 palace masters were elusive existences in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Many people might not even have the chance to see the 3 hall masters even after staying in the Heaven Dragon Hall for more than 10 years. Among the 3 hall masters, the first hall master was the most mysterious. He almost never showed himself. The second palace master, Zhu, held the true authority in the palace. He often saw the heaven-class core disciples, so he was not too mysterious. The third palace master was in charge of the medicine refining pavilion, so he would occasionally see the people who often went to the medicine refining pavilion. As for the first palace master, he did not care about anything. Aside from the heaven-class elders, ordinary elders rarely saw him, not to mention these disciples. Xianxia was puzzled. He did not know why the first hall master was looking for him so urgently. What Xianxia heard the most about this first palace master was that he was the person who truly perfected Firmament's rage in the past few thousand years. He didn't know anything else. After analyzing it for a while, he couldn't come to a conclusion, so he could only let him be. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xianxia saw the mysterious first palace master in the hall. Unexpectedly, the other 2 palace masters were there as well. When the second and third palace masters saw him, they nodded slightly. Xianxia sized up the first palace master. His aura was unfathomable, and his strength was not something he could estimate. He wore a gray dragon robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Who knew what he had experienced recently? Greetings, hall masters. Xianxia bowed slightly and cupped his hands in salute. The first palace master revealed a smile when he saw Xianxia. He said softly, "You are too polite. Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon, you don't have to bow to anyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall. My name is Yun. You could just call me Senior Yun. There's no need to be reserved." "Thank you, head palace master." Even so, Xianxia still felt somewhat restrained and did not dare to be presumptuous. The first palace lord did not mind. He said in a deep voice, "You must be very curious as to why I called you here in such a hurry. Even the 3 hall masters summoned you at the same time. In fact, 2 months ago, the 3 of us had already had a serious discussion about you." When Xianxia heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not know what earth-shattering thing he had done. Supreme Dragon Fist. Second Palace Master Zhu, who was at the side, looked at Xianxia. When he saw Xiaoqian's confusion, he gave a simple explanation. "This is just a fist technique, right? Although it is very heaven-defying, its flaws are also very obvious. I believe there should be a martial technique in the dragon race that is no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chun was slightly surprised. Just a fist technique caused 3 palace masters to seriously discuss it. Wasn't this a little too much? Of course. The vast dragon race has a long inheritance. There are countless cultivation techniques and martial techniques. At every moment, there are powerful martial techniques of our predecessors being excavated. Or perhaps there are peerless geniuses creating their own shocking martial techniques. A brilliant light flashed in the first palace master's eyes. It was like he was recalling the past. After a pause, he said, "As far as I know, in terms of fist techniques, there are 4 martial techniques that are no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist is unique. If one becomes a heaven dragon, the horrifying might of this fist technique will surpass your expectations." Xiao Qin knew that the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist would increase when one became a heaven dragon. Xiao Chun infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into the Supreme Dragon Fist and instantly overtook Yin Songming. This was the best proof. However, Xiao Chun had not expected that after he truly became a heaven dragon, its might would increase to a level that even the first palace lord feared. However, what did all this have to do with calling Xiao Chun over? Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chun asked, "Could it be that you want to cripple my Supreme Dragon Fist?" If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple it, Xiao Chun would feel helpless. However, he would probably still choose to accept it. After all, it was a secret technique of the Heaven Dragon Palace in the first place. If it were a cultivation technique that Xiao Chun created, he would fight to the end, no matter who it was, if anyone wanted to cripple it. When the first palace master heard that, he hesitated for a moment before saying sullenly, "Let's not talk about this for now. This time, the one who truly wants to meet you is not us, but the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline." At the mention of the Golden Dragon bloodline's royal clan, a look of disgust flashed in the first palace master's eyes. However, it was extremely minute. No one noticed it. "You are Xiao Chun, that mixed blood dragon who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist." Just at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out from outside. A dignified and graceful middle-aged man, wearing golden dragon armor, with Emperor's Dragon, Qi, surrounding him, opened the door. This person's cultivation was not very high, only a small perfection sovereign personage. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the small perfection sovereign personages that Xiao Chun had seen before. Clearly, with the support of the divine dragon bloodline, this person was not an ordinary small perfection sovereign personage. The first palace master said softly, "This is Lord Qinyu, monarch Yu from Ancestor Dragon City." At the same time, the third palace master's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. Whether Xiao Chun crippled the Supreme Dragon Fist or not, it all depended on this person's thoughts. When Xiao Chen heard that, he immediately felt dissatisfied. If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple his Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiao Chun would not have any complaints. Xiao Chen would not have any complaints. However, if a random Golden Divine Dragon wanted to cripple his Supreme Dragon Fist, he would not be able to do so. He absolutely would not agree. To think that you're not bowing when you see this monarch. When that Qin saw that Xiao Chun did not move, he smiled coldly and said, "You are indeed a mixed blood dragon who cultivates the Supreme Dragon Fist. Your temper is extraordinary. You have completely forgotten your status. Greetings, monarch Yu." Xiao Chun spoke in a calm tone, neither servile nor overbearing. Qin snorted coldly and did not look directly at Xiao Chun. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Demonstrate the Supreme Dragon Fist for me, right here. After I take a look, I will decide whether you can continue practicing it." "Sorry, I cannot comply." Xiao Chun felt speechless. "Do you think I will practice it just because you say so? Do you think I am a monkey?" Qin revealed a horrified expression. He could not help feeling enraged. To think that a mixed blood dragon could throw a tantrum at him. "I will count to 3. If you do not practice it, I will cripple your Supreme Dragon Fist." Qin threatened coldly with a sullen expression. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? If the three palace masters want to cripple my supreme dragon fist, I will not say any nonsense. I won't say a word of nonsense. Who do you think you are? Have I received any kindness from you? I will not practice it for you to see. If you are capable, try crippling me now. Everyone had their own temper and bottom line, their own pride and persistence, and their own principles of dealing with people and things. Even if he died here today, Xiao Chun would not practice the supreme dragon fist for Qinyu. When the three palace masters heard this, they were greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun spoke to Qinyu like this. After all, the other party came from the Golden Dragon's royal bloodline. Although he was only a sovereign personage, he was not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, his bloodline was there for all to see. In name, his status was even higher than the three palace masters. You are seeking death. Qinyu released a murderous intent. Unexpectedly, an insignificant mixed-blood dragon dared to berate him. This person truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qinyu immediately punched at Xiao Chun. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the royal bloodline of the Golden Dragons could practice. This punch contained the Dragon Emperor's might. It carried heavy might and pressure as it punched at Xiao Chun at lightning speed. Divine Dragon War Body. The other party was a small perfection sovereign personage, one grade higher than Lu Yuanzong, who was an initial perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had the support of a divine dragon bloodline. He did not dare to underestimate the other party, so he immediately activated the divine dragon war body. All the bones in Xiao Chun's body crackled like thunder, and his body instantly swelled up. Then, he punched with the supreme dragon fist. Bang! The two fists clashed, and Xiao Chun immediately vomited blood and went flying back. Xiao Chun was not a match for the other party at all. After he landed, he even took a few steps back before he could stand stably. However, Xiao Chun gritted his teeth and revealed an unyielding expression in his eyes. He showed no intention of retreating. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed even stronger. To think that he did not die, Qinyu is shocked. Just now he used 30% of his power in that punch. Originally, he wanted to use a thunderous method. Originally, he had wanted to kill Xiao Chun at lightning speed, preventing the three palace masters from reacting. However, from the looks of it, although Xiao Chun was injured, he clearly could still fight. His aura did not weaken at all. Xiao Chun could not help feeling humiliated. The other party was merely a holy venerate, while he was a bona fide sovereign personage. Unexpectedly, Qinyu failed to kill the other party with one punch, not even severely injuring him. If word of this spread, he would become a huge joke. A murderous intent involuntarily welled up in Qinyu's heart. Stop! The first palace master shouted coldly as he stood up and raged. This Qinyu was becoming increasingly overboard. However, Qinyu acted like he did not hear anything, showing no signs of stopping. He knew that the three palace masters would not dare to truly attack him. If they dared to attack him, the Heaven Dragon Palace would suffer the punishment of Ancestor Dragon City, suffering an extremely miserable end. Screw you. How dare you injure my brother? You are really damn tired of living. Bang! Just as the three palace masters felt incredibly frustrated and furious, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared outside the hall. A blood-red silhouette suddenly appears outside the main hall. It rushes in at an extraordinarily fast speed and sends Qinyu flying with an extremely overbearing kick. It was the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li. Who dares to injure me? Qinyu, who fell to the ground, was greatly startled. He could not believe that someone really dared to attack him. Beat him up, Vice Hall Master Li shouted coldly. A group of Blood Dragon Guard experts immediately rushed out of the hall and surrounded Qinyu without even thinking. All sorts of attacks rained down on Qinyu. Chapter 1972. The sudden appearance of the Blood Dragon Guards and Vice Hall Master Li shocked the three palace masters. Even Xiao Chun looked surprised. He had already thought of the worst-case scenario, which was to leave the Heaven Dragon Hall and find another place to develop. Who knew that such a funny scene would occur? Miserable screams could be heard coming from the spacious hall. The experts of the Blood Dragon Guards surrounded and beat up Xianxia. Xianxia was pretty strong. Unfortunately, Vice Hall Master Li's strength was a level higher than his, firmly suppressing him. Coupled with the other Blood Dragon Guards experts, they could not retaliate in mere moments, letting out miserable shrieks. Li Yunfeng, how dare you attack me? Are you tired of living? Xianxia, who was beaten to a horrible state, finally recognized Vice Hall Master Li and scolded loudly. Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and said, "Who is Li Yunfeng? This old man is the Blood Dragon Guard's Lord Li. Today, I will beat you up. Beat him to death. Beat him until he can't speak. A mere royal prince dares to bully my brother? Yes, Hall Master. 3 palace masters, save me." Xianxia, who was beaten miserably, finally remembered his savior and shouted loudly. But after calling for a long time, nobody responds. Xianxia turns his head to take a look. At the center of the Great Hall, the 3 hall masters had left at some point. That's right, he left. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared and never seen him. How could this be? Xianxia said in a daze, not understanding what was going on. "Ha!" With a swaying movement of his body, Vice Leader Li attacks Xianxia again. After blocking 3 moves, Xianxu's aura is in chaos. Vice Leader Li sends him flying with a slap. F***, it hurts. His skin is extraordinarily thick. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat exaggeratedly as he looked at Xianxia, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. "Don't just stand there, continue beating him up." Yes. Xiao Chan silently scattered his divine dragon war body and arrived beside Vice Hall Master Li. He said, "Big brotherly, many thanks." At the same time, worry flashed on Xiao Chen's face. Will there be any consequences for this Vice Hall Master Li standing up for me? Vice Hall Master Li smiled disapprovingly and said, "Don't say too much first. I'll tell you in detail later. There will be a good show to watch later." Just as Xianxia, a bona fide sovereign personage, was about to kneel and beg for mercy, a loud shout came from outside the hall. "Stop!" It was the 3 hall masters. The 3 of them walked in with some surprise. When they saw the situation before them, they were stunned for a moment. The 3rd palace master went over to help Xianxia up and examined his injuries. "Big brother, the ribs in front of Monarch Yu's chest are all broken, and his internal organs are all shattered. His face has already been destroyed." The 3rd palace master said in shock, as if he had just found out about this. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitched for a moment. His acting was so real that if he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have believed it to be real. The 1st hall master looked at Vice Hall Master Li and asked, "What happened?" Vice Hall Master Li said, "I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but he actually attacked a core disciple of our Heaven Dragon Hall. Fighting is not allowed in the Heaven Dragon Hall. This is the ancestral rule, so I taught him a lesson." The 1st hall master said coldly, "Do you know who you beat up? This is Monarch Yu, Ancestor Dragon City's Monarch Yu." Vice Hall Master Li looked at Xianxia in shock and exclaimed, "Monarch Yu? Woo, 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 woo." Xianxu's face looked like a pig's head, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked left and right, completely stunned. He felt like his intelligence was insufficient, not knowing what was going on. Xianxia wanted to say something, but discovered that his mouth was too swollen. He could no longer speak, so he could only whimper endlessly. Vice Hall Master Li said in understanding, "I understand now. It's all this brat's fault. I'll bring him back to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him. Let's see what's going on with him. To think that he dared to attack Monarch Yu. 3 palace masters, I'll bring him away now." "Woo, woo, woo. Don't let this brat go." Xianxia sat on the ground, whimpering endlessly. He was so anxious that he nearly cried. However, Xianxia could not do anything. He could only watch as Vice Hall Master Li, who beat him up, led Xiao Chen away. The 1st hall master and the 2nd hall master said, "It looks like it is a misunderstanding. However, although it is a misunderstanding, the Blood Dragon Guards are becoming increasingly overboard. They even dare to beat up Monarch Yu." The 2nd hall master nodded with a smile and said, "We have to report this matter as it is. I just used a light and shadow stone to record it. I will send it over later. Monarch Yu, don't worry. We will definitely uphold justice for you. We will not let you get beaten up for nothing." After saying that, the second hall master gently tapped the light and shadow stone in his hand. Immediately, a screen of light appeared. The light and shadow stone showed only scenes and no sound. The first scene was of Qin Yu and Xianxia chatting. Then, Qin Yu suddenly attacked. This scene stunned Qin Yu. How could it be like this? In the scene, Qin Yu ignored the difference in cultivation and directly attacked a junior, looking like he wanted to kill Xianxia. After that, Vice Hall Masterly barged in and beat Qin Yu up. The three palace masters came out to stop him. Finally, the scene fixed on Qin Yu's face, which looked like a pig's head. Qin Yu was utterly stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. If Xianxia handed over this light and shadow stone, he would not be able to explain himself. Not only would he have to suffer a beating for nothing, but his reputation would also be ruined. Furthermore, he would be punished by the royal clan. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. Xianxia's illustrious reputation would fall here. In the past, Xianxia felt that these three palace masters were obedient to him, not daring to say anything even though he was angry. Now that he thought about it, he trembled in fear. They were already divine Vane realm experts, yet they still tried to scheme against him. After coughing a few times, Qin Yu said with some difficulty, "The matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist, let it go. Xianxia has not comprehended the essence of the Supreme Dragon Fist yet, so it is not worth mentioning." The second hall master smiled faintly and tossed the light and shadow stone in his hand to Qin Yu. "Many thanks. Monarch, you reported it honestly. Third brother, go and find some good medicinal pills to quickly treat Monarch Yu's injuries." After Vice Hall Masterly pulled Xianxia out, he also felt somewhat confused, not understanding what happened. The acting of the three palace masters did not seem like impromptu performances. It seemed like they had planned this for a long time. Vice Hall Masterly said, somewhat ruefully, "Don't think about it. This was the second hall master's idea. Many of the Golden Dragon race's people have always been disdainful of mixed blood dragons, looking down on them. However, this Qin Yu is extraordinarily stupid. Does he really think that the three palace masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace are easy to deal with? He does not know that for a mixed blood dragon to reach their positions, which one of them is not a formidable character? How can an insignificant sovereign personage like him guess? The details are like this. After you practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, the first hall master went to Ancestor Dragon City to explain it to the other dragon race people. The main thing is the Golden Dragon race. The other dragon races will not care much about it. Hence, Qin Yu came. Who knew? You happen to not be in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Hee hee. Your luck is extraordinarily good. If he happened to block you, it would have been somewhat problematic. After that, the second hall master came to discuss it with me, and we came up with such a show. The commotion caused by you practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist has calmed down for now. There is no need to worry." Vice Hall Masterly spoke somewhat calmly. However, Xianxia could sense a surging undercurrent in his words. It looked like the commotion caused by the Supreme Dragon Fist was much greater than Xianxia imagined. However, Xianxia had been kept in the dark and did not know. Vice Hall Masterly sighed softly. The first hall master suffered significant grievances in Ancestor Dragon City. Originally, I did not intend to tell you all this lest it affect your mental state and delay your advancement to Holy Venerate. Now that the matter is blown up, I have no choice but to tell you. However, you gave us a pleasant surprise. To think that you actually broke through to Holy Venerate. A warm feeling welled up in Xianxia's heart. He said seriously, Big Brotherly has suffered as well. This time, the Blood Dragon Guards offended Qin Yu. It will be troublesome. However, Vice Hall Masterly guffawed and said, the Blood Dragon Guards are afraid of many things, but they are not afraid of offending others. The Blood Dragon Guards are an independent faction, not under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kings. We obey only the Shadow Dragon Sovereign. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign? Vice Hall Masterly nodded and said, that's right. Hence, you don't have to worry about me. The three Palace Masters might fear this Qin Yu, but we, the Blood Dragon Guards, do not. From the moment the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor established the Blood Dragon Guards, they were independent of the 7 major bloodlines. However, they were also closely connected to the 6 colored divine dragons, holding a transcendent status. When Xianxia heard that, he felt stunned. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor actually established the Blood Dragon Guards? This somewhat surprised him. So, he searched through the vast memories of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor to see if he could obtain any useful information. Chapter 1973. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories were extremely vast and complicated. Xianxia could not possibly accept them all, so he compressed and sealed most of them in a corner. When he needed to use it, he would search for it. For example, the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace. When Xianxia thought hard about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's information about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace slowly appeared. When Xianxia heard that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor created the Blood Dragon Guards, he recovered from his shock. After a while, some information about the Blood Dragon Guards appeared in his mind. It turned out that while the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was in charge of the dragon race, the Blood Dragon Guards were an independent organization responsible for intelligence. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed founded by the Blood Dragon Guards. However, after so many years, the Blood Dragon Guards were no longer just in charge of intelligence. Now, they extended their reach to every corner of the divine Dragon Empire. Hee, you have never heard of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, right? Weishall masterly said with a smile when he saw Xianxia's confused expression. Xianxia came back to his senses and nodded. I've never heard of it. How could Xianxia not have heard of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor before? Right now, Xianxia was the person who understood the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor the best in the entire dragon race. However, he was unable to explain it to Weishall masterly, so he could only feign ignorance. Weishall masterly said unhurriedly, speaking of this blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, there are some secrets of the dragon race that I only heard of by chance. Just treat it as a story. Actually, I don't really believe it. Xianxia said softly, brotherly, tell me. It is said that 100,000 years ago, there were a total of 7 divine dragons. Other than the white dragon, the golden dragon, the silver dragon, the red dragon, the blue dragon, and the green dragon, there was also the strongest divine dragon. This blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is the Dragon King of this strongest bloodline and one of the strongest Dragon Emperors in the history of the dragon race. Back then, the Black Dragon King nearly destroyed the dragon race and turned the entire Central Great Realm upside down, starting a horrifying war between the righteous and demonic factions. However, the one who sealed him in the end was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Weishall masterly said softly, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he personally ended the previous war between righteous and demonic factions. Xianxia pretended to be curious and asked, what kind of dragon is this? Since it is so strong, why is there no word of it? Weishall masterly frowned and said, yeah, I find it strange too. It is said that this lineage is called the Blue Dragon, but it has been extinct for nearly 100,000 years. I'm afraid that even if the Blue Dragon lineage stood in front of me, I wouldn't know what kind of dragon it is. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. After he confirmed that this Weishall masterly was not testing him, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's not that there weren't any words left behind. It said that some secrets were preserved. Furthermore, it would be passed down from generation to generation. Who would care about a dragon race that no longer existed? The Empire's territory has changed several times, and the Central World is in turmoil. There are too many distractions. Xianxia was slightly startled when he heard that. But when he thought about it, it was indeed so. As it was passed down from generation to generation, fewer people knew about the Blue Dragon lineage, unless they were like the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation. Otherwise, they would not care about the Blue Dragon lineage at all and would not know more about the Blue Dragon. Weishall masterly said, however, no matter what, the Blood Dragon Guards have passed it down from generation to generation. We have never forgotten that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is the founder of the Blood Dragon Guards. This is recorded in the General Principles. Xianxia smiled and said, that's a pretty good story. I'm done listening to it. Big brotherly, are you going to bring me to the law enforcement hall now? Vicehall masterly laughed loudly and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Return to your residence and cultivate properly. Don't overthink. The 3 palace masters are counting on you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. After saying that, Vicehall masterly left. If Qin knew about this, he would probably die of depression. The Blood Dragon guards did not even put on a show of bringing Xianxia to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him, directly letting Xianxia go. As Xianxia looked in the direction that Vicehall masterly left, he entered deep thought. He felt that in these short 4 hours, he had experienced a lot. It was even more tiring than the adventure in the ancient city. The seemingly calm divine dragon empire was actually filled with undercurrents. The supreme dragon fist cultivation technique stirred up so many storms. Xianxia vaguely sensed that the storm had not completely subsided yet. The Dragon Emperor's throne changed every 500 years. Before the Dragon Emperor abdicated, the successor would be determined first. According to the rules, mixed blood dragons could fight for the successor. However, in reality, only the most talented junior generation outstanding talents of the 6-color divine dragons fought for it. The Golden Dragon bloodline had already occupied the position of Dragon Emperor for many years. This time, only the Golden Dragon race's people came to care about the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. In reality, the other 5 bloodlines were happy to see this happen, hoping for a variable to appear. To break the Divine Dragon Empire's calm on the surface, the more chaotic it was, the better. Thousands of clues gathered in Xianxia's mind. Then, a majestic scene appeared before his eyes. Xianxia thought of the White Dragon King. For a moment, Xianxia felt that he would die at the White Dragon King's hands. The White Dragon race had Lu Ruyue. The other divine dragons should have their own outstanding talents as well. The 6-color divine dragons were all stifling themselves in the struggle to become the Dragon Emperor. Sooner or later, an even greater storm would erupt, shaking the entire divine dragon empire. However, what role would I play in this? After returning to reality, Xianxia's figure flashed, and he returned to Cold Moon Cave. Then, he arrived at the mirror-smooth lake in the cave. Splash! Xianxia directly leaped into the lake. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly sank into the lake. When Xianxia reached the bottom of the lake, he shut off his senses. Then, Xianxia relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. Right now, he did not want to do anything. He just wanted to sleep quietly. In the struggle of the martial Tao, a good night's sleep was often a luxury. 3 days later, the tranquility of the lake was broken, and a figure leaped out of the center. As Xianxia stood on the lake, the water droplets on his body gently fell into the lake. Xianxia did not use his veritable essence energy to evaporate the water. He just wanted to experience the feeling of being wet. Amid the mist, he looked up at the rising sun in the east. It was colorful and had a different flavor. Xianxia stretched out his hand and wiped away the water on his face. His vision became clear, and his eyes immediately lit up. He felt carefree and relaxed. The fatigue that he had accumulated for a long time was swept away. Then, Xianxia let out a long breath of turbid air. Dressed in white, Xianxia's long hair draped over his shoulders, and the water droplets had yet to dry. He appeared unrestrained and unrestrained as he arrived at the courtyard with his hair draped over his shoulders. Xianxia took out a bottle of wine, the 1,000-year flame. However, he could not bear to drink it. There were only 2 or 3 bottles of 1,000-year flame left. If he drank it all, there would be no more. Xianxia took out a night-glazed wine cup and filled it with wine. Then, he raised the exquisite wine cup and gently swirled it. The golden starlight hovering above the wine cup slowly flickered with light. As the fragrance of the wine spread out, it rippled. As Xianxia slowly swirled the wine cup, the wine was adjusted to its most perfect state. The starlight flew out and formed a golden crow flying in the air. When the golden crow mysterious phenomenon disappeared, Xianxia drank it in one gulp, feeling the fiery aftertaste of the 1,000-year flame. After drinking only 1 cup, Xianxia put away the 1,000-year flame. What wine is it? It smells so fragrant. Just at this moment, someone arrived uninvited. Xiao Chun turned his head to look and saw the third palace master, the second palace master, and the first palace master. Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cup fist salute. Greetings, palace masters. At this meeting, the expressions of the three palace masters were much warmer, no longer as grave and fatigued as they had been the first time they met. Clearly, the storm of the Supreme Dragon Fist had come to an end. The third palace master looked at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, are you hiding some good wine? Quickly take it out. I already smelled it. Xiao Chun could not help feeling some heartache. He could negotiate with the other good wines, but he could not bear to take out this 1,000-year flame. I'll exchange it with you with a rank 4 heavenly pill. The third palace master said fervently as he closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the second palace master saved Xiao Chun. Third brother, speak your mind. Don't get drunk here. Only then did the third palace master say somewhat unwillingly, All right. Xiao Chun, the three of us palace masters have unanimously decided to give you some pointers before the competition between the 7 outer palaces begins. When Xiao Chun heard that, he rejoiced. Really, this was a pleasant surprise. Probably no heaven-class core disciple in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace would receive such treatment. Having 3 palace masters giving pointers at the same time was heaven-defying. Of course, I have long wanted to see your firmament's rage. The first palace master revealed a smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. Clearly, he already knew about it. Aside from the first palace master, Xiao Chun was the second person in the Heaven Dragon Palace in the past few thousand years to successfully practice firmament's rage. Chapter 1974. Second palace master Zhu Yang said after some thought, Before we came, we already discussed that the first palace master would give you pointers in martial techniques. In reality, aside from firmament's rage, Big Brother also participated in the Supreme Dragon Fist that you practiced back then. What? This startled Xiao Chun. This first palace master truly hid his strength. Firmament's rage, which no one in the dragon race had successfully practiced for thousands of years, reached perfection. Unexpectedly, the first palace master could be considered half the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This was truly surprising. Palace Master Zhu Yang continued, I am most skilled in soul Dao cultivation, so I will give you pointers in this aspect. Third brother's cultivation is weaker than ours, but medicinal pills are excellent. However, medicinal pills are the best, and there's nothing better than cultivating your fleshly body. Martial techniques, soul energy, and physical body were all targeted at Xiao Chun, giving pointers on strengthening his body. Xiao Chun had to say that he was filled with anticipation. However, don't overthink this. The 3 of us cannot guide you for too long. At most, we will give you 1 day. The rest will depend on your own comprehension. The second palace master is the busiest, so he will guide you first. We will take our leave first. When Xiao Chun heard this, he still felt happy. In reality, he did not think too much about it. The other party was not Xiao Chun's master. It was enough for them to take time out to guide him for 1 day. Most of the time, there was no need for long-term guidance. Sometimes, 1 sentence might be enough to benefit someone for life. It was fine as long as one put in the effort. Thank you, palace masters. Xiao Chun bowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first palace master and the third palace master vanished at the same time, leaving only Xiao Chun and second palace master Zhu Yang in Cold Moon Cave. Palace Master Zhu Yang said softly, Xiao Chun, show me your holy venerate will. Your holy venerate will should be able to materialize, right? I sense that your soul energy is very strong at the late stage holy venerate level. Yes, with a thought, the azure color dragon seal in Xiao Chun's soul pool flickered. The blazing sun and bright moon slowly rose into the air, competing with each other. In mere moments, Xiao Chun's holy venerate will cover the surrounding 1 kilometer. Sun and moon shine together. The second palace master, Zhu Yang, was greatly startled. There was actually a mysterious phenomenon. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A soul will that could produce a mysterious phenomenon was 1 in 10,000, perhaps 1 in 10 million. Normally, soul wills that could produce mysterious phenomena were mostly inherited from their ancestors, passed down through their bloodline. It was rather common among the outstanding talents of the various dynasties and aristocratic clans. However, it was rather rare in the 8 great empires. In the vast northern region, there were very few outstanding talents that could produce a phenomenon. Zhu Yang smiled and nodded. Not bad. This way, it will be easier for me to guide you. I will teach you how to use the mysterious phenomenon. Please enlighten me, Second Palace Master. The so-called application of skills is the actual combat skills. There are only 2 points. One is offense, and the other is defense. Palace Master Zhu Yang said softly, "You cannot have both at the same time. There must be a priority. Tell me first, is your avatar mainly for defense or offense?" Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He actually had many ways to attack. As for the soul energy, Xiao Chen mostly wanted to replenish it. He could not allow himself to end up in a passive position when he met a soul Dao expert. The clear-headed Xiao Chen quickly made his choice. He said decisively, "Defense. Good. Since it is defense, then I will teach you how to merge this sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon with your physical body." The second palace master, Zhu Yang's face sank. He stepped forward and suddenly tapped Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! The light of the sun and moon in the sky intensified continuously. The blazing sun in the sky looked very real, giving off a scorching glow. The moonlight was like water, calm and serene as it sprinkled down a gentle glow. When the two merged, they reached an exquisite balance. This prevented one from feeling the heat of the blazing sun or the gentleness of the bright moon. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen sank into this wondrous feeling, the sun and moon entered his body at the same time. His body immediately gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen's might soared, and the light of the sun and moon flickered rhythmically. The surroundings fell into a wondrous, mysterious phenomenon. One moment it was night, and the next moment it was day. Xiao Chen felt very surprised. To think that the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be used like this. This was truly incredible. Now, control yourself. The second palace master withdrew his hand and retreated quickly. Then, he appeared on a distant wall and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Chen felt like the 2 different wills of soul in his body went haywire. The wills of soul moved everywhere, alternating between hot and cold. Black and white light flickered without any pattern. Xiao Chen completely lost control, which he could not endure. Think carefully. This is the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Don't use your usual methods to control them. The second palace master's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears, calming him down somewhat. That was right. This was the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen calmed down. However, he normally controlled a portion of the will of soul, which was a whole entity. Now that this will of soul suddenly split into 2, Xiao Chen felt somewhat flustered. Xiao Chen controlled the blazing sun, messed up the bright moon, and stabilized the bright moon. However, the will of the blazing sun turned irritable. Sweat trickled down Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! In the next moment, the light of the sun and moon burst out of Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a backlash to his soul. The second palace master reappeared beside Xiao Chen. Without saying anything, he placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead again. This time, Zhu Yang healed the damage to Xiao Chen's soul. Zhu Yang's strong soul energy quickly healed Xiao Chen's injuries. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and voiced his earlier doubts. The second palace master smiled without saying anything. Then he got Xiao Chen to stretch out one hand and one foot at the same time. Xiao Chen sat nimbly, moving his hands and feet. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. Second palace master, this light of the sun and moon is actually like my hands and feet. While they look separated, they are actually one entity. I only have one will of soul. Of course, if you could have 2 different wills of soul, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? After your soul is destroyed, you can still survive. That is equivalent to having another life. Do you think that is possible? The second palace master smiled, feeling gratified. Although this was Xiaoqian's first contact, he was not stupid. I'll let you experience it again. Properly experience it. You were too distracted the previous time. Zhu placed his finger on Xiaoqian's forehead again. Soon, the earlier scene reappeared. The sun and moon entered Xiaoqian's body. Day and night alternated, flickering rhythmically. Suddenly, the rhythm became chaotic. Day and night alternated, changing constantly. However, in reality, it was still under the second palace master's control. Zhu let go, and the light of the sun and moon scattered. Then, he said softly, "In reality, I still used your soul energy. I did not use any of my soul energy. Come, experience it again." This time, Xiaoqian used his mind to experience it. It was indeed, as the second palace master said, be it the strengthening of the light of the sun and moon, or the light of the sun and moon entering Xiaoqian's body at the same time, merging with his physical body. Xiaoqian controlled it with his soul energy. He did not need a strong soul energy to achieve such an effect. He only needed a small amount of soul energy to easily control it. The important thing was how to control it. I understand. This time, Xiaoqian took the initiative to stop, forcing out the second palace master's will. The second palace master felt slightly startled. Then, he moved back and watched Xiaoqian's actions. Sun and moon competing radiance. With a thought from Xiaoqian, the bright moon and the great sun soared into the air at the same time, hanging high in the sky. As Xiaoqian drained his soul energy, the light of the sun and moon continuously strengthened. However, everything was in order. Neither side was stronger. The second palace master felt somewhat surprised. To think that Xiaoqian grasped the art of equilibrium so quickly. This was truly shocking. Conservation of yin and yang. Light of the sun and moon, heed my call. Xiaoqian shouted in his heart, and the light of the sun and the great sun entered his body at the same time. The two were indeed one. Xiaoqian imagined it as a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, with the sun and moon corresponding to yin and yang. After the initial immaturity, he could control them as he pleased. The sun rose and the moon set. With a raise of his hand, Xiaoqian moved freely. He smiled as he soared into the air, moving up and down. Xiaoqian looked into the distance. It had only been a while, but he no longer needed to focus fully. While maintaining the light of the sun and moon, he could still move and even drive his veritable essence energy. This dumbfounded the second palace master, Zhu. This was equivalent to having practical combat ability. This was truly impressive, causing him to clap and praise Xiaoqian. Whoosh! As the alternating light of the sun and moon flickered, Xiaoqian landed beside the second palace master. Then he smiled and said, "Second palace master, please teach me the attacking technique of my holy venerate will." The second palace master shook his head and said, "There's no need. Once you understand one method, you will understand all methods. All that is left is for you to choose a soul energy cultivation technique to cultivate. I have nothing to teach you." Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. He scattered the light of the sun and moon and sent his will of soul into his soul pool. Then he exclaimed in shock, "That's it." Zhu thought to himself, what else could he do? Originally, he thought that it would take him several months to comprehend, but he learned it in 3 tries. Chapter 1975. The second palace master looked at the somewhat disappointed Xiaoqian and said, "Don't be too disappointed. You're not a cultivator who focuses on soul energy. Indeed, you do not need to learn too much. However, given your talent, it is truly a pity that you do not focus on soul energy." Focus on soul energy? Xiaoqian had never thought about it before. Soul energy was more supportive. He could not let himself get flustered when he ran into a soul energy expert. How horrifying are the strength of a soul energy expert? Xiaoqian asked. After some thought, the second palace master replied, "That's hard to say. The soul energy Tao is similarly vast and profound. The strongest person I've seen can even cultivate a will clone to the same level as the main body. As a soul body, it has the same cultivation as the main body. Furthermore, it has some advantages that the physical body cannot, making it exceptionally difficult to deal with. There are also those who can merge their soul energy with their eye technique. With just one look, one will sink into it, trapping the soul. The scariest are some demonic Dao sections. The ghost penance that they refine are extremely evil. The second palace master explained many things, broadening Xianxia's horizons. The Central Great Realm's soul Dao experts were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were even fewer soul Dao cultivators than physical body cultivators, and they were much more difficult to cultivate. However, once one succeeded, one would be extremely horrifying. Second Palace Master, can you show me a soul energy attack? Xiaochun was somewhat eager to see how strong the second Palace Master, who had an extremely strong will of soul, was. Palace Master Zhu Yang entered deep thought. After a while, he said, "That's fine. I will restrict my cultivation to Holy Venerate and use my soul energy martial techniques to attack. This will be a good test to see how you can use the light of the sun and the moon to defend against my soul technique attacks." Right after Palace Master Zhu Yang spoke, Xiaochun suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul coming from Palace Master Zhu Yang. Whoosh! Almost instinctively, Xiaochun turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged. After Xiaochun landed, he was somewhat horrified to discover the afterimages he left behind. These short spears were condensed from soul force and seemed solid. If one was struck by them, one's soul would immediately be riddled with holes. Boom! Before he could sigh, the second Palace Master's will of soul turned into a landscape painting that spread out. Immediately, the Holy Venerate will greatly suppressed Xiaochun. His movement technique and veritable essence energy decreased by more than half. The second Palace Master grabbed gently with his hand, and a dragon claw made of soul energy swiped at him. Xiaochun's movement technique was limited. After dodging for a moment, he was caught by accident. In an instant, he felt as though half of his soul was gone, and the pain was unbearable. Several times, Xiaochun tried to bring out his Holy Venerate will. However, the second Palace Master's soul technique attacked him. Almost all the time, it was like a torrential storm continuously attacking him. As a result, Xiaochun was unable to concentrate and had no chance to use it all. Xiao! All of a sudden, Xiaochun felt the pressure on him lessen abruptly. Just as Xiaochun was feeling bewildered, a dragon soul descended from the sky, pouncing at him with a vast dragon might. When Xiaochun felt this pressure in the depths of his soul, he could not move at all. His entire soul felt suppressed. This startled Xiaochun. If he let the dragon soul descend, it would definitely swallow up his soul. Sun and moon shining together. At the moment of life and death, Xiaochun erupted with unprecedented potential before the immense pressure. The bright moon and the sun soared into the sky at the same time, hanging high in the sky. In the next moment, the light of the sun and the moon entered Xiaochun's body. His surroundings flickered with light as day and night alternated. Bang! The dragon's soul crashed into Xiaochun's body, and a huge shock wave erupted. The entire dragon soul directly scattered, but Xiaochun's soul only suffered some minor injuries. Very good. As long as you can bring out the light of the sun and the moon before this pressure, you will be able to protect yourself. Even if you face a sovereign personage's will of soul, you will be able to protect yourself. The shock wave scattered, and the second Palace Master, Zhu Yang, smiled faintly. Xiaochun panted gently. He felt that the second Palace Master had not used his full power at all, and he could not even withstand a single strike. Xiaochun felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to accept this praise. Many thanks for second Palace Master's pointers. Zhu Yang smiled faintly and withdrew. Then, the first Palace Master's figure slowly appeared before Xiaochun. The first Palace Master looked at Xiaochun and said, "This is really surprising. I originally thought that you would need at least 3 months to control the light of the sun and the moon. Unexpectedly, in less than half a day, you managed to grasp it in actual combat." First Palace Master, You praise me too much." The first palace master shook his head and said, "I did not praise you too much. You were just lacking in accumulations. If you had cultivated in a large sect of the Central Great Realm since you were young, you would have become famous long ago. However, you're not afraid now. Sooner or later, your name will spread throughout the northern region, even the entire Central Great Realm." Clearly, the first palace master thought very highly of Xianxia. He continued, "I heard Zhu Yang mention the Supreme Dragon Fist. He brought you to see that person in the dragon prison. He seemed to have gained some new comprehension." Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes." He gained a new understanding of what it means to be a prime. "It involves many things that I do not understand." After saying that, Xianxia told the first palace master about what he saw in the dragon prison. The first palace master sighed and said, "Even being locked up in the dragon prison did not stop him from gaining an understanding of this world. However, you don't have to worry about this for now. The Supreme Dragon Fist has not reached that level yet. Right? In the future, when you become a heaven dragon, you will discover some of the mysteries of the Supreme Dragon Fist. Perhaps it will be much easier for you to understand it." After some thought, the first palace master said, "I'll teach you Firmament's Rage first. Show me your Firmament's Rage, and let me observe it." Xianxia nodded and thrust his hand out. Immediately, the great desolate Ian ancestor dragon's rage spread out in the sky. A gigantic, burning hand appeared, covering the sky and sun. Its 5 fingers were like sabers. Resplendent electric light and cold saber light flashed in the palm. Its might was vast and incredibly horrifying. The first palace master carefully observed it. After a while, he said, "It's done." Xianxia withdrew his hand, and Firmament's Rage flew into the distance, shattering a mountain peak. Then, he quietly waited for the first palace master's guidance. Xianxia felt extremely satisfied with the might of this Firmament's Rage. That earlier strike had exhausted only 1% of his strength. "You have not searched for the 5 elements yet. Are you looking for the 5-element divine lightning?" The first palace master could tell that Xianxia had already practiced the second layer of Firmament's Rage to perfection. He could already infuse it with the 5 elements energy. Xianxia nodded and said, "The 5-element divine lightning happens to be compatible with my Thunder Great Tao. Furthermore, it is a peak energy of the 5 elements. It is very suitable to infuse it into this Firmament's Rage. However, this 5-element divine lightning is not easy to find. Furthermore, there are many experts who are interested in it. I will help you keep an eye out. If there is any news of the 5-element divine lightning, I will inform you immediately." "Thank you, First Palace Master. You are too polite. For now, your Firmament's Rage actually does not need much guidance. You already grasped its mysteries. You just lack some flexibility." Xianxia asked out of curiosity, For example like this. The first palace master stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Then, he turned his palm into a claw and grabbed. The first palace master instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Before Xianxia could react, he felt the horrifying rage of a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon encasing him. He felt the horrifying rage of the great desolate Ian ancestor dragon enveloping him. Boundless sword chi assaulted his entire body. If he moved rashly, this rage would swallow up his physical body, and the sword chi would tear him to shreds. What was even more horrifying was that the first palace master did not unleash this Firmament's Rage even as he clawed at Xianxia's head. The first palace master already had complete control over the release of his rage, unlike Xianxia. Xianxia could not control the rage of a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon. Once he executed it, he needed to vent his rage quickly. Otherwise, he would explode from the rage. Whoosh! The first palace master withdrew his hand, and Xianxia felt sweat pouring down his forehead. He heaved a sigh of relief, horror flashing in his eyes. Xianxia had never thought that Firmament's Rage could be executed in such a manner. There was no startling aura or rage spreading in the sky. The first palace master simply executed it casually. Xiao Chun was certain that the first palace master had not brought out the might of the third layer of Firmament's rage. How do you feel? This is an eye-opener. Incredible. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Xiao Chun answered honestly, not exaggerating at all. The first palace master smiled and said, "This is the result of my centuries of comprehension. Of course, you're not as good as me. There's no need to feel ashamed. Speaking of which, I should be the one feeling ashamed. Back then, I spent an entire year to reach the second layer. Even so, my master praised me to the heavens, saying that I was a rare genius of the Heaven Dragon Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years." The first palace master revealed a sorrowful expression as he recalled the past. Then he said seriously, "Come, I'll teach you how to be flexible. First, control the rage. Hold it in without unleashing it. Finally, reach the state of showing might without rage." The first palace master was very patient. He guided Xiao Chun over and over again, teaching him how to control the rage. This was a very dry process. Seeing that Xiao Chun had the patience to learn, the first palace master felt extremely happy, revealing a satisfied smile. Next, condense the firmament's rage. It does not have to really make the sky rage. If the rage of the water can shake the sky, wouldn't that be even better? Don't you think so? Good. That's it. Withdraw your rage and do it step by step. There is no rush. Ah, I failed. There is no rush. Again. Watch me demonstrate it. It was hard to imagine that a person could cultivate Firmament's rage to such a level. For someone to have such a good temper, patiently giving pointers and guiding him step by step, this made Xiao Chun feel somewhat embarrassed. He felt that he was too stupid. Even after such careful guidance, he still could not learn it. Focus. Xiao Chun repeatedly warned himself in his heart. He showed a serious expression, not daring to get distracted. Try it again. Control the rage. Good. That's it. There is no rush. Anger without showing it. That's right. Very good. Condense the ancestor dragon's rage in your palm. The Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao are both in your palm. Soon, the first palace master stopped speaking. Xiao Chun immersed himself in this, reaching a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Then, he raised his hand and curled his fingers. His palm turned into a claw, and he moved it gently. Boom! A tyrannical look that showed disdain for the world burst out of Xiao Chun's eyes. With this gentle claw, the entire sky trembled. Success! The first palace master's voice rang out again, containing a gratified smile and satisfaction. Chapter 1976. Angry but not obvious. Not angry, but mighty. Xiao Chun clenched his fist and retracted the great path power and the ancestral dragon's fury in his palm. The god mountain erupted with a shocking pressure. Although it was calm, it was still awe-inspiring. All right. The first palace master praised softly as he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Xiao Chun was pleasantly surprised. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Thank you, First Hall Master, for your guidance. Xiao Chun is deeply grateful and has no way to repay you." There was an ancient saying that apart from one's parents in heaven and earth, only the master could be worshipped. Although the first palace master was not Xiao Chun's master, the first palace master's patient guidance had greatly benefited Xiao Chun. The first palace master was like half a master. If not for the other party, Xiao Chun would have needed at least another 10 years to comprehend Firmament's rage. His horizons were limited. In the past, he had never imagined that Firmament's rage could be used like this. Right now, this first palace master was the best at using Firmament's rage in the Divine Dragon Empire. The first palace master stepped forward and helped Xiao Chun up. Then, he said, "You are too polite. Just do your best to enter Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Actually, there's still many things that can be developed in Firmament's rage. The great Tao that you and I cultivate is different. The Firmament's rage that we execute is actually 2 different martial techniques." The first palace master continued, "I see that you seem to have cultivated the will of ice as well. Unfortunately, you do not use it much. I'm afraid that you will have to wait a long time before you can break through this bottleneck. If I manage to break through, I really look forward to infusing Firmament's rage with the Ice Dao. What kind of changes will there be? Xiaoqian said softly. I do indeed not use the Ice Dao much. I cultivate too much and cannot afford to be distracted for now. Unfortunately, none of us 3 Palace Masters knows how to use the saber. The other experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace who use the saber are all cultivating in Ancestor Dragon City. This is problematic. The first Palace Master was rather disappointed that he could not guide Xiaoqian in the Saber Dao, which he excelled at. That's it. Let third bro do it. He can't wait any longer. Ha! The first Palace Master chuckled and waved his hand, disappearing from Xiaoqian's sight. It's finally my turn. Xiaoqian, don't hide anymore. Bring out your good wine. The third Palace Master appeared anxiously and said impatiently. Xiaoqian smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. Since the third Palace Master was so enthusiastic, he could only take out a flask of 1,000-year flame. Come, teach me how to drink. The third Palace Master was clearly a wine lover. When he saw this 1,000-year flame, he knew that he could not casually drink it. So, Xiaoqian told him how to drink this 1,000-year flame. Boom! A golden crow soared into the sky and circled around. After circling a few times, it turned into specks of golden light and slowly dissipated. The third Palace Master picked up the 1,000-year flame and drained it in one go. He immediately felt very satisfied and refreshed. Good wine. After drinking the cup, the third Palace Master felt somewhat dissatisfied. He sighed softly. If this wine appeared in the Golden Crow Empire, just one cup would fetch a sky-high price. How unfortunate! Xiaoqian had already told the third Palace Master that he did not have much of this wine left and felt that it was unfortunate. All right, it's time to help you temper your physical body. Here comes the proper business. Just as Xiaoqian was feeling some anticipation, wondering how the third Palace Master would temper his physical body, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large pile of bottles appeared on the table, all sorts of medicinal pills. The third Palace Master pointed to the medicinal pill bottles on the table and said, This is dragon bone paste. It is a rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pill forged from dragon bones found in the Ancestor Dragon Remnant. When refined by me, it is no weaker than a heaven-ranked item. There are a total of 3 bottles. Each bottle contains 50 pills. Don't try to save them. Just refine them. Come and look for me after you run out. This is the Heavenly Cloud Bishio Pill. It can help you repair your hidden injuries. Cultivators of the physical body can easily leave hidden injuries, damaging their foundations. With my Heavenly Cloud Jade Elegance Pill, you can practice without worry. I guarantee that you won't have any internal injuries. This is the Putua Pill, used to refine one's blood and strength. It's also of the heaven rank. Looking at the pile of pills, Xiaoqian was somewhat dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Third Hall Master, are these the pointers you gave me? The third Palace Master smiled and said, Of course. What else do you think it is? Do I look like a physical body cultivator to you? Doesn't seem like it. That's it then. I'm here to teach you how to take medicine. Medicinal pills can't be taken randomly. If you were to eat this pile of heaven-ranked level 4 medicinal pills, not only will it be ineffective, it will also harm your body. Suddenly, the third Palace Master paused. His expression turned serious as he said, I say, Brat, I can tell long ago whether you are unhappy or not. Back then, when I took you in as my disciple, I was already extremely unwilling. Under the guidance of Big Brother and Second Brother, you benefited greatly, and you looked down on this old man. Fine, I'll take it back. So. How can that be? The table was filled with rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pills. Just thinking about the value of rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pills, this table was probably worth millions of primeval heavenly pills. This startled Xiaoqian. However, he reacted quickly and collected all the medicinal pills before the third Palace Master could. Then, he said softly, Third Palace Master must be joking. Who doesn't know that talent comes first and resources second on the path of cultivation? However, without resources, no matter how talented one is, it would be useless. The third palace master snorted softly and said, "It's good that you know." Xianxia did not dare to offend the third palace master, so he carefully dealt with him lest the third palace master get angry and take everything back. With so many medicinal pills piled up, Xianxia estimated that he should have no problem cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art to the 5th layer. 50 cauldron force would probably be able to improve it further. Furthermore, it would take a long time. Of course, the most important thing was that Xianxia would have to interact with the third palace master for a long time. For the next half a year of cultivation, Xianxia would have to go to the pill hall to exchange for medicinal pills. Clearly, the third palace master was not truly angry. He took out a list and said, "Refine according to the steps on it." There are also some instructions on how to use the medicinal pills and how to refine them to achieve the best effect. Xianxia received the list. The details on it warmed him. Although this third palace master did not personally guide Xianxia like the other 2 palace masters, he was very considerate. "Many thanks, third palace master." The third palace master waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. Compared to the other outer palaces, our Heaven Dragon Palace is poorer. There are not many Heaven-class core disciples that we can nurture. Those that the 3 palace masters can nurture with all their might are even fewer." "Oh, right, I just recalled something. You should have a primal chaos level flame, right?" Xianxia nodded and opened his hands. The heavenly snow divine flame and the heavenly flame appeared in his hands. What a fellow! To think that it is the heavenly snow divine flame and... Hey, what flame is this? It seems like it. The third palace master stared at the heavenly flame, feeling very doubtful. He asked, "Isn't this the universe origin true flame that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court can grasp?" The universe origin true flame. When Xianxia heard that, he felt stunned. This should be the true name of the heavenly flame, the universe origin true flame. How did you obtain this flame? Just as Xianxia was about to answer, the third palace master suddenly stopped. He said, "I forgot. How can I casually tell others about such a secret? It is best to use it sparingly in the future. Although this universe origin true flame is not of a high rank yet, it is still something that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court disciples can grasp." "What do you mean?" The third palace master looked at Xianxia with some surprise. Then he explained, "Brat, you really don't know. Where did you come from? You don't even know this? The universe origin true flame's primeval flame seed is in the Tianwu dynasty's royal secret realm. It is the forbidden land of the royal court. If the people of the royal court can pass the test, they can obtain a strand of the primeval flame seed and nurture it for themselves. In the future, take it easy. Don't tell others. If someone says that this is the universe origin true flame, you can deny it even if you're beaten to death. Just say that this is the dragon race's extreme thunder true flame. After all, most people would not recognize it. You also do not know the Tianwu dynasty's martial techniques. No one should suspect anything." Suddenly, Xianxia recalled that Chu Chaoyan had a heavenly flame as well. However, he did not have an origin flame. Xianxia did not know if Chu Chaoyan would go to the Tianwu dynasty or where he was now. Aside from Xianxia, the only other person who came out of the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyan. That's not right. There is also the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who was brought away. "I'm leaving. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the medicinal pill hall to look for me." The third palace master stood up and prepared to take his leave. While Xianxia was distracted, he took advantage of the time when the third palace master was distracted to sneak away with the 1,000-year flame on the table. "Wait, what's the matter?" The third palace master, who had already stood up, asked with some guilt. Xianxia entered deep thought. Finally, he made up his mind. "Third palace master, during my experiential training outside, I actually gained a great harvest. However, I'm unable to grasp it and bring out its power." The third palace master said lazily, "What is it? Let's talk about it another day." Another day. As the third palace master spoke, he prepared to leave. When Xianxia saw the situation, he said anxiously, "It is a medicine cauldron that can endure an astral flame." "Senior, Are you really not going to take a look? What? The third palace master was greatly startled. He turned around and revealed an extremely shocked expression. It is a medicine cauldron that can endure 9 astral cores at the same time. There's also a rudimentary divine pill in it. Xiao Chun answered honestly. This thing had a frightening origin. However, it was temporarily useless in his hands. If it were the third palace master, it would be a different story. Quick, quick, let me take a look. Chapter 1977. With a smile on his face, Xiao Chun left the third palace master's secret realm. It had to be said that the secret realm was a huge treasure trove. The foundation of the Heaven Dragon Palace was still very impressive. Unfortunately, he only managed to obtain a 9 heavens mysterious ice fruit. However, if these words were heard by the third palace master, he would definitely reprimand him. After returning to Cold Moon Cave, Xiao Chun began to prepare for his closed-door training. Right now, he did not lack resources, comprehension, and accumulation. He needed to go into seclusion and consolidate his foundation, turning all of this into actual combat power in preparation for the competition between the 7 palaces. Not only did Xiao Chun want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, but he also wanted to enter with the best ranking. Xiao Chun started with the Holy Venerate Will. The second palace master said that if one understood one method, one would understand all methods. Hence, he did not teach Xiao Chun the attacking methods of the Holy Venerate Will. The logic was the same. There wasn't much of a gap between defense and attack. Since he could use the light of the sun and the moon to defend himself, he could definitely use the blazing sun and the luminous moon to attack as well. For example, a scorching sun or a luminous moon could fall to the ground and form a soul power shockwave. Or the sun and moon could fuse, and then the light of the sun and moon would explode. Actually, the various methods and the technique of infusing the light of the sun and the moon into one's body were all the same. There was nothing too difficult to understand. Xiao Chun gave it a try. After half a month, he finally managed to switch the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon between offense and defense as he pleased. At the same time, Xiao Chun was more concerned about the second palace master's method of guiding soul power. Xiao Chun did his best to recall the feeling of controlling soul power when the second palace master's finger touched his forehead. His current soul power was actually higher than his cultivation. Xiao Chun's cultivation was only at early stage Holy Venerate. However, with the help of the divine characters, his soul energy already reached peak Holy Venerate. The sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be directly manifested. If used well, it could catch the opponent off guard. After Xiao Chun stopped cultivating his Holy Venerate Will for a while, it was time to solidify Firmament's Rage. The first palace master's Firmament's Rage made Xiao Chun's eyes light up, fresh in his memory. Although he could successfully use it now, it wasn't very smooth and the success rate wasn't high. Not only did it require a change in technique, but it also required a change in mentality. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a day or two. It required a long period of hard work. After cultivating for half a month, Xiao Chun felt that there was no obvious room for improvement, so he stopped and began cultivating. Physical body, divine dragon body tempering art. Relying on the third palace master's resources, it would be inexcusable if he did not make a breakthrough. Day after day, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun had already been in seclusion for 4 months. In the Cold Moon Cave, the white-robed youth continued to cultivate. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was puzzled, and sometimes he was doubtful. Occasionally, his brows would relax, and he would reveal a knowing smile. That was the sincere happiness he felt after a difficult problem was solved. The path of a martial artist had always been like this. There were no shortcuts. On the road to success, those who stood at the peak would always be those who knew how to persevere. No one could casually make progress. Explode. In the Cold Moon Cave's combat training room, Xiao Chun tried his best to throw a punch. The towering dragon pattern cauldron rang out 100 times. The sound was ear-splitting, like the roar of a dragon or the roar of thunder, reverberating endlessly. 100 cauldron force. After 4 months of bitter cultivation and the aid of many resources, Xiaoqian's vital qi finally reached a horrifying 100 cauldron force. Divine Dragon War Body. With another shout, Xiaoqian's physical body swelled up, reaching 2 meters tall, becoming like a small giant. The muscles all over Xiaoqian's body bulged, filled with explosive energy. The divine dragon's dragon might lingered, looking solid as it wandered around his body, turning into strands of azure-colored dragon qi. Xiaoqian's eyes filled with pressure. Even if he faced the power of a sovereign personage, he would not shrink back in fear. In the ancient city, Xiaoqian could barely hold his own against an initial perfection sovereign personage. At best, he would not lose. Now, Xiaoqian, who had strengthened and consolidated his strength in every aspect, could hold his own against a sovereign personage. It might even be possible for him to defeat one. Furthermore, this was without using soul tools or trump cards like the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiaoqian gently snapped his fingers, and combat puppets immediately leaped out of the cultivation room. Xiaoqian had requested these from the Blood Dragon Guards, Vice Hall Master Li. The Blood Dragon Guards normally use these combat puppets for combat training. Every one of these combat puppets was at least an early stage Holy Venerate. Compared to real cultivators, they lacked some flexibility and intelligence. These combat puppets still possess the offense and defense of a Holy Venerate. Firmament's Rage. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and grabbed. His fingers curled, and his palm turned into a claw as he pressed it against the combat puppet's head. Immediately, boundless saber qi and thousands of lightning bolts encased this combat puppet. With a thought, the puppet gave off a crunching sound as the saber qi tore it into thousands of pieces. Each piece flickered with crackling electricity. Bang! Xiaoqian threw another palm strike, still using Firmament's Rage. However, this time, he did not turn it into a claw. Instead, he threw this palm strike. The lightning infused with saber intent turned into a lightning saber qi storm, howling. The 10-odd combat puppets in front all got blasted away, their bodies riddled with holes. Pa! This time, Xiaoqian turned his palm strike into a palm strike. When the palm strike landed, a huge palm imprint appeared on the ground. All the damaged combat puppets shattered into pieces, destroyed. A sense of danger came from behind. Xiaoqian turned into lightning, and his figure flashed. This was the last combat puppet left. This combat puppet was stronger than the others, reaching the peak of the Holy Venerate level. Xiaoqian had just landed when this combat puppet quickly followed and punched. Bang! 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 After exchanging 3 punches, Xiaoqian moved back 10 steps, his aura forcibly suppressed. The veritable essence energy of a peak Holy Venerate was extremely strong. Right now, as a middle stage Holy Venerate, Xiaoqian was not a match for it. Blood Dragon Chop. After gaining the upper hand, the combat puppet showed no mercy. Scarlet flames burned all over its body, and a scarlet dragon coiled around its arm. Then, it punched with great might. Firmament's Rage. When Xiaoqian executed Firmament's Rage, he turned his palm strike into a fist. He tightly grasped the Thunder Great Tao, the horrifying Saber Great Tao, and the mysteries of the Great Desolate Ian Ancestor Dragon. Boom! The 2 fists clashed. This time it was the combat puppet that got knocked back by Xiaoqian. However, he did not move at all. A terrifying might erupted from Xiaoqian's body. He exuded might without showing rage, shaking the sky with one punch. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiaoqian's body swelled up, and his vital qi surged. Then, he roared and charged over. Xiaoqian punched 10 times in a row. Each punch contained 100 cauldron force. After the 10 punches, the combat puppet's arm shattered. Cracks appeared in half of its body. Xiaoqian raised his leg and kicked heavily. The late-stage Holy Venerate combat puppet directly exploded, and its core crystal rolled on the ground. After stretching his body, Xiaoqian felt somewhat relaxed. However, he did not feel satisfied. After all, a combat puppet was just a combat puppet. It was still much weaker than a true cultivator. It could only be used to familiarize oneself with martial techniques and movement techniques during training. It could not be used as a reference for one's strength. If one treated a cultivator as a combat puppet in actual combat, one might not even know how they died. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The competition between the 7 outer palaces drew closer. However, Xianxia did not feel much about it. After 4 months of closed-door cultivation, his originally somewhat restless heart calmed down. This was especially so after practicing Firmament's Rage. Xiaoqian's mental state had improved significantly between anger and calmness. Xiaoqian picked up the combat puppet's core crystal on the ground. At the same time, he pondered, how should I use the remaining time? There were still 2 more months. Even if there were fortuitous encounters before me, I would not be able to truly digest them. Should I go to the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace to look for Murong Yin, Sidu Changfeng, and the others? At the same time, I can understand the strength of the experts of the other outer palaces. After thinking about it, Xiaoqian gave up on this idea. The other outer palaces discriminated against mixed-blood dragons. If Xiaoqian went over, he could not guarantee that he would not run into trouble like the White Dragon Palace. Heaven-class core disciples quickly gather at the profound dragon platform on the Heaven Dragon Peak. Just at this moment, a message came from Xiaoqian's identity token. It was Elder Tianyun's voice. Why are the Heaven-class core disciples gathering at this moment? There are only 2 or 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there a need to gather? Xiaoqian did not feel like going. He did not like Elder Tianyun either. However, Xiaoqian was wrong about this. There were more than 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. It was just that those who could climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak had all gone out on experiential training. The remaining 3 happened to be the weakest. They had not been able to climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiaoqian had something important to discuss at this gathering. After collecting the core crystals on the ground, Xiaoqian prepared to go to the Blood Dragon Guards and meet with Vice Hall Master Li. The two got along well. Xiaoqian found it interesting to hear about the Blood Dragon Guards. Senior brother Xiao, this junior brother was about to disturb you. Unexpectedly, senior brother came out on your own. Just as Xiaoqian left Cold Moon Cave, he saw an outer palace disciple stop him and say respectfully, "What's the matter?" Elder Tianyun was afraid that senior brother Xiao did not receive the message to gather at the profound dragon platform, so he sent a disciple to inform you. Xiaoqian had no choice but to go. Chapter 1978. On the profound dragon platform, figures flashed. Exin, Zhuyun, and Li Luo had arrived long ago. They looked around as if searching for someone. However, they revealed disappointed expressions. They did not see the person they wanted to see. Soon, 10-odd people gathered on the profound dragon platform. Xiao Jinyu felt startled, somewhat surprised, to think that the Heaven Dragon Palace had so many heaven-class core disciples. Whoosh! Soon, an extremely strong aura flew over from the profound dragon platform. That aura was so strong that everyone felt an obvious pressure, prompting them to look over involuntarily. This person wore white battle armor and showed no expression, appearing somewhat indifferent. This person was already a late-stage Holy Venerate. He had an extremely sharp look on his face. After slowly looking at the crowd, he silently hid his sharpness. This person radiated sharpness as he pleased. Senior Brother Liu. This person seemed to be very famous among the older generation Heaven-class core disciples. Many people greeted him respectfully when they saw him land. Xiao Jinyu pulled Yi Qianyun, who was beside him, and asked, "Who is this person?" Yi Qianyun had stayed in the Heaven Dragon Palace longer than Xiao Jinyu, so they should know each other. After passing the test, the two had already become official Heaven-class core disciples. Yi Qianyun gave that person a deep look and said, "His name is Lu Feng. He joined the Heaven Dragon Palace at the same time as me. He has a mixed-blood dragon bloodline, but he already became a Heaven-class core disciple 3 years ago. During the test back then, he suppressed us all by himself. I was the most confident of becoming a Heaven-class core disciple. In the end, I lost him, wasting 3 years of time. A mixed-blood dragon bloodline is still that strong?" Xiao Jinyu said in surprise, feeling startled. Ichinian whispered, "Speak softly. Don't let him hear you. This person will take revenge for the smallest grievance. Don't let him target you." Just at this moment, Xiao Jinyu felt a chill. When he looked up, he saw Lu Feng looking at him coldly. Xiao Jinyu only felt better when the other party looked away. He could not help feeling shocked. Originally, he thought that after cultivating bitterly during this period, he should be able to rank within the top 3 of the Heaven-class core disciples. Now, it looked like he was somewhat surprised. There were many hidden talents among the Heaven-class core disciples. It was not as simple as he thought. Boom! Junior brothers, long time no see. All of a sudden, an aura, even stronger than before, descended from the sky. A figure slowly landed on the peak of the Heaven Dragon, looking down at the crowd. "Eldest senior brother," the others said in unison when they saw this. As Xiao Jinyu looked at that person, he thought to himself, "Is this the strongest Heaven-class core disciple, Bai Yinfeng?" Xiao Chen had heard Li Luo and the others mention Bai Yinfeng long ago. Bai Yinfeng had already occupied the top position of the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple for many years. Xiao Chen spent most of his time traveling. Rumor had it that the people he befriended were already inner sect disciples of Ancestor Dragon City, not Outer Palace disciples. He had a close relationship with many of the inner disciples, and he often followed them around. Xiao Chen's wanderings were not limited to the Divine Dragon Empire, but the entire northern region. He came into contact with the outstanding young talents of the entire northern region. He could be considered as someone who had seen the world. His knowledge and strength were a level higher than the others. Xiao, Bai Yinfeng descended from the top of the Heaven Dragon and swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Lu Feng for a moment. It was like the others looked down on Lu Feng. "Who is Xiao Chun?" Bai Yinfeng asked sullenly. However, no one answered him. Xiao Jinyu felt startled. Could it be that this Bai Yinfeng has heard of Xiao Chun as well? Li Luo stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Bai, Xiao Chun has not arrived yet. He is not here." Bai Yinfeng smiled in understanding. "That's true. If he is really here, then the rumors are too exaggerated. Let me wait and see how strong this Xiao Chun is." To think that 3 palace masters personally guide him. Whoosh! The moment Bai Yinfeng said that, everyone was startled, feeling deeply shocked. What? 3 palace masters actually guided the same person at the same time? That's impossible, right? This is too exaggerated. It is already very fortunate for people like us to receive guidance from just one palace master. To think that he received guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. Could it be that this fellow has some backer? It was not that no one in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace could receive guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. However, they could be counted on one hand. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the 3 palace masters to guide Xiao Chun to leak out. However, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The 3 palace masters did not hide it on purpose. It was not strange that Bai Yinfeng, who had some means, found out. Shock flashed in Li Luo's heart. Then, she asked, "First senior brother, did you gain anything after going out for 2 years?" Bai Yinfeng smiled faintly and replied, "I can't really say that I gained anything. However, I am confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City this time." As Bai Yinfeng spoke, he radiated strong confidence. His body radiated a pure dragon might. The surrounding disciples all took a few steps back, feeling startled. What a strong dragon might! Such an aura could rival that of a sovereign personage. Congratulations, first senior brother. You probably converted at least 30% of your bloodline power. Someone with sharp eyes praised softly, noticing the mysteries behind it. Bai Yinfeng said softly, "It's still all right. I just gained some benefits from traveling with the inner sect disciples. If you have the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will see how strong the inner sect disciples are. The competition between geniuses in the entire northern region will be very exciting." These words made some people uncomfortable. It was as if Bai Yinfeng himself had already entered Ancestor Dragon City. "First senior brother, Which experts in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces do you think are worth paying attention to? Someone asked softly. After all, the other party was very knowledgeable and well-informed. He knew many things that the others did not. Bai Yunfeng pondered for a moment before replying. There are many experts in the 6 divine dragon outer palaces. The first is the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu, whom you all know. There is no need for me to elaborate. His Emperor Dragon Fist has already reached the 7th layer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in the outer palaces. Next is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi. His sword skills are superb, and his sword Great Dao has already reached great perfection. I heard that he is already close to the Dao domain level. Ordinary sovereign personages would not dare to fight him. Next are the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun and the Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuhan. Their comprehension of the Fire Dao and the Wind Great Dao is unrivaled in the outer palaces. These 4 are definitely people who will enter Ancestor Dragon City. The inner sect elders even took a liking to them long ago. Qin Mu, Yuan Shi, Ding Jun, and Feng Wuhan were currently the 4 strongest experts of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces. Xiao Jinyu made a mental note of these people's names. In that case, Senior Brother Bai, how many of our Heaven-class core disciples do you think can enter Ancestor Dragon City? Someone asked in anticipation. Bai Yunfeng looked around and replied softly, aside from me, Lu Feng has a high chance. As for you all, your chances are rather slim. If that Xiao Chan is not up to par, it is likely that only the 2 of us will enter Ancestor Dragon City. Bai Yunfeng's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing on everyone's heads. Everyone immediately fell silent. They found it hard to accept. However, the one who said this was Bai Yunfeng, so they could not rebut. Just as everyone fell silent, a cold snort suddenly rang out. Who are you? How dare you speak nonsense here? What does my situation have to do with you? It was Xiao Chun, who had walked up from the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chun remembered that he had not come up from the foot of the mountain before, so he came up from the foot of the mountain, which delayed him for some time. He was somewhat surprised to see so many Heaven-class core disciples gathered at the profound dragon platform. What was even more unexpected was that he heard someone talking about him behind his back the moment he arrived. Xiao Chun immediately felt dissatisfied. This was a formal gathering. How could others speak nonsense about him? Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun said that, everyone felt shocked. They had not expected Xiao Chun to challenge Bai Yunfeng the moment he arrived. Bai Yunfeng's eyes lit up. He said seriously, "You must be Xiao Chun, right? You are rather strong. No wonder you are someone who received guidance from 3 palace masters. However, with your strength, you only have a 50% chance of entering Ancestor Dragon City. You're a frog in a well. The sky is only as big as the mouth of the well. You should go out and see more." Xiao Chun frowned slightly. This person seemed to understand Xiao Chun very well and seemed to have made preparations long ago. This person even knew about the 3 palace masters' guidance. Xiao Chun, Senior Brother, has a close relationship with Elder Tianyun. It seems like he is targeting you. Li Luo sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chun, resolving Xiao Chun's doubts. It turns out that Bai Yunfeng is Elder Tianyun's man. No wonder this old fellow is so prejudiced against me. Since Elder Tianyun does not care about me, there is no need to be overly concerned. There is no need to stoop to the level of a jumping clown. Xiao Chun looked around, preparing to find a place to rest. Junior Brother Xiao, it seems like you do not agree with Senior Brother's point of view. Who knew? Bai Yunfeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chun, looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows, and a murderous intent flashed in his heart. He was already angry. Xiao Chun turned around and walked in another direction. Whoosh! Bai Yunfeng seemed to be putting on a show. His figure turned into a dragon image in the air and spun around several times. Then, with a loud boom, he appeared in front of Xiao Chun again. I wonder if Junior Brother Xiao has any advice for Senior Brother's movement technique. As Bai Yunfeng spoke, his figure turned illusory, continuously circling around Xiao Chun. A strong wind blew, and after images flickered. A deep dragon roar rang out in the surroundings. No one could see where Bai Yunfeng's true body was. Pa! Just as everyone was praising Bai Yunfeng's movement technique, a resounding slap rang out, sending Bai Yunfeng flying. Chapter 1979. The profound dragon platform fell completely silent. Many people were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. Xiao Chun actually sent Bai Yunfeng flying with one slap. Naturally, the calmest person was Lu Feng. From the very start, he had maintained a cold and indifferent appearance. Even after Bai Yunfeng appeared and commented on him, Lu Feng remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. It was like Lu Feng was not talking about himself. Now, after Xiao Chun sent Bai Yunfeng flying with a slap, Lu Feng still showed no signs of changing his expression. Bai Yunfeng held his burning cheeks. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Even he felt somewhat confused. My soaring cloud art has already reached peak great perfection. Why can he still see me? Not only can he see me, but his attack is also so accurate. Most importantly, Xiao Chun even used the most humiliating method to slap me. You are seeking death. Bai Yunfeng was thoroughly enraged. Originally, he only wanted to promise Elder Tianyun that he would humiliate this Xiao Chun. He had not thought of doing anything to Xiao Chun. However, rage filled his heart. He only wanted to trample on his Xiao Chun, mercilessly trample on him. Rage burned in Bai Yunfeng's heart, and his aura soared. Dragon might roared out, venting the murderous intent and rage in his heart. Quickly dodge. Quickly dodge. This is already the aura of a sovereign personage. First Senior Brother's improvement in the past 2 years is really terrifying. Even an initial perfection sovereign personage would not have any advantage against First Senior Brother. This rage is somewhat scary. Let's move further away and not get caught up in it. Everyone felt the rage in Bai Yunfeng's heart. Aside from Lu Feng, they all left in a hurry, afraid of getting caught up in it. Worry appeared in Li Luo's heart as she looked around. Why is the sect elder not here yet? It must be Elder Tianyun. Elder Tianyun must have sent him away. He still has not let go of his grudge with Xiao Chun and does not want to give up this opportunity to deal a blow to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, you forced me to do all this. You're just a frog in a well. Today, I will show you how vast the sky is. Bai Yunfeng roared, and his holy venerate will appeared, infusing it into his aura. The strength of his soul energy turned the formless dragon might into something solid. Layers of dragon shadows floated in all directions. Not only did they bring a strong sense of oppression to one's physical body, but even one's soul would tremble. Soaring dragon fist, flying flame meteor. Bai Yunfeng soared into the sky like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. He turned into a shooting star that traveled across the horizon and punched out. It gave off the feeling of a meteor falling from the sky, bringing with it a peak aura as it turned into a falling star. The fist light was like a star, lighting up the surroundings. The dazzling light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also frighteningly fast. In the next instant, it had already arrived before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's left shoulder shook slightly, his body slanted, and he easily dodged the punch. When the horrifying fist light struck the air, it instantly exploded. Sparks flew everywhere, and the entire profound dragon platform trembled. Twinkling starlight. Bai Yunfeng roared with a frown. His fist flashed as he continuously punched. Motes of light looked like flickering stars, crackling as they flew at Xiao Chun like a torrential storm. The dense attacks and the overwhelming aura made it impossible to dodge this punch. Let's see where you can dodge to. After learning from the previous punch, Bai Yunfeng immediately changed his strategy, not giving Xiao Chun a chance to dodge. However, Bai Yunfeng seemed to have misunderstood. Did Xiao Chun need to dodge? Did he? Naturally, he did not need to, holding it in without unleashing it, angry but not showing it. Xiao Chun planted his feet on the ground. He did not see a startling aura erupt from his body as he threw a palm strike. This was Firmament's rage. However, most of the people present could not recognize this Firmament's rage. There was no rage filling the sky, no colossal hand, and no overwhelming rage that made everyone tremble. There was only a palm wind. Bang! When Xiao Chun threw a palm strike, it did not show its might. However, the thunder great Tao and boundless saber chi, as well as the rage of a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon, completely poured out. Boom! With this palm strike, Xiao Chun clashed with the thousands of fist lights that Bai Yunfeng sent out with his fists. A loud sound rang out. The motes of starry fist lights scattered. Bai Yunfeng took 10 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Without getting angry, Xiao Chun stepped forward and gently pushed off the ground. His expression was calm, but an overwhelming might encased Bai Yunfeng's body. This made Bai Yunfeng feel very uncomfortable. To think that the other party actually suppressed his aura. Dragon subduing fist, burning clouds. Bai Yunfeng did not want to just sit and wait for death. He shouted again, and his aura rose by 50%. Only then did he feel the pressure on him lessen. Fiery clouds surrounded Bai Yunfeng as he charged at Xiao Chun. Fist lights rained down, clashing head-on with Xiao Chun. Not believing that he could not do so, Xiao Chun remained calm, dealing with the moves as they came, fighting steadily and surely. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng did not gain any advantage. Bai Yunfeng looked like a raging monkey jumping around Xiao Chun. I don't believe that I cannot injure you. Soaring Dragon profound chop. Rage filled Bai Yunfeng's heart as he chopped with his hand. Flames spread out in the sky and gathered into a 300-meter-long saber light. The blazing flames on the saber light inspired fear when seen from afar, deterring one from clashing head-on. To think that this was a martial technique that merged soul energy and veritable essence energy. No wonder it was so scary. The moment this move appeared, the surrounding Heaven Dragon Palace disciples retreated significantly. They all sensed that this move would be extremely horrifying. Sun and moon shining together. Xiao Chun shouted. Without needing to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon, he drew the light of the sun and the moon into his body. Instantly, day and night moved around his body. One moment, it was day, and the next moment, it was night. The pressure that this soaring dragon profound chop brought on his soul vanished. When he looked at it again, it was just the same. There was no need to care. Explode. When Xiao Chun punched, it was still Firmament's rage. However, this time, it turned into a fist light. The ancestor dragon's rage, the overwhelming saber chi, and the lightning saber, Tao, instantly exploded together with the fist light. The terrifying, subduing dragon profound slash was shattered into thousands of pieces by this punch and scattered in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in the surroundings. The expressions of the cultivators who were already far away changed greatly. They hurriedly made their moves in a fluster, trying to shatter the remnant flames. Only Lu Feng did not panic. He gently tapped a few times with his fingers. The remnants of the flames that flew towards him were torn apart by strands of sword intent, turning into wisps of faint hot wind that blew past his body. She only lifted the hair in front of her forehead, but her body was not injured at all. How could this be? Seeing Xiao Chun perfectly break his killing move, Bai Yunfeng suffered a huge blow. His momentum faltered, and he became somewhat dazed. So. However, Xiao Chun didn't give him the time to be in a daze. He took a few steps forward and officially attacked for the first time. In just 3 moves, Xianxia had forced the other party into a dilemma, and his face paled. Whoosh! After 10 moves, Bai Yunfeng was struck by a punch. He soared into the air, flying towards the top of the Heaven Dragon. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng already felt regret in his heart. He wanted to use his movement technique to get Xiao Chun to stop. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would arrive first despite moving later? He turned into a lightning dragon and soared up. When Bai Yunfeng stabilized himself and looked down, he saw nothing but empty air. He did not see Xiao Chun at all. Suddenly, Bai Yunfeng felt a strong might and pressure above him. When he looked up, he saw a lightning dragon charging at him. This startled him so much that he nearly fell off. Boom! Bai Yunfeng did his best to throw a punch, wanting to shatter the lightning dragon. In the end, he was knocked back several steps. Then, he stepped on the dragon's head and looked like he would fall off. When the lightning dragon appeared, Xiao Chun did not show any mercy. Using Firmament's rage, he used his palm as a claw and swiped at Bai Yunfeng. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng forced out all his strength. He dodged left and right, dodging several times, causing Xiao Chun to grab nothing. Scram! With this, Bai Yunfeng's confidence soared. He grasped the opportunity and threw a punch. Xiao Chun had to admit that his first senior brother was truly his first senior brother. Even in such an adverse situation, he could remain calm and steady. Before everyone's eyes, Bai Yunfeng's final, all-out punch struck Xiao Chen's shoulder at lightning speed. Is he going to make a comeback? From the start until now, the two's fight had been startlingly fast, making everyone's hearts hang in their throats. Who would have thought that Bai Yunfeng would be able to seize the opportunity at the last moment? Bang! The fist light landed solidly on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Before Bai Yunfeng could smile, his expression changed. Vital Qi surged in Bai Yunfeng's body and gathered at his left shoulder. 100 Cauldron Force surged out. The one to retreat was not Xiao Chun, but Bai Yunfeng. However, Xiao Chun did not give Bai Yunfeng a chance to fall. Using Firmament's rage, he turned his palm into a claw and attacked again. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers pressed against Bai Yunfeng's head, preventing him from moving carelessly. The horror that Xiao Chun experienced at the hands of the first palace master appeared on Bai Yunfeng's body tenfold, 100-fold. Boundless Saber Qi, the Thunder Great Tao, and the Great Desolate Ian Ancestor Dragon's rage all appeared in this claw, encasing every corner of Bai Yunfeng's body. As long as Bai Yunfeng resisted, he would instantly shatter into pieces. Life and death depended on a single thought from Xiao Chun. Bai Yunfeng looked around and saw everything in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then, Xiao Chun asked indifferently, "How big do you think the sky is?" At this moment, how could Bai Yunfeng dare to answer? He begged, "Junior brother Xiao, please let me off." Senior brother was confused. "I'm asking you how big the sky is." Xiao Chun interrupted the other party coldly. Bai Yunfeng's legs trembled. He felt like his life hung by a thread. Earlier, he had mocked Xiao Chun for being a frog in a well. Now, he could not answer. At the top of this Heaven Dragon Palace, I'll teach you a principle. Being a frog in a well is not laughable. As long as your heart is always higher than the sky, it is fine. The laughable thing is that by looking at the sky, you can jump out of the well, but you cannot jump out of your own heart. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he retracted his hand and slapped Bai Yunfeng off the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then he shouted, "Old fogey Tian Yuan, how long are you going to keep sneaking around?" Chapter 1980. Just a moment ago, the resounding slap still resounded above the Heaven Dragon statue. In the next moment, Xiao Chun shouted furiously, forcefully drowning out the sound of the slap. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Xiao Chun defeating Bai Yunfeng, Xiao Chun did something shocking, challenging a Heaven-class elder. Xiao Chun had long sensed that something was wrong. After fighting with Bai Yunfeng for so long, no sect elder came out to stop him. It had to be Elder Tian Yun's doing. During the battle, Xiao Chun kept an eye out and sensed that someone was spying on him several times. The other party hid very well. Xiao Chun could not figure out how. He only vaguely sensed that the other party wanted to make a move several times. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not make a move. Now that things had reached this point, Xiao Chun was sure that the old Revenant Tian Yun had been hiding from the start. According to the Heaven Dragon Palace's rules, those who disrespect an elder can be executed on the spot. On account of your ignorance, this old man will not bicker with you. Get down. Elder Tian Yun said seriously as he appeared in the air with a sullen expression. Then, he landed on the Heaven Dragon statue. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at the other party. On account of my ignorance? Although this Bai Yunfeng is stupid, he will not take the wrong medicine and seek trouble for me for no reason. This is especially so when he knows that the 3 palace masters have given me pointers. He will not come and offend me. If not for someone supporting him, how could he be so confident? Elder Tianyun felt very confident. He smiled coldly and said, "What do you mean? Are you trying to say that I instructed him? Brat, don't think that you can challenge an elder just because you have the support of the 3 palace masters. Not to mention that I did not instruct by Yunfeng. Even if I did, what can you do to me? Can you get the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson? The 3 palace masters only gave me pointers for one day. Don't think too highly of yourself." Elder Tianyun spoke arrogantly. He simply cannot be bothered with Xianxia, not caring about him at all. Elder Tianyun already made it clear that he was the one behind this. "Scram, this is not a place for you. This elder still has something important to announce." Xiao. Elder Tianyuan's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiaochun. Then, he threw a palm strike. The palm was so fast that Xiaochun couldn't see it clearly. He could only rely on his body's instincts to dodge it in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Missed? Elder Tianyun felt somewhat surprised. He felt slightly angry in his heart. This elder is teaching you a lesson. Just stay there properly. As soon as he said those words, he struck out with an even faster and stronger palm strike. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Elder Tianyuan was a late-stage sovereign personage. Furthermore, he had comprehended a Dao domain. Even among late-stage sovereign personages, few could defeat them. The difference between Xiaochun and him was too great. They were not on the same level. It was already extremely rare for him to be able to dodge his palm strike. However, Xiaochun didn't even have the time to react and was hit. Several of his ribs broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Then, with a loud thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Li Luo quickly went over and helped Xiaochun up. Xiaochun showed a calm expression as he wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Tianyun. Elder Tianyun smiled coldly, showing no fear. Naturally, Elder Tianyun showed no fear. He was a heaven-class elder and had known the 3 palace masters for decades. The 3 palace masters cherished talent and taught Xiaochun for a day. However, they did not take him in as a disciple. He was not even a nominal disciple. In the past 4 months, they did not give him any instructions. Furthermore, Xiaochun did not make any major mistakes. Even if Xiaochun called over a palace master, he would at most give him a verbal warning. This Xiaochun was reckless. Defeating by Yunfeng was enough. To think that he dared to challenge Elder Tianyun. If Elder Tianyun did not teach Xiaochun a lesson today, he would lose his prestige as a heaven-class elder. Xiaochun, take a step back and you will see the world. After all, we are disciples. A disciple is a disciple, and an elder is an elder. There is no need to bicker with them. Li Luo advised softly when she saw that Xiaochun had no intention of backing down. In Li Luo's opinion, Xiaochun was seeking trouble for himself. How could a disciple challenge an elder? Even the unruly genius disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace for thousands of years did not dare to do so. Xiaochun, do you admit your mistake? Elder Tianyun asked as he looked coldly at Xiaochun from the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. What mistake? Whoosh! Elder Tianyun remained expressionless as he casually waved his hand. Immediately, a sword wind pulled Xiaochun away from Li Luo. After the sword wind passed, many crisscrossed bloody wounds appeared on Xiaochun's body, inflicting incredible pain. Elder Tianyun's sword intent remained in Xiaochun's wounds, continuously deepening them. Did you admit your mistake? Elder Tianyun shouted coldly. Then, with a flip of his hand, he sent another sword wind at Xiaochun's body. Intense pain assaulted Xiaochun, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Xiaochun remained silent as he gave Elder Tianyun a deep look. Then, he turned and left. The elder is asking you a question. Just at this moment, the figure of Bai Yunfeng, whom Xiaochun had slapped earlier, flashed and appeared in front of Xiaochun. A mocking smile appeared on Xiaochun's face as he said, "You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Weren't you very arrogant up there earlier? Now let me ask you, how big is the sky? Speak. If you don't, you are not allowed to leave today." The other disciples on the profound dragon platform could not bear to see this. Xiaochun should not have offended Elder Tianyun. No matter what, Elder Tianyun was a heaven-class elder. Xiaochun instantly reversed the situation. Bai Yunfeng, who was under Xiaochun's foot, flipped around as if he wanted to get back at Xiaochun. Disdain flashed in Xiaochun's eyes. He could not be bothered with Elder Tianyun. With Elder Tianyun backing Xiaochun, do you think I do not dare to attack him? Wrong. Gravely wrong. Xiaochun replied to Bai Yunfeng with a lightning-quick strike. 100 Cauldron force instantly erupted, sending Bai Yunfeng flying with one punch. Bai Yunfeng was sent flying back in a sorry state, crashing into the cliff wall. His facial features twisted together as he felt extreme pain. Idiot! Just as Elder Tianyun was about to make a move, who knew Xiaochun would leap off the cliff. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, a group of elders emerged from the Heaven Dragon statue. They asked somewhat worriedly, Elder Tianyun, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Elder Tianyun retorted indifferently. What's inappropriate? He is just a disciple. Can he really instruct the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson? The other elders thought about it and agreed. The 3 palace masters were very busy people. How could a disciple casually instruct them? Xiaochun, who came down from the Heaven Dragon Peak, showed a cold expression, not saying a word. Xiaochun felt angry in his heart, but he did not lose his composure. If it were an ordinary person, they would either get angry and fight it out with Elder Tianyun. Otherwise, they would feel sullen and have nowhere to vent, resulting in a heart demon, making them feel even more depressed and pained. However, since Xiaochun dared to challenge Elder Tianyun, he naturally had his reasons. Elder Tianyun's thoughts were right. Even if Xiaochun called the first palace master and the second palace master over, they would only give Elder Tianyun a warning. They would not give Elder Tianyun any substantial punishment. After all, the other party was a heaven-class elder. However, it was different for the third palace master. Xiaochun moved as fast as lightning, heading for the secret realm where the third palace master was. When he neared the secret realm, when he approached the secret realm, there were many checkpoints guarding it. However, the third palace master had instructed not to make things difficult for Xiaochun. Seeing that it was him, all the checkpoints let him through, and Xiaochun successfully entered the secret realm. At this moment, the third palace master's face was full of smiles as he studied the medicine cauldron inscribed with divine runes. After 4 months, he was finally able to slightly control this medicine cauldron. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could officially use this medicine cauldron to refine pills. At that time, not only would the pills he concocted be upgraded to a whole new level, but it would also increase the grade of the pills he concocted. He might even be able to break through the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for over 100 years and reach another level. When the third palace master thought that he was about to break through his bottleneck, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Haha, Xiaochun, you came at the right time. Did you bring any wine? Come, have a drink with me. The third palace master sensed Xiaochun's presence the moment he entered the secret realm. When he saw Xiaochun, he welcomed him with a smile. Who could have imagined that Xiaochun would ignore him? He walked over, waved his hand, and put the medicine cauldron into the divine universe steel. Kid, what do you mean by this? The third palace master asked anxiously. This medicine cauldron was about to start a fire to refine pills. Now that it was gone, how could the third palace master sit still? Xiaochun waved his hand and said, I can no longer remain in this Heaven Dragon Palace. I'm preparing to pack my things and leave. Naturally, I have to take this medicine cauldron as well. Only now did the third palace master notice the sword wounds on Xiaochun's body. He was startled to realize that the other party was not joking. This is that brat Tianyun's sword intent. What exactly happened? Tell me. If there's anything, this old man will take care of it for you. Xiaochun turned around and said, I already told him everything I needed to say. There is nothing more to say. He already injured me to such an extent. How can I have the face to remain here? The third palace master carefully examined Xiaochun's injuries. They were a ghastly sight, and he immediately became enraged. Even if the third palace master did not say anything, the fact that Xiao Qian told him the secret of the divine rank medicine cauldron was already a great favor. Given Xiao Qian's talent and aptitude, he should not have suffered such grievances. How dare you rebel? There's no need to say anything else. Come with me. This old man will not believe it today. How can an elder be so bold? The third palace master showed a sullen expression. Without saying anything, he grabbed Xiao Qian and left the secret realm. Chapter 1981. This is really strange. Whoosh. Bai Yunfeng startled to his senses and hurriedly knelt. Third palace master, I am innocent as well. Elder Tian Yin tempted this junior by giving me 50,000 primeval heavenly pills and a rank 5 heaven medicinal pill to teach Xiao Qian a lesson. I did not dare to disobey him. With Elder Tian Yin taking the lead, the others all bowed. The 3 palace masters held great authority. No matter how low profile this third palace master was, he was still a palace master. His status and strength far surpassed everyone else's. However, Elder Tian Yin was frightened out of his wits. He felt his knees and said in a sobbing tone, Third palace master, Tian Yin knows his mistake. Please give me a chance. Unexpectedly, Elder Tian Yin gave the crucial slot to Bai Yunfeng to choose from. On the profound dragon platform, Tian Yin's expression was still fine. However, the expressions of the elders behind him all changed wildly. Even if they were wronged and knew that it was the other party's fault, they should have endured it for now. Elder Tian Yin slowly descended from the top of the Heaven Dragon platform. It was clear that he was in a good mood. Actually, when Elder Tian Yin planned to have Bai Yunfeng seek trouble for Xiao Qian, he had thought that if Bai Yunfeng failed, Xiao Qian might mock him. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng felt very pleased with himself, giving off the feeling that he was passing judgment. He said seriously, This time, the 3 outer palaces will gather. The people who go cannot be weak. They absolutely cannot embarrass the Heaven Dragon Palace. Hence, the first person I choose is. That person showed a bitter expression and said, Third Palace Master, this time, it really has nothing to do with us. Elder Tian Yin told us that he wants to suppress Xiao Qian, so he wants Bai Yunfeng to test Xiao Qian's strength. It would be best if he can teach him a lesson and tell us not to show up. After saying that, the third palace master turned around to leave. The third palace master seemed to be in good spirits. It was hard to tell that Xiao Qian had taught him a miserable lesson not long ago. As for Bai Yunfeng, his earlier grandeur had long since been tossed out of his mind, completely frightened silly. The third palace master laughed in rage. The heaven-class elders of my Heaven Dragon Palace are indeed very awe-inspiring. I wonder if they are still as awe-inspiring in the starry Heaven's Dragon Prison? Tian Yin was immediately frightened. The third palace master was truly enraged. If he only wanted to help Xiao Qian get back at him, he could have just taught him a lesson on the spot. Bai Yunfeng, who had tidied up a little, stepped forward and answered loudly. The Starry Sky Dragon Penitentiary was the nightmare of the dragon race. No one could come out in one piece after being imprisoned in there. Elder Tian Yin pointed to the crowd and said, Yunfeng, as everyone's first senior brother, you have a deep friendship with the inner sect disciples and are very knowledgeable. This time, you'll be the leader of the 3 halls gathering. Including you, there are a total of 5 places. You can choose. At that time, it will be perfectly justifiable for him to teach Xiao Qian a lesson, leaving him with no place to complain. This was because he had a good grasp of Xiao Qian's character, and he would not easily compromise. Elder Tian Yin immediately panicked. All hope of getting lucky vanished. He could only brace himself and say, yes. However, third palace master, please listen to my explanation. My Heaven Dragon bloodline has a low status and limited resources. It is truly not easy for a sovereign personage who comprehended a Dao domain to appear. The first brother and the second brother also helped you a lot in secret. However, this is not the capital for you to make a mistake. If all the elders are like this, petty and scheming to suppress a junior generation disciple in exchange for satisfaction, then there is really no need for this Heaven Dragon Palace to continue existing. There is really no need for the Heavenly Dragon Palace to continue existing. If it cannot protect its juniors or allow the Heavenly Dragon to rise, what is the point of having it? Fortunately, this shout was mainly directed at Tianyin. Otherwise, half of the Heaven-class core disciples present would have been severely injured and vomited blood. However, who could have imagined that the third palace master, who never interfered with the sex matters, would actually stand up for Xiao Chun? The other elders spoke up at the same time, trying to shirk responsibility. Indeed, the third palace master is here for Xiao Chen's matter. No matter how much reason you have, you can only obediently hold it in. You might even have to take the initiative to admit your mistakes. Tianyin stopped speaking. Then, he said sullenly, "This is a rare opportunity, and the slots are limited. Those who go can observe the strength of the other outer palace's heaven-class core disciples. This will be of great help to the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I believe everyone understands the significance of this." Third Palace Master? Greetings, Third Palace Master. It was Xiao Chun. Tianyin, it's over. The Third Palace Master is angry. What's going on? The Third Palace Master has never interfered with the sex matters. Why is he so angry? That person immediately felt horrified. Before the Third Palace Master, he did not show any of the prestige of an elder. When Elder Tianyin saw Xiao Chun beside the Third Palace Master, his heart immediately sank. He felt somewhat flustered as he did his best to think of a countermeasure. Greetings, Third Palace Master. However, the slots were limited. Xiao Chun did not know how Elder Tianyin would choose the slots. Oh no, I remember that this Third Palace Master was famous for his fiery temper and unruly behavior in the past. However, ever since he became the Third Palace Master, he has been much more restrained. Although his temper is strange, he no longer loses his temper. The scarier thing was that when Elder Tianyin discovered that the Third Palace Master actually smiled, he felt somewhat dizzy. He felt that the situation had truly spiraled out of his control. Among the Heaven-class elders, your strength increased the most steadily. When you came to ask me for a medicinal pill, you were the one with the strongest strength. When you came to me for medicinal pills, although my words were harsh, I actually gave you additional supplies, hoping that you could break through the shackles within 10 years and advance to Divine Vein Realm's Sovereign Emperor. Tell him that I do not wish to see you." The other Heaven-class core disciples quickly moved aside. When they saw Xiao Chun beside the Third Palace Master, their jaws dropped in shock. This time, the Silver Dragon Palace invited the Heaven-class core disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace and the White Dragon Palace to gather at the Silver Dragon Palace to give the juniors a chance to discuss matters. The Third Palace Master personally brought Xiao Chun over. The many Heaven-class core disciples felt somewhat stunned. The Third Palace Master showed a sullen expression. He did not answer at all. Instead, he looked directly at Elder Tianyin and asked, "Let me ask you, were you the one who injured him? What's going on with this third brother? I have not seen him so angry in so many years. This is really strange." At the same time, many of the secluded Supreme Elders in the ancient Heavenly Dragon Peak revealed doubtful expressions. Originally, these Supreme Elders had thought that it was not a big deal. Perhaps Xiao Chun had a bad temper and angered Elder Tianyin. In that case, they would just teach Elder Tianyin a lesson and help Xiao Chun get back at him. Everyone was greatly startled. They did not know what happened, and their expressions changed wildly. It's the Third Palace Master. However, the other party was a Heaven-class elder. The many elders recalled the Third Palace Master's fiery temper before he became the Palace Master. Their complexions paled slightly, and they all felt a headache. Elder Tianyin, who was kneeling on the ground, felt somewhat flabbergasted. He had not expected the Third Palace Master to remember him. However, Xiao Chun had said it before Elder Tianyin on the summit of the Heaven Dragon Peak. However, the Heaven-class core disciples present still valued this news. It was as Tianyin said. Before the gathering of the 7 outer palaces, knowing the strength of the other outer palaces' disciples would be very helpful to them. This was exactly what Tianyin wanted. He did not say anything to Xiao Chun at all. He directly attacked and taught Xianxia a lesson. It really has nothing to do with us. We were all forced into this. Most likely, they had all turned crazy. However, he had never thought that the truth would be so surprising. He felt a little tired. Plop! Tianyun banged his forehead on the ground, causing blood to flow out. He said sullenly, "Third Palace Master, I really know my mistake. Please give me a chance. I guarantee that I will not disappoint Third Palace Master again." Immediately, everyone became somewhat anxious and expectant. They temporarily forgot about the storm between Xianxia and Bai Yinfeng. It looked like Xianxia was right. This Bai Yinfeng had a deep friendship with Elder Tianyun. The earlier matter was a trap set up by Bai Yinfeng. Tianyun's heart immediately sank. He knew that it was all over. The Third Palace Master was truly angry. This time, he really went overboard. In the next moment, the Third Palace Master landed on the profound dragon platform with Xianxia. The Third Palace Master shouted coldly, interrupting Tianyun. Then, he looked around and looked at the people behind Tianyun. Then, he fixed his gaze on an elder and said, "I have some impression of you. Tell me everything in detail. If you hide anything, I'll cripple your cultivation." Bai Yinfeng. However, now that Xianxia mentioned the Starry Heavens dragon prison, he turned and left. Just at this moment, a horrifying might and pressure encased the entire profound dragon platform, making everyone tremble. Immediately, everyone felt some sympathy for Xianxia in their hearts. The Third Palace Master stopped and said with his back to Tianyun, "I remember that you were still a holy venerate 50 years ago. I saw that your sword Dao cultivation was pretty good. When you broke through to Sovereign Personage, I gave you 3 grade 5 heaven-ranked breaking crisis pills. Indeed, I did not make a mistake. After you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you successfully broke through to Sovereign Personage. After you came back, you worked for Second Brother. Although I have not been managing matters for the past few years, I heard that you comprehended a Dao domain and felt proud of you. It was my suggestion to promote you to Heaven-class Elder." The gathering of the 3 palaces was rather surprising. The other 4 palaces probably had other gatherings. However, unexpectedly, Xiaoqian's strength improved greatly. Bai Yinfeng was no match for him. At that time, we saw Elder Tianyun's expression change. After Elder Tianyun appeared, Xiaoqian tried to reason with him. However, before Xiaoqian could say anything, Elder Tianyun smashed him off the top of the Heaven Dragon platform with a palm strike. After that, Elder Tianyun personally taught Xiaoqian a lesson, asking if he knew his mistake. "We really did not do anything. The Third Palace Master also knows that he is a Heaven-class Elder, 1 rank higher than us. We had no choice but to obey." Heaven Dragon Peak, profound dragon platform. Tianyun's heart trembled. He thought to himself, "This is the Third Palace Master's aura. What's going on? Why is the Third Palace Master here?" A bad feeling welled up in Tianyun's heart. Could it be? Indeed, it was as Tianyun expected. After Xiaoqian defeated Bai Yinfeng, he wanted an explanation from the Third Palace Master. Originally, Tianyun thought that after Xiaoqian suffered such humiliation, he could only endure it. After all, the other party was a Heaven-class Elder. This disciple is here. Tianyun's face turned green in anger. However, he could not think of anything to rebut, as that was the truth. The Third Palace Master pointed at Xiaoqian, but did not turn around. "Shut up." Boom. Tianyun thought about many things. He even felt somewhat confused and did not want to remain here. The series of events today was full of ups and downs. They simply could not react to it. Just as Tianyun was thinking, a loud shout resounded in the sky. Many people trembled and nearly knelt on the ground in fright. Bai Yinfeng immediately started trembling. He could not say a complete sentence, not understanding what was going on. At this moment, Tianyun felt very cocky in his heart. With a smile on his face, he said to the many Heaven-class core disciples, "I gathered everyone here today because there is something important to discuss. The competition between the 7 outer palaces is imminent. According to tradition, there will be a small gathering of the outer palaces to see the strength of the younger generation." Aside from Tianyun, there was probably no one else with such courage in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Even if one was angry, one could only hold it in. Tianyin thought that the other party had already forgotten about the 3-rank, 5-breaking adversity pills from back then. Unexpectedly, the other party still had high hopes for him. Chapter 1982. Tell him. When Elder Tianyin heard this, he felt shocked at first. He thought about how he was a heaven-class elder. How could he leave his fate in the hands of a disciple? However, after some thought, he realized that the second palace master was letting him off by doing this. Then, he turned around and knelt to Xianxia. Xianxia, I was in the wrong this time. Can you let me off? I guarantee that I will not make things difficult for you in the future. Xianxia frowned slightly. Then, he said softly, I can't stand your kneeling. Stand up and speak. Many thanks, Xianxia. Elder Tianyin heaved a sigh of relief, feeling cold sweat running down his back. Seeing the other party's appearance, Xianxia felt somewhat dispirited, not feeling much of a sense of accomplishment. He walked over to the third palace master and said softly, Third palace master, let's leave it at this. I will not pursue this matter. I'm not trying to do anything to him. I just want to say that wrong is wrong, right is right. Just prove that I, Xianxia, am not in the wrong. The moment Xianxia said that, the third palace master felt startled. As he looked at Xianxia, he found it strange. The third palace master remembered the rage in Xianxia's heart when he entered the secret realm. Xianxia had not faked it. Now, Xianxia actually let it go just like that. The third palace master asked seriously, Are you sure? Xianxia nodded and said, The third palace master's words gave me an answer. Elders cannot be narrow-minded, haggling over every ounce and using the authority in their hands for the sake of being happy. This disciple is the same. If I abuse the authority that third palace master gave me for the sake of feeling happy, there is no point. Actually, given Xiaoqian's mental state, this matter would not affect him too much. If it were in the past, Xiaoqian would have brought out all his trump cards, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the god shadow bow, and the Xianxi beast ghost pennant. Even if the other party was a late-stage sovereign personage, he would have fought to the death. After causing a huge commotion, Xiaoqian would have left this Heaven Dragon Palace. However, Xiaoqian truly had some feelings for the Heavenly Dragon Palace. He had wandered the great Thousand Realms for so long. It wasn't easy for him to settle down, and he didn't want to leave just like that. Xiaoqian recalled that when he fought for the Heaven-class core disciple slot, he had fought against 1,000 people and remained standing until the end. Those core disciples took the initiative to leave. That was the pride of a dragon. It respected the strong and did not go against its conscience. Instead of continuing to surround and attack Xiaoqian, they took the initiative to help him become a heaven-class core disciple. Even mixed-blood dragons had their own pride and breadth of mind. This place was filled with dragon disciples. If it were anywhere else, it would be difficult for him to feel nostalgic. He still remembered the first time he climbed to the top of the Heaven Dragon and looked down at the Heaven Dragon Hall. He could not forget the excitement and hot-bloodedness he felt. The feeling this place gave him was no less than when he was in Qinyan. He just wanted to find a suitable way to stay and prove that he was wrong. He didn't go against his heart and the unyielding will in his heart. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to be unforgiving and beat the dog while it was down. Elder Tianyun, who was in the distance, felt somewhat stunned as well. He immediately felt somewhat ashamed. Unexpectedly, he, a bona fide elder, could not compare to a junior generation disciple in terms of breadth of mind. When Elder Tianyun looked at Xiao Chen's injuries, he felt his face heat up. The third palace master turned around and looked at Elder Tianyun. Then, he said, "This matter is over. However, even though Xiao Chen forgave you, it does not mean that you do not need to receive any punishment. Your monthly stipend will be suspended for half a year, and your heaven-class elder honor will be suspended for 3 months. You will be tested again." "Thank you, third palace master." Elder Tianyun knew that he was already fine. These punishments are nothing compared to the Starry Heaven's dragon prison. No matter what, the person she should thank the most was Xiao Chen. If he insisted on not forgiving her, she would not be able to do so. If Xiao Chen insisted on not forgiving him, Elder Tianyun was certain that the third palace master would lock him up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. Back then, the third palace master had not even been willing to turn around and look at Elder Tianyun. This showed how much he loathed him. At the same time, Elder Tianyun felt somewhat ashamed. Unexpectedly, the third palace master had remembered him all this time and was even prepared to help him break through to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor within 10 years. Elder Tianyun truly let down the other party's expectations. Elder Tianyun looked at the other elders and sighed. Let's leave this matter as it is, then. When I arrived, I overheard your discussion. Let Xiao Chun choose the spots for the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. We have to decide on the spots eventually. Right. Xiao Chen's strength is clear for all to see. The other elders quickly nodded in agreement. Xiao Chun, take a look. Choose 4 people to go with you to the Silver Dragon Palace, the third palace master urged. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng first. This person gave Xiao Chun the feeling that he was stronger than Bai Yin Feng, hiding his strength very deeply. Xiao Chun said softly as he pointed at the other party, not knowing the other party's name. Lu Feng stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. He smiled casually and said, I am Lu Feng. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao, for thinking highly of me. The others all felt some anticipation, hoping that Xiao Chun would choose them. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on one person. Then he said, Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu was stunned for a moment, wondering if he heard wrong. After verifying that he was not mistaken, he said joyfully, Thank you, senior brother Xiao Chun. This was a complete surprise. When Xiao Jinyu thought about his past conflicts with Xiao Chun, he had not expected the other party to choose him. Xiao Chun naturally had his reasons. Although this Xiao Jinyu's cultivation could not compare to those seasoned senior brothers, his talent in the Sword Dao was extremely terrifying. His potential for growth was very strong. Xiao Jinyu could still make great improvements in the next 2 months. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on Li Luo. Li Luo. As for choosing Li Luo, Xiao Chun had his own selfish reasons. Back then, when Tianyun knocked him down with a palm strike, only Li Luo came over to support him. Due to Tianyun's might, the others did not dare to move. Naturally, Xiao Chun remembered who was good to him and would repay them. There was one more person. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on Bai Yin Feng, he said, Him, then. There is no need to praise or belittle this Bai Yin Feng. Even Xiao Chen's strength went without saying. While defeating the other party looked easy, in reality, he had put in a lot of effort. The third palace master was slightly stunned, appearing somewhat shocked. Then, he revealed a smile, feeling somewhat gratified. After Bai Yin Feng recovered from his shock, he felt wild joy. Thank you, junior brother Xiao Chun. Even Bai Yin Feng himself felt that this happiness came too suddenly. Originally, he thought that after offending Xiao Chun in that manner, he would definitely not have this opportunity. The others who were not chosen all felt somewhat disappointed. According to the rules, aside from the opportunity to observe the strength of the other Outer Palace disciples, the 5 people who were chosen would also receive intensive nurturing from the sect in the last 2 months. In the last 2 months, the sect would focus on nurturing them, providing them with large amounts of resources. These are some unwritten rules that were not openly announced. However, everyone here was a veteran and knew this very well. While they were disappointed, they still had to congratulate those who needed to be congratulated. The people who were familiar with each other started to congratulate each other. Go back and prepare. We will depart in 3 days. Those who were not chosen, don't be disappointed. The second palace master has his own arrangements. He will not let everyone stay in the palace for 2 months for nothing. Yes. After everyone left, Xiao Chun and the third palace master returned to the secret realm. After this, the relationship between Xiao Chun and the third palace master actually improved further. Xiao Chun, you came to look for me first. When you said that you wanted to leave, you were 70% telling the truth. However, I could tell that you really could not bear to leave. The third palace master said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded and did not deny it. My experiences are rather complicated. Before I came, I did indeed have other intentions. However, After coming to this Heaven Dragon Palace, I am indeed somewhat reluctant to leave. Even if I go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future, I will always be a part of the Heaven Dragon Palace." The third palace master smiled and sighed. "If only everyone thought like you." Unfortunately, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he looked at the third palace master and said, "Earlier, when I heard third palace master reprimanding Elder Tian Yun, you seemed to be somewhat disappointed in the Heaven Dragon bloodline." The third palace master said somewhat helplessly, "The Heaven Dragon bloodline is, in the end, a mixed blood dragon bloodline. This Heaven Dragon Palace is used to protect all mixed blood dragons. That is something from many years ago. Let's not talk about it. I feel that I finally got to know you today. The mixed blood dragons have a lowly status. However, if they could be like you and have such a strong and unyielding will, they would not have to worry about not rising up." Xiao Chan said seriously, "Such a day will come." The third palace master smiled faintly and said, "After saying so much, you should leave the medicine cauldron with me, right? I will soon be able to use this medicine cauldron to refine medicinal pills." Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, "That fast?" "That's right." The third palace master thought of something and asked, "Do you have any way to communicate with that divine pill spirit? If it is willing to work with me, I can provide it with natural treasures when I refine the medicinal pill. As long as it uses its divine nature to help me form the pill, the medicinal pill I refine will have some of the spirituality of a divine pill." Chapter 1983. Seeing that Xiao Chan did not understand, the third palace master explained further, "It is no longer an ordinary divine pill. It can be considered a living creature with its own intelligence. This is normally called a pill spirit. It only appears in the process of refining divine pills. However, the chances of it appearing are extremely rare. Normally, it is in pill demon. However, once a pill spirit appears, it will be even more valuable to an alchemist than the divine pill itself." Xiao Chen also knew how to refine some medicinal pills. He immediately understood the third palace master's explanation. This was equivalent to an alchemist gaining an assistant. Furthermore, this assistant lived in the cauldron and lived in the blazing fire. This assistant could observe the properties and conditions of the various ingredients in the cauldron. Even the most brilliant alchemist could not reach the level of understanding the medicinal pills the pill spirit had of the medicinal cauldron. "Do you understand now?" The third palace master continued. "However, this pill spirit is somewhat difficult to deal with. Normally, a pill spirit would feel a sense of closeness to its refiner. However, its refiner died many years ago. The situation is unique. I tried communicating with him several times, but I could not get anything out of it." Xiao Chun pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll give it a try." The third palace master did not hold much hope. "If it does not work, then so be it. There's no need to force it." Xiao Chun nodded in understanding. Then he leaped into the air and landed on the medicinal cauldron. Then he leaped into the blazing fire. The inside was a world of fire. Xiao Chun knew that if the pill spirit wanted to hide, he would not be able to find it. He could only think of a way to use a strange move. The so-called strange move was nothing more than threatening and enticing. Xiao Chun was about to speak when the sea of fire in front parted to reveal a path. The sea of fire in front parted to reveal a path. Then, a childlike boy with a red due tied to his chest appeared before Xiao Chun. His facial features were exquisite. He glared at Xiao Chun indignantly and said angrily, "It's you again. Last time, you extracted 10% of my medicinal pill. Then, you found an old man to kill me. If it weren't for my great luck, I would have long since died at the hands of that old man. If you want to threaten me again, then don't even think about leaving this medicine cauldron. We'll die together." Rumble. Her delicate little face was filled with anger, making her look extremely adorable. However, the words that came out of his mouth were no joke. Xiao Chun felt a little awkward. He was prepared to use the same trick, but he didn't expect his opponent to take the initiative. As far as the eye could see, all the flames in the medicine cauldron were gathering in this place, forming a blazing fireball. The medicine cauldron with divine characters suddenly shone brightly, and heat waves rose to the heavens. This startled the third palace master outside. What's going on inside? Why does it feel like this pill spirit has a deep grudge against Xianxia? Xiao. He hastily leaped up and arrived above the medicinal cauldron. When he looked down, he was greatly shocked. The flames that filled every corner of the medicinal cauldron condensed into a dazzling fireball, hovering in the middle of the medicinal cauldron and not scattering. The third palace master quickly sent out a strand of soul energy. After piercing the fireball with some difficulty, he discovered that Xiaochun was fine. However, he did not know what happened inside, so he still felt somewhat anxious. Xiaochun, how's the situation? It's fine. I'll talk to him. Inside the flame barrier, Xiaochun looked around at his surroundings. At first, he was startled. However, after a while, he calmed down. A pill spirit was a pill spirit after all. The more ferocious it appeared, the more timid it was. Xiaochun consoled her. Don't be rash. This time, I'm not here to extract the nature of your medicine, nor to refine you. If you were spiritless, I might think of a way to refine you. Since you already have spirituality, I really can't bring myself to do it. I'm here this time to bring you an opportunity. Look at you. After staying in this flame for a long time, without spiritual energy to replenish yourself, your spirituality will dissipate sooner or later, right? The pill spirit's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not want to admit defeat. He retorted angrily. So what if that is the case? In any case, if you want to extract my medicinal nature and swallow and refine me, I will die with you. At this point, Xiaochun already felt completely confident. He said calmly, Aren't you just letting me off easy by doing this? When you die, the vague divine pill will lose its spirituality. I will not have any pressure refining it then. I'll self-detonate at that time. The pill spirit said sullenly when Xiaochun hit the nail on the head. There's no need. This is a win-win situation. This is not good for anyone. As long as you agree to help me, not only will I not refine you, but I will even give you resources to help you cultivate. It is not like there are no pill spirits in history who have attained the Tao. At that time, you will successfully attain the Tao and break free from the divine pill. I can naturally refine the divine pill as well. The pill spirit's mind wavered slightly. However, it vanished very quickly. He said sullenly, You humans are not worth trusting. I will not cooperate with you. The pill spirit had already spoken to this point. Unexpectedly, the pill spirit was still so stubborn. Xiaochun frowned slightly. In any case, I can be considered half your master. If not for me suppressing the pill demon, you would not have been born. Are you really not willing to cooperate with me? The pill spirit's heart wavered again. However, he finally shook his head resolutely and said, No way. Since you obtained the medicine cauldron, you will have to refine pills sooner or later. I will not take advantage of you. I just need to take a breath of the spiritual energy produced during the refining process. Xiaochun smiled and said, I don't even know what I want you to help me with, but you rejected me. It looks like your first impression of me is too bad. You just need to help me mold the pill during the refining process and nourish the medicinal pill. Aside from the spiritual energy produced during the refining process, I will also provide you with other natural treasures to help you cultivate. The pill spirit asked in some disbelief, Really? Naturally. I said before, helping you is helping myself. In the process of providing you with resources, I am refining the divine pill. Once you succeed in your cultivation, the divine pill will be nearly complete. At that time, you can live without the divine pill, and I can refine the divine pill in peace. Why not? The pill spirit lowered his head and entered deep thought. Clearly, he was somewhat moved by Xiaochun. Xiaochun continued, You can give it a try first. In any case, you will not lose anything. All right, I promise you. I'll give it a try first. The pill spirit finally agreed. Then, he waved his hand and scattered the flame. Xiaochun revealed a smile and soared into the air, flying out of the medicine cauldron. How is it? The third palace master asked somewhat anxiously. Xiaochun nodded. I agree. As long as I give it a try, I can give it a try. No problem. The resources I give him are not worth mentioning at all compared to what he gets in return. This is great. Not only will my medicine refinement skills improve, but the Heaven Dragon Hall might even change because of this. When the third palace master heard that, he felt overjoyed. Oh, by the way, how did you do it? This pill spirit was not even willing to meet the third palace master. The third palace master tried to enter a few times, but he ended up in a sorry state every time. There were a few times when he almost rolled out of the hole in the dregs. The third palace master had already given up hope long ago. Unexpectedly, Xianxia made a move and settled it instantly. Xianxia smiled softly and said, "The main thing is that the other party was willing to give me a chance to meet. Although it nearly killed me the moment we met, I managed to convince it in the end." The third palace master looked at Xianxia and asked suspiciously, "What exactly did you do to it for it to have such a huge grudge?" "You startled me. I thought that the cauldron was going to explode." Xianxia thought about it. Back then, he was eager to save the pill spirit, so he directly extracted 10% of the medicine. That was indeed somewhat cruel. It was like someone forcibly extracted 10% of their soul from a living person. Xianxia did not answer the third palace master's question. Instead, he looked at the medicine cauldron with divine characters. Then he said, "Third palace master, I can let you use this medicine cauldron for free for 1 year. After 1 year, I want to take it back. If third palace master wants to use it to refine a high-ranked medicinal pill, there will definitely be no problem." Xianxia had his own plans. In the future, if the Blue Dragon Palace was rebuilt, this medicine cauldron would be of great use. Xianxia took the risk to convince the pill spirit for the sake of his future Blue Dragon bloodline. The third palace master felt it was unfortunate. However, this medicine cauldron belonged to Xianxia in the first place. Being able to use it for 1 year was already a great opportunity for him. The third palace master said seriously, "All right, if you lack any resources during this 1 year, as long as I can give it to you, you can take them from me." "Many thanks." The third palace master smiled and said, "Brat, you are still being so polite with me. Quickly go back and prepare. This trip to the Silver Dragon Palace is an opportunity to broaden your horizons. Make good use of it." Right. Chapter 1984. Just as the battered wave was about to fall, Yuan Tai put away his sword and flicked his finger. In the center of the flower-filled island, there was an open space. A group of people were casually sitting on stone benches. Xianxia looked at Xianxia meaningfully and then looked at Yuan Tai in confusion. Yuan Tai went over and whispered something in Yuan Tai's ear. 6 people came from the White Dragon Palace. Logically speaking, only 5 should be enough. Lu Yunfei slowly landed on the surface of the lake. There were some sword wounds on his body, and he looked slightly dispirited. As Lin Yun drew his sword out of its sheath, a silver light flickered, and strands of silver sword chi surged out. There was someone in the crowd who wore a bright silver dragon robe. The dragon patterns on the robe were all made from special divine materials. While it was gorgeous, it didn't lose its elegance. It was eye-catching. Just as the towering wave was about to swallow Yuan Tai up, he smiled faintly, and a sword appeared in his hand. That's true. However, no matter how you look at it, our Silver Dragon Palace still holds the advantage. Based on the strength of these 2 palaces, my Silver Dragon Palace will be able to send at least 5 people into Ancestor Dragon City. If we are lucky, it will be 10. It seems to have begun. Everything was quiet. On the island of flowers, a delicate fragrance filled the air. Compared to daytime, it seemed to be even more fragrant. When this palm strike was sent out, a strong wind kicked up huge waves. It was as if the entire Crescent Lake was going to be lifted up. It was a terrifying sight. Xianxia nodded slightly. Yuan Tai looked around and said, "This Yuan is untalented, so I will stand out first. If anyone thinks highly of me, we can exchange pointers. Let's get to know each other first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to spar later. Junior brother Su, you don't have to be anxious. This is our second elder brother, Su Fuguan." Yuan Tai sat down and introduced him. In the night, the scenery of the Twin Moon Lake was exceptionally beautiful. Coincidentally, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The bright moon hung high in the sky, looking exceptionally bright. Bang! The huge waves in the sky were forcefully pushed back by Xianxia. They settled back down, reflecting the full moon in the sky. It was as he had guessed. Xianxia had indeed come. Whoosh! The weather is not bad, and the bright moon tonight is really bright. I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to stand out first. After Xianxia finished introducing everyone, his gaze landed on Lu Riyun. However, he did not know how to introduce her. Break. Not far away, there was a musician playing a zither. The melody of the zither was beautiful and pleasing to the ears, causing the butterflies on the island to dance. There was a full moon in the sky, and the 2 moons on the ground reflected 2 full moons, so there were 3 bright moons. Great senior brother, the people from the Heaven Dragon Palace are here. On the Silver Dragon Palace's side, a man with an unfriendly expression looked at Xianxia provocatively. Xianxia smiled faintly. Actually, this was what he thought as well. He did not feel that the Supreme Dragon Fist was as strong as the legends made it out to be. Men, bring some fine wine and spirit fruits. Musicians play. However, everyone present knew that it wasn't that Lu Yunfei couldn't even withstand 1 move from his opponent. However, this move had already revealed many things. There was no need to continue fighting. Xianxia nodded slightly and gestured for them to sit down. Then he glanced at Yuan Tai. It really made one feel that it was a bit wondrous, as if one was in a dream. Xianxia smiled faintly. Undisguised adoration flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lu Riyun. He stood up and said, "Let me make the introductions. This is the White Dragon King's beloved daughter, Lu Riyun, the younger sister of the White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Riyue. She does not need to take the test to enter Ancestor Dragon City. She has given me some face by coming here this time." Xianxia glanced around and saw 3 familiar people. One was Lu Riyun, one was Zhongli, and the remaining was Lu Yunfei, whom Xianxia had injured. In the following conversation, aside from Bai Yunfeng taking the initiative to speak, Xianxia simply skipped over it and focused on the White Dragon Palace's group. First, he introduced Lu Riyun. This is the White Dragon Palace's first senior brother, Ling Xiao. This is Brother Zhongli. This is Lu Yunfei. Aside from the Silver Dragon Palace's people, the White Dragon Palace's disciples had arrived long ago. Not to mention Yuan Shi's strength. Even Yuan Tai alone was sufficient to defeat most of the other Outer Palace disciples. A certain elder sighed as he looked at Xianxia. If they really fought, the one who would lose after 500 moves would still be Lu Yunfei. How boring. A Dao disc appeared behind Lu Yunfei, and a strong wind blew. As he flew out, he threw a palm strike. The monstrous waves were pierced by him. These monstrous waves contained Lu Yunfei's aura and Dao runes. I've lost. Xianxia thought to himself. This fellow has improved a lot in the few months that I have not seen him. The others surrounded this person like stars surrounding the moon. Needless to say, this person was the pride of the Silver Dragon Palace, one of the 4 strongest disciples of the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace, Yuan Shi. This was not a life-and-death battle, just a simple exchange of pointers. There was no need to continue fighting. Yuan Tai's expression slowly changed. After he heard that, he walked over and said, "You actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. I originally thought that the strongest expert of the Heaven Dragon Palace would be Bai Yunfeng. It looks like I took it for granted." As Yuan Tai spoke, he leaped up and landed on Crescent Moon Lake. The others remained silent, not saying anything. Hence, he begged first senior brother Ling Xiao to bring him over. Lu Feng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. Then, he revealed a somewhat cruel smile on his face. After just 1 move, Lu Yunfei took the initiative to admit defeat and return to his seat. Supreme Dragon Fist? That's all there is to it. I really want to see if this Supreme Dragon Fist is as exaggerated as the legends say. The elders of the Silver Dragon Palace gathered together, secretly observing the group of people chatting at Crescent Moon Lake. This was especially so for Yuan Shi, one of the 4 heaven-class core disciples of the Outer Palace. He had an extremely well-hidden sharpness. This time, the Heaven Dragon Palace is somewhat surprising. To think that an expert who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist appeared. Ignoring Yuan Shi, Lu Riyun stood up and looked at Xianxia. "Xianxia, We meet again. Senior brother Yuan. The divine dragon disciples of the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace felt some disdain for Xianxia's group. Yuan Tai immediately felt a headache. He did not seem to know the names of the others, so he had not paid much attention to them. However, Xiaoqian did not think too much about it. He was carefully observing the White Dragon Palace's Zhong Li and the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi. This is by Yun Feng, the first senior brother of the Heaven Dragon Palace. As for the others, they knew that they had already lost by one move, allowing the other party to win easily. Yuan Tai said loudly, immediately attracting the attention of the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace's people. No matter how one looked at him, he was a dragon among men. This was equivalent to sending out sword lights and shattering Lu Yunfei's aura. In a palace on a mountain peak in the distance, Lu Ruyun actually knows a mixed blood dragon? Who is that? Come, let's exchange a few moves. Earlier, didn't you want to know how strong First Senior Brother is? Now, I'll tell you on behalf of First Senior Brother to show you the difference. However, Lu Ruyun could not sense much based on his aura alone. Coincidentally, the zither music stopped at this moment. To think that Yuan Shi still dared to take the initiative to mock him. He was truly reckless. Bai Yinfeng had met Yuan Shi several times before. Bang, bang, bang. Being able to practice it is one thing. How much of its might you can bring out is another. Furthermore, this fist technique is not that easy to execute. The side effects are very obvious. The feeling that these two gave off was that they were not ordinary holy venerates, both extremely strong. On the flower-filled island, Yuan Shi raised his hand, and the musician stopped playing and slowly left. Xiaoqian nodded slightly. We meet again. Yuan Tai felt somewhat cocky at making the other party admit defeat in one move. He somewhat forgot himself as he looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng. The White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao was not too surprised. He had learned about how Xiaoqian and Lu Ruyun met from Zhongli. Yuan Tai stepped forward and said, Senior brother, let me do it. Yuan Shi felt slightly stunned. This stunned him for a few seconds before he reacted. He felt somewhat embarrassed, not knowing what to say. In the end, Yuan Shi withdrew his sword and used his finger to break. Clearly, he was trying to show off. I'm the White Dragon Palace's Lu Yunfei. Please give me some pointers. Before anyone realized it, night fell. However, that did not matter. The gathering of the three outer palaces was clearly not just for a chat. They needed to exchange moves and probe each other's strength. When Lu Riyun heard that, she felt somewhat unhappy in her heart. When she heard that the three outer palaces were gathering, she thought that Xiaoqian might represent the Heaven Dragon Palace. Yuan Tai understood what she meant. She wanted him to introduce the people of the three outer palaces to each other. Lu Feng was about to step out. Unexpectedly, someone came out before him. Chapter 1985. However, by the time Yuan Tai startled to his senses, it was already too late. The other party had already completed his move, and his momentum was gone. As Yuan Tai grasped the sword hilt with his right hand, sweat continuously dripped down his forehead. You really talk big. Yuan Tai's palm was covered in sweat. At this moment, he felt that the sword hilt was incredibly heavy. However, he did not dare to draw it. That is very possible. No matter what, the White Dragon Palace is stronger than the Heaven Dragon Palace. Even Lu Yunfei used only one move. He definitely needed only half a move. Given Yuan Tai's strength, he should have been able to dodge this sword strike. Lu Ruyun exclaimed in pleasant surprise. This sword strike was indeed beautiful, inspiring admiration. You lost. Suddenly, a cold shout filled with energy came from outside Twin Moon Lake. It's the Golden Dragon Palace's people. It seems to be Qin Outyin and Li Feng. Xiaoqian stood up and glanced at Su Fuguan, who challenged him earlier. Then, he looked at Li Feng and said, You came at the right time. Since that is the case, the two of you can come meet together. If you win, I will return the Dragon Pattern Battle suit. That earlier move was somewhat lucky. Don't make it sound too ridiculous. Objectively speaking, if Lu Yunfei wanted to fight, he could fight for another few hundred moves without losing. However, this Heaven Dragon Palace disciple is actually a sword cultivator. It is hard to say how many moves he can last. Lu Feng did not stand on ceremony. He instantly drew his sword, and his figure soared into the air, turning into a beam of sword light as he charged at the dragon. Xiao Chun did not say anything, not bothering with him. Everyone knew that Xiao Chun was not weak. However, no one knew exactly how strong he was. If Xiao Chun had not underestimated the other party, he would have reacted the moment Lu Feng drew his sword. Before the strange phenomenon of 3 moons could shock everyone, Lu Riyun arrived beside Xiao Chun. Lu Riyun asked softly as she arrived beside Xiao Chun. However, it was normal for Xiao Chun to be somewhat cocky with the strength he displayed. This was also a swordsman's basic technique. As long as it was a strong sword move, it had to be a straight thrust in the end, unleashing its might. Just as Lu Riyun's mind went blank, thinking about how to embarrass himself and how to face it, a shout startled him to his senses. The Silver Dragon Palace disciples all had strong confidence in the sword Dao. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Lu Feng. Seeing Xiao Chen admit to it so openly, Qin out-yin raged. Senior Brother Li, there is no need to waste your breath. Just take him down. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for it. Yuan Tai was quite confident. He raised his hand and said, You first. That Li Feng seems to rank within the top 10 of the Golden Dragon Palace. In the Heaven Dragon Hall, Xiao Chun and the others also did not know how strong Lu Feng was. The Silver Dragon Palace was famous for its sword Dao. However, Lu Feng completely suppressed its sword Dao. Xiao Chun refused indifferently. I'll bet on a sure win situation. This was because he discovered to his horror that he couldn't dodge this stab. This was a move that all swordsmen knew, a straight thrust. When the Silver Dragon Palace's people heard this, they immediately felt upset. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was filled with boundless sword qi, accompanied by the moonlight that filled the sky. Petals flew everywhere, dancing chaotically in the 9 heavens. Lu Feng smiled faintly and sheathed his sword. This is just a small matter. Is there a need for Senior Brother Qin to make a move? I alone am enough. The White Dragon Palace's first senior brother smiled faintly and said, Brother Su, fortunately, you did not bet. Otherwise, you have lost miserably. Xiao Chen nodded, not denying it. Senior Brother Yuan Tai might be able to defeat this Heaven Dragon Palace disciple with just half a move. The Silver Dragon Palace's second senior brother, Su Fuguan, showed a sullen expression. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, Saying 1,000 words and saying 1,000 things is not as good as having a real fight. Xiao Chun, right? Do you dare to exchange moves with me? Let me see the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist. Defeated. First senior brother, what's wrong? Su Fuguan asked, feeling confused. Qin Outyin? If I recall correctly, he is Qin Mu's younger brother. What is he doing here? Xiao Chun said sullenly. Although I have not seen Lu Feng make a move from the start to the end, he did not treat Yuan Tai as a match. A person with such foresight is either ridiculously strong or arrogant. I do not think he is the latter. After Yuan Tai underestimated his opponent, Lu Feng completely suppressed his sword move. The moment the other party drew his sword, Yuan Tai was already defeated. Such a setback was even more sullen than when he defeated Lu Yunfei. The Silver Dragon Palace has some understanding people. However, when it was Yuan Tai's turn, he suffered a complete defeat. He could not even draw his sword. Yuan Tai's body trembled slightly, feeling humiliated and extremely dissatisfied. After all, Yuan Tai was a Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple. For Yuan Tai to be the first to fight, he had to be confident. This showed how horrifying Lu Feng's sword Dao cultivation was. Humph. If you're afraid of losing, just say so. However, just at this moment, Yuan Shi, who had been paying attention to the battle on the flower-filled island, said softly, his expression changing slightly. Junior brother Yuan Tai is going to lose. Yuan Shi said softly as his expression returned to normal. He didn't say anything else. However, Lu Feng's sword pressed against Yuan Tai's chest. If Lu Feng had advanced another centimeter, the strong sword intent would have crushed Yuan Shi into dust. Xianxia raised his head and asked, "Why are the two of you here?" Two figures arrived uninvited, soaring through the air. Only when they landed on the flower-filled island did people see their appearances. Xiaochun, you are right. These people were definitely famous in the Silver Dragon Palace. Xiaochun, who do you think will win? This Li Feng could rank within the top 10 in the Golden Dragon Palace. If he went to the other outer palaces, he would have no problem ranking within the top 3. Yuan Tai appeared cocky after forcing back Lu Yunfei with one move. There was no point in inviting the Golden Dragon Palace over, not to mention whether the other party would come or not. Even if he did, he would just be asking for trouble if he got beaten up. The others were not familiar with Lu Feng. It was not just the people from the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace who did not know. Since this is the Qin clan's matter, why is Qin Outyin not coming? Second senior brother Su Fuwan said coldly. He has not even seen the other party make a move, yet he dares to say that he is the victor. This is very interesting. Do you dare to make a bet with me? I bet that junior brother Yuan Tai will definitely win this round. What? Lu Riyun found this slightly strange. When she looked over, she did not see any advantage in Lu Feng. However, Xiao Chun answered so many questions. Xiao Chun was rather interested in this battle. It was rare for a swordsman to have such a calm state of mind. Lu Feng and Yuan Tai already stood firmly on Crescent Moon Lake, each holding a sword. The other party's thrust looked ordinary. However, it was secretly compatible with the world. The other party's sword move had already invaded the lake, the bright moon, and the night sky without anyone realizing it. Give me another chance. Even if my sword techniques are not as good as yours, I will not lose in such a miserable manner. The Golden Dragon Palace firmly suppressed the other 6 outer palaces, just like how the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin move firmly suppressed the other 3 outer palace experts. Just as the few of them were feeling surprised, the smile on Yuan Tai's face suddenly froze. The sword move from that earlier sword move instantly exploded. 2 bright moons immediately rose up from Crescent Moon Lake. Li Feng said proudly. When Yuan Tai saw the situation, he could not help mocking. A swordsman of the Heaven Dragon Palace cannot even execute a decent sword technique. Never mind. Since you want to play with the basics, I'll play with you. 1 dragon pattern battle suit. Yuan Tai lost, just like that. Oh no. Suddenly, Yuan Shi, who was on the flower-filled island, said, Yuan Tai, stop embarrassing yourself. If I give you another chance, you will only lose even more miserably. You even lost the sharpness of a swordsman, and you still want to turn the situation around? Did you toss aside the education that the Silver Dragon Palace gave you? No matter how Yuan Tai drew his sword, the moment he drew it, the other party's sword would strike his heart. Li Feng glanced at Xiao Chun and said, Senior brother asked me to do this? I only came to take something from my Qin clan, and it is in his hands. At the very least, the other party clearly had a lot of energy to spare, taking the initiative to admit defeat. Anyone with eyes could tell that Yuan Tai did not lose too badly. Yuan Tai said, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, most people could tell that even if Yuan Tai had not underestimated Lu Feng, he would have lost extremely miserably. Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows and said softly, There is no need to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to deal with you. Yuan Shi felt confused. It seemed like the Silver Dragon Palace did not invite the Golden Dragon Palace. Upon seeing this scene, the others suddenly startled awake. Why did Yuan Tai lose so miserably? Why could he not even draw his sword? Yuan Shi frowned slightly. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, the Qin clan really has something in your hands. Chapter 1986. The moment Xiao Chun said that, the crowd on the flower-filled island burst into an uproar. To think that Xiao Chun wanted to fight 1 against 2. One of them was even a Golden Dragon Palace expert. Is my hearing bad? Did I hear wrong? If Yuan Shi or the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao had said this, it would have been fine. After all, they were cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. However, Xiao Chun was a Heaven Dragon Palace Heaven Class core disciple with a mixed blood dragon bloodline. Where did he get his confidence from? Even Yuan, she could not help feeling slightly stunned. He asked sullenly, Xiao Chun, do you know what you're saying? Xiao Chun nodded and said, I am very clear. Your Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fu Wan wants to fight me, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng wants to seek trouble for me as well. We can deal with them together to avoid trouble. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? The others were stunned when they heard that. There was nothing wrong with Xiao Chen's words. Since the trouble came together, it would be best to deal with it together. Everyone would think that way. However, the problem was that Xiao Chen was a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple, just a mixed blood dragon. Of course, everyone only thought this in their hearts and would not say it out loud. However, everyone looked at Xiao Chen like he was a madman. Actually, there was no need to say anything to know what they were thinking. Li Feng said coldly, the Heaven Dragon Palace does not need the help of the other palaces when it comes to its matters. Su Fu Wan felt somewhat upset at Xiao Chen's words. He retorted, I am challenging this fellow, and I do not need you to interfere. This is the Silver Dragon Palace, not your Golden Dragon Palace. If there is anything, wait until after I fight with him. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. He impatiently waved his hand and said, cut the crap. Come at me together. Let me see how strong the person who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist is. Xianxia's tone contained some displeasure. This displeasure stemmed from Lu Ruyun being too close to Xiao Chen, upsetting Xianxia. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's attitude made him feel disdain. Since Xianxia spoke, Li Feng and Su Fu Wan hesitated for a moment before leaping onto the water at the same time. For Li Feng, he only needed to retrieve the dragon pattern battle suit and report to Qin Mu. Although he did not feel good about teaming up with Su Fu Wan, it was better to end the battle quickly. As for Su Fu Wan, he could sense his eldest senior brother's displeasure. He knew that his nagging had angered the other party, so he couldn't help but look at Xiao Chun with even more hatred. Right now, there was nothing much to think about. The two of them just had to work together and beat up Xiao Chun to vent their anger. When the Heavenly Dragon Palace's people saw such a lineup, they all felt somewhat worried for Xiao Chun. Li Luo looked at Xiao Chun. Junior brother Xiao Chun, isn't this a little too risky? Bai Yinfeng lowered his voice and said, I think so too. We need to be cautious. Xiao Chun looked up at Bai Yinfeng and said, when I fought you, I only used 50% of my strength. Bai Yinfeng was shocked. Just 50% of his strength was enough to make him unable to retaliate? Whoosh! Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet and landed on Crescent Moon Lake. Then he quietly looked at the Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fu Wan and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng. Senior brother, beat him to death. Qin Outyin roared as he watched from the side. Li Feng appeared displeased, but he did not hesitate. He instantly moved. Li Feng was the kind of person who would not underestimate any opponent. When he attacked, he would show no mercy. The instant Li Feng moved, the Golden Dragon's furious roar reverberated in the surroundings. The lake water exploded and poured down like a torrential rain. When Li Feng punched, a golden dragon image coiled around his arm. Then, a golden disc materialized in front of his clenched fist. The golden disc was a complex and profound formation diagram. Li Feng made up his mind. And a terrifying fist light burst out of the disc. In the blink of an eye, the fist light elongated and flew towards where Xiao Chen stood. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, easily dodging. The lake water where Xiao Chen stood instantly evaporated, filling the air with steam. Watch out for my sword. Su Fu Wan had been waiting for a long time already. The moment Xiao Chen moved, he moved as well. Su Fu Wan's figure turned into a ghostly sword image, piercing through the rain. Not a single drop of water touched him as he stabbed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not dodge. He squinted and focused his gaze on the tip of the sword. The thunder great Dao silently spread out. The sword before Xiao Chen could not just look at its surface. He also had to look at the hidden sword move. Dang! Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Xiao Chen flicked his finger and tapped the sword in the time it took for a spark to fly. A melodious sword hum rang out, echoing in the surroundings. The hazy sword intent hummed endlessly. Boom! In the next moment, Su Fu Wan's sword move slashed out. The rain that filled the sky suddenly changed, turning into boundless sword qi that shot toward Xiaochun. However, the Thunder Great Tao that Xiaochun silently laid out also activated at the right time. Thunder flattened the sky, suppressing the sword hum. Amidst the terrifying roar of thunder, the rain of swords exploded into pieces, clanging nonstop. Su Fuguan revealed a surprised expression. He had not expected Xiaochun to shatter his sword moves with just the Thunder Great Tao. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized that Xiaochun's fist aura seemed to have accurately calculated the direction of his retreat. 100 cauldron force gathered in the tip of his fist. The strong pressure nearly suffocated him. His figure flashed, and he quickly changed his position. Boom! 100 cauldron force exploded, and the shock wave forced Xiaochun's illusory figure back. Unhurriedly, Xiaochun threw another punch. At such a close distance, the sword in his hand was useless. Su Fuguan was a little angry. You're going too far. His left hand formed a seal, and a dazzling sword light burst out to meet Xiaochun's fist light. Bang! The fist radiance and the sword radiance were evenly matched. Su Fuguan was forced back 100 meters. Just when he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he was shocked to discover that the sword radiance was not as powerful as before. The horrifying fist light before Su Fuguan seemed to follow him like a shadow, charging over again. Xiaochun predicted every step Su Fuguan took, preventing him from escaping. Senior brother Su, several Silver Dragon Palace disciples were flabbergasted. Unexpectedly, Xiaochun was so strong. Within 2 or 3 moves, he pressured Su Fuguan to the point of suffocation. Now he was in danger. At the critical moment, a calm figure appeared in front of Su Fuguan. Seeing the fist light containing 100 cauldron force and a mountain-like pressure, this figure calmly threw a punch, clashing with it. Bang! The 2 fists clashed. The 2 did not move back at all, and the shock waves spread out. Tens of thousands of water pillars burst out of Crescent Moon Lake, which was as large as a medium-sized city and stretched as far as the eye could see. The surface of the water under their feet sank. In a clash of fist force, aside from veritable essence energy and vital qi, there was also their auras and great Tao. While it looked like the 2 were fighting in a small area, in reality, the shock waves of the battle already covered the entire Crescent Moon Lake. From top to bottom, it was a clash of auras, veritable essence energy, while mental state, all materialized in their auras. Whoever revealed an opening first would be the unlucky one. The 2 had a rather perfect grasp of their auras. They were practically equal, making it hard to find an opening. Hence, a rather strange scene appeared on this Crescent Moon Lake. Xiaochun and Li Feng's strange fists clashed on the lake surface. Neither moved at all. As their gazes clashed, sparks danced. What a strong opponent. However, only I can win, Li Feng shouted in his heart, and golden dragon roars erupted from his body. The golden divine dragon's dragon might spread out behind him, illuminating the entire night sky. The golden divine dragon's dragon might dazzled everyone. When everyone felt the golden divine dragon's dragon might, they all trembled. The golden divine dragon was the noblest of the 6-colored divine dragons. Naturally, its dragon might was stronger than that of the other 5-color divine dragons. As for mixed blood dragons, that went without saying. Unexpectedly, Xiaochun did not immediately lose before this nearly solid golden divine dragon's dragon might. He showed a calm expression, even more relaxed than the people on the flower-filled island. The heaven dragon's mysteries. Xiao Jinyu, Li Luo, and the others familiar with Xiaochun were greatly startled. At the same time, they felt proud. It turned out that the heaven dragon's mysteries were truly strong. Xiaochun did not fear the golden divine dragon's dragon might at all. This was especially so for the mixed blood dragon, Lu Feng. His eyes blazed with fervor. Can mixed blood dragon's dragon might be so strong? The one who found this the most unbearable was none other than Li Feng. His golden divine dragon's dragon might was like a tall mountain, like the sea, even giving off the supreme might and pressure of a deity. However, Xiaochun, who faced Li Feng, was boundlessly ethereal, appearing and disappearing. Xiao Chan was clearly right in front of Li Feng, but it seemed like he was beyond the 9 heavens. This scene startled Bai Yinfeng. He suddenly recalled what Xiao Chen once asked him. How vast was the sky? One could jump out of the well, but not out of one's heart. It was useless. When one looked at the sky with one's eyes, it would forever be unreachable. One could only feel one's own insignificance and helplessness. Looking at the sky with one's heart, Bai Yinfeng paled. In this instant of comprehension, he saw a mysterious phenomenon that others could not see. An incredibly colossal dragon image circled Crescent Moon Lake. The dragon head looked like it descended from the sky, hovering above Li Feng's head with its jaws open, looking like it would bite down at any moment. However, at this moment, Li Feng was still searching for Xiao Chen's boundlessly ethereal and mysterious dragon might. Bai Yinfeng thought to himself, how am I going to find it? Li Feng was still conflicted with the clash of auras, searching for Xiao Chen's openings on the battlefield. However, Xiao Chen's heart had already leaped out of the battlefield. After a while, Li Feng only needed to show the slightest sign of weakness, and he would instantly lose. Bai Yinfeng thought about the horrifying strike that would erupt from Xiao Chen's dragon might at that time, and he felt a chill. Watch out for the sword. However, just at this crucial moment, the forgotten Su Fuguan leaped out and swung his sword like a lone peak. It was like the clouds parting and the fog scattering, revealing a lone peak piercing the sky. This horrifying sword strike, which was waiting to be unleashed after storing up power, contained the mysteries of a lone peak. It gave off the boldness of breaking through the sky. Upon seeing this sword strike, the Heaven Dragon Palace's group could no longer sit still. Xiao Chen, Lu Rian exclaimed. She felt some impulse to rush forward and save Xiao Chen. The main reason was that no one expected Su Fuguan to launch this sword strike at the crucial moment of the Clash of Auras. Even the Silver Dragon Palace's people felt embarrassed. However, they all kept their mouths shut, acting like nothing had happened. Chapter 1987. Su Fuguan's sword had been accumulating power for a long time. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a killing move. Especially at this time, Xiao Chen was in a dilemma. Once he retreated, his vital energy would be completely defeated. Li Feng's fist light would severely injure him in an instant, showing no mercy. Thinking about his current prestige, even the people on the Flower Island felt a little fearful. It was clear how terrifying the power he would erupt with would be. If he was hit by this sword, the consequences would be even worse. Both of their attacks landed on Xiao Chen's body. It was possible that he would be crippled on the spot. Even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall felt their hearts in their throats. They all stood up, feeling incredibly nervous. Firmament's rage. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen instantly executed Firmament's rage. His left hand turned into a claw and pushed out fiercely. He didn't seem angry, but he was powerful. When he pushed out his claw, it seemed like the entire night sky started to tremble. Every cultivator present felt a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts. Su Fuguan's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that Xiao Chen would be able to block the attack that he had been accumulating power for a long time. At that moment, he was prepared to draw his sword back, change his body, and strike again. However, he suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's claw contained a horrifying thunder great Dao and boundless saber chi, as well as the overwhelming rage of a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon. What was even more despairing was that the aura in the palm had already firmly locked onto him. If he took a step back, Xiao Chen would immediately turn his claws into palms. The boundless saber chi, the power of thunder, and the terrifying saber intent from the primordial ancestral dragon would instantly strike at him. There would be no chance for him to dodge. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He had long since expected this. Others might have forgotten about Su Fuguan, but Xiao Chen had not. The other party's sword strike, which contained a lonely peak's mysteries, had been prepared for a long time. Wasn't it the same? He was accumulating power and waiting for the other party to take the bait. A strange scene immediately appeared on the calm lake. Xiao Chen's fist and claw actually blocked Li Feng's, and Su Fuguan's fist and sword at the same time. 1 against 2? He was not at a disadvantage at all. He actually blocked it. Everyone on the flowery island was stupefied. They did not dare to believe the scene before them. Everyone thought that Xiao Chun would definitely lose, but he actually managed to block it. Not only did this sword not defeat Xiao Chun, but it also allowed him to gain the upper hand. "I'll defeat you first." Xiao Chun swept his gaze around and fixed it on Li Feng. Just when he found it strange, Li Feng's expression changed. The heaven dragon, which had always been elusive and boundless, could suddenly be captured clearly. His heart sank. This is bad. At this time, his momentum had already dropped a lot. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't have any advantage at all. Boom! The invisible dragon image above Li Feng's head ferociously opened its mouth and instantly tore apart Li Feng's golden dragon might. Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Feng's lips. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's fist light landed mercilessly on Li Feng's body. A crisp sound rang out, and everyone could hear Li Feng's bones breaking. Then he went flying back. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a golden protective veritable essence energy shield formed on Li Feng's body, blocking most of the damage. Otherwise, this punch would have severely injured him. Right after Li Feng went flying, Su Fuguan's mind turned chaotic. He would be next. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Su Fuguan quickly made a decision and retreated. "You think you can run?" Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Then, he turned his claw into a palm and threw a palm strike. Immediately, a colossal hand formed in the sky. The fingers were like sabers flickering with berserk electricity, carrying an ancestor dragon's rage that made the sky tremble. The hand struck Su Fuguan, who was in the air. "Pa!" Su Fuguan vomited a large mouthful of blood as he fell into the water. Wounds riddled Su Fuguan's body. The electric light and saber intent continued to wreak havoc. Su Fuguan's body twitched on the water. Clearly, his injuries were more severe than Li Feng's. At Crescent Moon Lake, the white-clad Xiao Chun knocked back 2 people and stood upright with his hand behind his back. Xiao Chun appeared calm, but he exuded might without being angry. A strong aura spread out, and his body seemed to radiate an even more dazzling light than the divine dragon cultivators. "This fellow is really a mixed-blood dragon." A silver dragon palace disciple exclaimed, unable to contain the shock in his heart. Junior brother Xiao Chun won. The Heaven Dragon Palace's people rejoiced. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun could win so beautifully even when fighting 1 against 2. For many years, the Heaven Dragon Palace's cultivators had not felt so delighted. In this grand scene of 3 outer palaces gathering, Lu Feng defeated the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Tai. Then, Xiao Chun defeated the Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples and the Silver Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples. This matter would spread throughout the entire Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in less than 3 days. When? I haven't admitted defeat yet. Li Feng's expression turned extremely sullen. He had never thought that he would suffer such a great loss at the hands of a mixed-blood dragon. Li Feng had even used his life-saving trump card, the Dragon Mark. This could be said to be a great humiliation. Since his debut, none of the battles of various sizes had made him feel more sullen than this. Even when working with others, he still could not defeat a mixed-blood dragon. If Li Feng could not defeat Xiao Chun today, he would become the new joke of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in less than 3 days. The pride of a golden dragon prevented Li Feng from accepting this humiliation. "Su Fuguan, if you're not dead, then move for this old man. If you don't, I will kick you out." Li Feng glared at Su Fuguan with some disgust as he said coldly and angrily. Su Fuguan struggled to his feet, his expression extremely unsightly. He vomited a mouthful of blood and said, "Don't worry. This old man is not as weak as you think." Xiao Chun showed a somewhat grave expression. Earlier, he had been very relaxed when facing 2 people in their peak states. At this moment, he ruthlessly suppressed 2 people's sharpness. One of them was even severely injured. However, he appeared somewhat grave. The 2 people on the other side were already pushed to the edge of the cliff. The situation would probably not end well. The victor is already decided. Are you still going to continue fighting? Xiao Chun asked softly as he looked at the two. Nonsense. I did not admit defeat, so it is not considered a defeat? Do you think that my Golden Dragon Palace is not that good? If that is what you think, then you are gravely mistaken. Li Feng suddenly let out a roar. His eyes actually turned bloodshot. He had actually overdrawn his will of soul in an instant. Boom! A horrifying dragon might burst out of Li Feng's body, representing the mysteries of ultimate destruction. His body surged, and the golden fist radiance on his right hand was mixed with traces of mottled black dragon chi. Behind him, the image of a three-eyed golden divine dragon appeared. It was a holy venerate wolf formed completely from the horrifying destruction, profound mysteries. Oh no! This is the Golden Dragon Palace's forbidden technique. This is bad. To think that Li Feng executed this forbidden technique without caring about the consequences. This is a forbidden technique that represents the mysteries of destruction. Once it is executed, the entire Twin Moon Lake will be affected. The people on the flower-filled island appeared somewhat horrified. They felt that the place they were at was not safe. Sword Art, Star Extermination. On the other side, the severely injured Su Fuwan seemed to be stimulated by something, executing the Silver Dragon Palace's forbidden sword art. Scatter! Yuan, she shouted, and the people on the flower-filled island soared into the air and scattered, not daring to remain. Only you can lose, Xiao Chun. World-destroying dragon fist. Li Feng roared. He punched out the Golden Dragon Palace's destruction forbidden technique infused with his will of soul. The entire night sky seemed to tear. That three-eyed golden dragon image flapped its wings, carrying the mysteries of destruction. Under Li Feng's fist light, the golden dragon image turned solid and launched itself at Xiao Chun. Star Extermination. At this moment, Su Fuwan also unleashed his sword art at the same time. In that instant, the light from the sword in Li Feng's hand was like the most resplendent light of a star shattering, lighting up the entire night sky. The two forbidden techniques flew at Xiao Chun, shocking the entire Silver Dragon Palace. Several elders noticed this mysterious phenomenon. However, while they noticed it, by the time they arrived, the two forbidden techniques would have already flown at Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun wanted to live, he still had to rely on himself. Just as everyone could not bear to watch Xiao Chun get buried in the two forbidden techniques, a bright moon and a blazing sun rose up behind Li Feng. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose behind Xiao Chun. In that instant, they stabilized Xiao Chun's suppressed aura. This was the soul energy mysterious phenomenon, sun and moon shining together. Saber. The two horrifying forbidden techniques were about to reach Xiao Chun. However, at this crucial moment, Xiao Chun remained incredibly calm. No one could see any panic in his eyes. Xiao Chun shouted, "Saber," and waved his right hand. The bright moon reflected in the smooth, mirror-like crescent moon on the other side of Twin Moon Lake. As Xiao Chun waved his hand, a beautiful saber flickering with a cold moonlight materialized before everyone's shocked gazes. Life bestowal spell, moon as saber, resolving the mundane Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chun did not panic. He executed sun and moon shining together, materializing a bright moon saber and activating the 7-kill seal. Then, he executed an eternal and inextinguishable saber strike to resolve the mundane. All of this seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in just one breath. Xiao Chun completed all of this at nearly the same time. It was so fast that the others could not react. Under the clear sky and bright moon, the white-clad Xiao Chun used the moon as a saber to face the two forbidden techniques that scared everyone away. Then, he executed an eternal and inextinguishable saber strike infused with 7-fold killing chi. Chapter 1988. Under the sun and moon shining together, Xiao Chun used the moon as a saber. With his 7-fold killing chi, he executed a Buddhist sect forbidden saber technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, resolving the mundane. Boom! The ice-cold blade that was suffused with moonlight emitted an eternal and inextinguishable blade light that slashed the three-eyed golden divine dragon into pieces and shattered Su Fuguan's sword light that was comparable to the destruction of the stars. It had to be said that these two people's forbidden techniques were indeed terrifying. Xianxia could even severely injure an initial perfection sovereign personage. He might even instantly kill his opponent when they were caught off guard. Anything was possible. Between the two, Li Feng's World Annihilation Dragon Fist was naturally stronger. His perfect fusion of the will of soul was much more exquisite than Su Fuguan's. If Xianxia could not manifest the sun and moon shining together phenomenon, he would not be able to do so. Even with the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, he wouldn't dare say that he would be able to suppress this move even if his cultivation had improved tremendously. However, when the moon shining together phenomenon appeared that day, it stabilized the other party's soul pressure and blocked the invasion of the destruction intent. When the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal was used in conjunction with Immortal Heart, the effect was vastly different. An eternal and inextinguishable saber light swept out and shattered the two forbidden arts. To the Silver Dragon Palace, avoiding a terrifying destruction was a fortunate thing. As for Li Feng and Su Fuguan, they were in a miserable state. After killing the three-eyed golden dragon and the sword light, its power was greatly reduced. However, its momentum did not decrease as it slashed at the two of them, cutting them in half at the waist. His life aura was draining away at an extremely fast speed. At this point, it was impossible for Xianxia to hold back. Otherwise, he might be the one to die under the forbidden technique. Senior Brother Su, Li Feng, the Silver Dragon Palace disciple, and Qin Outyin cried out at the same time. Yuanxi said slowly, "Don't scream, you won't die." Indeed, Xianxia would not die. The forbidden art had startled the heaven-class elders in the Silver Dragon Palace long ago. The instant the two were cut in half at the waist, he quickly rushed forward and stabilized their souls. He turned around and said that he would leave everything here to Yuanxi. Then, he quickly left for the residence of the Supreme Elder of the sect. Generally speaking, once one reached the Holy Venerate realm, one's cultivation would increase. No matter how severe their injuries were, even if their vitality was completely gone, as long as they received treatment at the first possible moment, their souls wouldn't dissipate. Of course, you first needed to have a divine vein expert present, and you had to be in a large sect. Secondly, he couldn't waste too much time. Otherwise, even if a faux god came, they would not be able to revive a person from the dead, unless it was some legendary great desolate Ian fruit that could revive the dead. When the heaven-class elders took the two away, all the disciples present heaved a sigh of relief. If someone died, then things would be a little troublesome. After all, they were all divine dragon cultivators with esteemed statuses. If they were not careful, they could easily implicate a bunch of big shots. So. When everyone landed back on the flower-filled island, fear flashed in their eyes as they looked at Xianxia. Everyone thought that he would be blasted into pieces by the two forbidden techniques. Xianxia actually counterattacked, using the moon as a blade to defeat two great forbidden techniques. It was hard to believe. "Xianxia, are you all right?" Lu Riyun asked softly as she walked over quietly. The others were worried about Li Feng and Su Fuguan, who had been chopped in half by Xianxia. However, they did not know that Xianxia, who was struck by the two great forbidden techniques, was not having it easy, either. He could not remove the sword intent of the destruction mysteries and star extermination for a while. "I'm fine. It's not a big problem. If I go back and recuperate, there should be no major problems." Lu Riyun relaxed when she heard that. Then, she said, "My father wants you to go to the White Dragon Palace again when you have time. He has something to discuss with you." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I won't talk to him. If he wants to talk, get him to come and look for me." Even though the White Dragon King had not truly injured Lu Ruyue, Xianxia found it hard to accept what the White Dragon King had done. If possible, it was best not to meet the White Dragon King. When Xianxia was not as strong as the White Dragon King, he would not take the initiative to look for the White Dragon King. As for the White Dragon King looking for him, that was unavoidable. Lu Riyun frowned in silence, clearly confused. When Yuanxi saw this scene, he felt upset for some reason. Xiao Chun, return my dragon-pattern battle suit. Qin Outyin shouted as he pushed aside a few people and arrived before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun retorted coldly, I said it before. If Li Feng won, I would naturally return it to him. Since he lost, he can forget about it. Qin Outyin's expression turned sullen as he retorted angrily. Good. Save those words for my big brother. Qin Outyin felt embarrassed by Xiao Chun. However, he was not a match for Xiao Chun, so he threw out some harsh words before leaving in a flustered and exasperated manner. Brother Qin, are you not going to stay for a while longer? On account of Qin Mu's big brother, Yuanxi tried to get Qin Outyin to stay. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Outyin left without even turning his head back. Clearly, Xiao Chun had become a thorn in his side, and he couldn't do anything to him. Staying here any longer made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Chen's big brother, Qin Mu, is the strongest person in the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. Although I am known as one of the 4 great experts of the outer palace, I have to admit that there is still a gap between me and his big brother. You'd better deliver the dragon-pattern battle suit yourself. You won't be able to use it anyway. Yuanxi turned to look at Xiao Chun and said softly, I have my own plans. Xiao Chen's answer was rather vague, and he didn't say much. Seeing this, Yuanxi let out a cold snort in his heart and ignored him, saying, Let's end the gathering here. There's no need to continue the sparring after such a huge incident. The earlier battle was equivalent to 3 great forbidden techniques clashing. The impact was indeed quite great. If they were to continue sparring and cause trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. Wait a moment. Although the others felt some regret, they could understand. However, Lu Feng was not satisfied. He looked at Yuanxi and said, I came here to see how strong the sword Dao of one of the 4 great experts of the outer palace, Yuanxi, is. I'm not satisfied with just leaving like this. Yuanxi revealed a mocking smile. You're not qualified to exchange moves with me. He is qualified. However, I believe that in his current state, he will not challenge me. Yuanxi pointed to Xiao Chun, acknowledging Xiao Chen's strength. Lu Feng revealed a stubborn expression as he continued. How will I know if I don't try? Yuanxi retorted indifferently. I do not wish to waste my time. I already made myself very clear. You're not a match for me. I have no interest in exchanging moves with you. Yuanxi's words were quite a blow to Xiao Chen's confidence. Although Xiao Chun did not agree with Yuanxi's arrogance, he had to admit that Lu Feng's chances of victory were slim. Of all the people present, even the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao, Xiao Chun could tell how strong they were and felt confident of victory. Only Yuanxi was hard to say for sure. Send off the guests. Yuanxi waved his hand and called the disciples to send off the people present. Lu Feng was thoroughly enraged. He could not hold back and wanted to make a move. However, Xiao Chun stepped forward and placed his right hand on Lu Feng's shoulder. Brother Yuan, just take it as Lu Feng seeking guidance from you. As a fellow dragon race cultivator, this request is not overboard, right? Xiao Chun asked softly as he looked at Yuanxi. Yuanxi entered deep thought. In my opinion, mixed-blood dragon cultivators cannot go far. You are an exception. I'll give you face today. Come, I accept your challenge. Lu Feng snorted coldly. When the others saw the situation, they quickly scattered. Yuanxi, who was known as one of the 4 great experts of the outer palace, had always been mysterious. After seeing the strength of the newcomer Xiao Chun, the crowd felt curious about his strength. Being able to see Yuanxi make a move before leaving made this trip worthwhile. Whoosh! Lu Feng did not overthink. After some thought, he took 7 steps forward. With every step, the crowd could feel the sword intent on his body burning like a blazing fire. The sword intent was so strong that it moved everyone's expression. After 7 steps, the hundreds of flowers on the island of flowers bloomed as if spring had arrived. Petals filled the air and soared into the air at the same time. At this 7th step, Lu Feng's hand grasped his sword hilt. When the hundreds of flowers bloomed and the flowers were at their peak, he raised his sword technique to its peak. "Back off!" Xianxia shouted coldly, and a desolate sword intent spread out. A cold wind blew. "When autumn arrives on the 8th day of the 9th month, I will bloom and kill all the other flowers." With Xianxia's shout, the hundreds of flowers withered. The petals dancing in the air instantly withered. Only the most beautiful and aloof flower monarch remained on the entire island of flowers. Xianxia himself. Wuxia. Lu Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and was forced to loosen his grip on his sword hilt. He staggered backward, nearly falling over. Not only was his sword aura destroyed, but his mind was also assaulted by Xianxia's sword intent. Lu Feng was severely injured. Compared to his injuries, what made him feel even sadder was that this was the result of his stubbornness to fight. He was defeated before he could even draw his sword in front of his opponent. Furthermore, Lu Feng had not underestimated Xianxia at all and had already used his full power. He simply could not accept this. Lu Feng roared, showing a pained expression. He felt very sullen in his heart. Ignoring the obstruction of the Heaven Dragon Palace's people, he ran away with a sullen expression. "You should not have given him a chance to fight. His life is ruined. I hope you will not regret it." Xianxia showed a calm expression as he looked at Xianxia meaningfully. Xianxia had already turned around and stopped. He said, "I only gave him a chance to lose. Don't underestimate the resilience of the Heaven Dragon Palace's disciples. If he defeats you one day because of this, I hope you will not regret it." When Xianxia heard that, he revealed a disdainful smile. "I will regret it?" Chapter 1989. After leaving the Silver Dragon Palace, Bai Yinfeng and the others immediately spread out, searching for Lu Feng, who had run off somewhere. Soon, a few people from the White Dragon Palace came out. Xianxia nodded slightly and greeted these people. Lu Riyun came over and said, "Xianxia, do you really not intend to go to the White Dragon Palace? I feel that you and my father seem to have some misunderstanding. But misunderstandings have to be resolved. Isn't it better to talk to each other?" When Xianxia heard this, he looked at Lu Riyun's face. Suddenly, he understood. He smiled and said, "Actually, your father did not invite me, right?" "Ah." A flustered expression appeared on Lu Riyun's exquisite face. Then, she pretended to be calm and said, "Of course not. There was an invitation." "All right, there was no invitation. However, if I invite you to the White Dragon Palace to play, that should be fine, right? If you go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future, you will not have many chances to come back." Xianxia sighed in his heart. This girl had no idea what kind of irreconcilable conflict existed between him and her father. Unless the other party could help Lu Riyun recover her memories. Lu Riyun was the entire White Dragon race's hope and hope for the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. Even if Lu Riyun did not succeed in obtaining the Dragon Emperor position, given her talent and strength, she could allow the White Dragon race to continue flourishing. Within the White Dragon clan, there was no more suitable successor than her. If he helped her recover her memory, then everything he had done before would be a complete waste. If not for some misgivings, the other party might have already killed him in the ancient city. Xianxia said softly, "There will be a chance. In the future, when we go to Ancestor Dragon City, we will have a chance to meet again." Lu Riyun frowned and sighed. "All right." When Xianxia saw her pitiful appearance, he was amused. His tone became much warmer as he said, "It is indeed boring to always stay in the White Dragon Palace. Although I cannot go to the White Dragon Palace, you can come to the Heaven Dragon Palace to look for me if you have the opportunity." Lu Riyun smiled and said, "That's true. Why am I so stupid? Senior Sister Lu, we should go." The White Dragon Palace's group stood on a flying demonic pet and urged, "Then I'll leave first. By the way, take this." Lu Riyun sorted out her emotions. Before she left, she handed Xianxia an exquisite brocade box. It was unknown what was inside. The magic pet soared into the clouds and flew further and further away, disappearing from Xiaoqian's sight. Xiaoqian's gaze fell on the brocade box. The workmanship of the box was exquisite, and its appearance was exquisite. It felt heavy in his hands. He didn't know what was inside. "Xiaoqian, we've searched everywhere, but we didn't see junior brother Lu Feng." Bai Yinfeng and the others rushed back and looked at Xiao Chun anxiously. The relaxed expression on Xiao Chen's face disappeared. He sighed softly and said, "Let him calm down. He will come back once he has thought it through. Let's return to the sect first." The many heaven-class core disciples on the flower-filled island in the Silver Dragon Palace had not left yet. The battle between Xiao Chun and Su Fuwan against Li Feng still lingered in their minds, leaving a deep impression on them. As for the battle between their first senior brother and Lu Feng, they did not feel anything about it. They had long known of their first senior brother's strength. It was reasonable for him to defeat Lu Feng. "Senior brother Yuan, what rank do you think this Xiao Chun can rank in the entire Dragon's Gate's outer palace?" A disciple asked out of curiosity. Yuan Shi entered deep thought. After a while, he replied, "A conservative estimate is that he can enter the top 10. The others felt shocked, somewhat surprised that Yuan Shi would give Xiao Chun such a high evaluation. The top 10 of the outer palace. This was still a conservative estimate. It had already been more than 100 years since a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple reached such a height. In that case, can he enter the top 5? A disciple boldly asked. Actually, he wanted to say the top 4. Yuan Shi shook his head and said, "If that is all he is not strong enough to enter the top 5. However, there's still 2 months. It is hard to say." Xiao Chun, who was rushing back, did not know that the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi had such a high evaluation of him. The group returned much faster than when they came. In less than 10 days, they arrived at Heaven Dragon City. The moment they entered the city, someone recognized Xiao Chen's group. "It looks like the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chun, and the others. It really is Xiao Chun. He looks exactly like the portrait." The news of Xiao Chun fighting 1 against 2 in the Silver Dragon Palace spread like wildfire throughout the various outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate. When the news reached the Heaven Dragon Palace, the entire sect burst into commotion. In the past, when the 3 outer palaces gathered, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were mostly onlookers, going through the motions. Occasionally, there would be some eye-catching people, but they would only win 1 match at most. However, this time, Xiao Chun fought 1 against 2, defeating the Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fuwan and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng at the same time. Furthermore, when the 2 of them executed forbidden arts, Xiao Chun even defeated the other party, chopping them in half. This was something that even the Divine Dragon Palace's outer palace disciples found hard to accomplish. To think that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chun did it. For many years, the mixed-blood dragon cultivators of the Heaven Dragon Palace had never felt so delighted. "Junior brother Xiao, it looks like you are famous now." After the group entered the Dragon City, they had to slow down due to the Dragon City's rules. As the group flew, they could see a sea of people chasing the demon blood vulture, just to catch a few more glances. Xiao Chun felt surprised. In his opinion, this was not something worth being proud of. However, all the cultivators in Heaven Dragon City felt strangely satisfied. Their expressions could not be faked. Li Luo noticed the shock on Xiao Chen's face. She said softly, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, don't feel surprised. You just came back recently and often cultivate in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Perhaps you really do not know the status of the mixed-blood dragon bloodline. In the past, our Heaven Dragon Palace was always suppressed by the other 6 outer palaces. Before them, we did not have any confidence at all. However, ever since Junior Brother came, you first destroyed Rakshasa Tion's clone in the abyssal underworld and saved one of the Empire's legions. Now, you defeated the Golden Dragon Palaces and the Silver Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples at the same time. In the past, we would not have dared to imagine this." Bai Yinfeng sighed softly. "Junior sister Li Luo is right. The 6 color divine dragons have very high standards. Even a true dragon bloodline is like a mixed-blood dragon in their eyes. Just look at that Yuan Shi. He does not show anything on the surface, but he naturally disdains mixed-blood dragons in his bones." Junior brother Lu only sought guidance from Yuan Shi, but he did not give him any chance at all. If it were another outer palace disciple with junior brother Lu Feng's strength, Yuan Shi would not mind giving them some pointers. As Xiao Chun spoke, the the Heaven Dragon Palace arrived before them. According to the rules, the group had to report their gains and experiences to the sect. Xiao Chun did not want to go through the trouble, so he asked Bai Yunfeng for help and returned to Cold Moon Cave alone. Xiao Chun did not get arrogant because of the many cultivators chasing after him in Heaven Dragon City. Xiao Chun spent some time to remove the remnant destruction Dao and start extinguishing sword Qi from the 2 forbidden techniques in his body, not leaving behind any future problems. After that, Xiao Chun calmly chose to cultivate. After seeing Yuan Shi's strength, Xiao Chun discovered that the Outer Palace's 4 great experts lived up to their reputations. Furthermore, Yuan Shi said that the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu firmly suppressed them. This put pressure on Xiao Chun. If he did not advance, he would fall behind. If he became complacent now, Qin Mu would humiliate him ruthlessly in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I nearly forgot about this. Xiao Chun remembered the exquisite brocade box that Lu Ruyun had given him before he left. He opened it and took a look. He opened it to take a look, feeling stunned. The brocade box actually contained some local delicacies. Xiao Chun had thought that it would be some cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, it was these. Indeed, she was still a girl. Speaking of which, Lu Ruyue's closest relative in the Divine Dragon Empire should be this Lu Ruyun. Xiao Chun casually took out a piece of pastry and tasted it. It tasted pretty good. 3 days later, Xiao Chun, who was cultivating, received a message from the first palace master, interrupting him. There is news of the 5-element divine lightning. Chapter 1990. In the main hall of Heaven Dragon Peak, Xiao Chun met with the first palace master, Yun, who had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Chun was about to bow when Yun raised her hand slightly, indicating that there was no need. "Ha! Xiao Chun, you're really famous in the Outer Palace now. The palace masters of the other 6 palaces have been asking me about you recently. They're very concerned about you." The first palace master said with a face full of smiles, not concealing the joy on his face. Xiao Chun said calmly, "This disciple is only doing what a disciple should do. Very few, neither arrogant nor rash. Such a state of mind is indeed rare. You should know why I've asked you to come here today. To tell you the truth, I was planning to tell you after the competition between the 7 palaces." The first palace master sighed softly. There is still about 1 more month before the competition between the 7 outer palaces begins. If you end up delaying your chance to enter Ancestor Dragon City because of the 5-element divine lightning, you will lose more than you gain. If you don't go, it will be a huge loss to the Heaven Dragon Hall. The first palace master spoke the truth, not hiding his thoughts. Now that Xiao Chun's reputation had spread far and wide, if Xiao Chun did not appear during the 7 palaces competition, the 7 palaces competition would definitely end up as the 7 palaces competition. Not only would the morale of the Heaven Dragon Hall's disciples suffer, but they would also be laughed at by the other 6 halls. The first palace master could not help but think about it. However, since the first palace master had already called Xiao Chun over, he clearly already had an idea. However, after thinking about it, I realized that time waits for no man. The 5-element divine lightning is something that can only be found and not sought. If the 5-element divine lightning really appears this time, then the losses will be rather great. Just like the Tai Profound Bomb that Xiao Chun had once obtained, the 5 elements divine thunder was something that was extremely difficult to obtain. Just like the divine lightning of Tai, it only had a very small chance of being born in the tribulation lightning of heaven and earth. The tribulation thunder of heaven and earth did not refer to the tribulation of a cultivator, but the divine thunder that descended when other spiritual beings in this world underwent tribulation. For example, the Tai Profound Lightning had appeared during the tribulation of the devil-patterned 1,000-winged serpent. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, was more open-minded. He said in a deep voice, "There's still a month left. Time is indeed a little tight. There might be a chance in the future." The first palace master was rather resolute as he denied, "No, you have to seize this opportunity. Sometimes, fate is like this. If I miss this chance, I might lose it for the rest of my life. I can't bear this responsibility." When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. That made sense. In one's life, there are many things that might really be missed if you miss them. Where is it? Xianxia asked. Thundercloud, Ancient Marsh, a dangerous place near the White Marsh Beast Empire. There are endless thunderclouds there all year round, and the lightning attribute spiritual chi is abnormally active. In Thundercloud, Ancient Marsh, there is a Fusong tree that is about to undergo a tribulation. When such a divine tree undergoes a tribulation, there is a high chance that it will produce the 5 elements divine lightning. The White Marsh Beast Empire was one of the 8 great empires, located in the northern region along with the Divine Dragon Empire. They were all empires established by cultivators who possessed the bloodline of the overlords of the Great Desolate Aeon. On the surface, they were allies, but in the dark, they competed with each other. After all, there were some benefits that could not be divided clearly just by forming an alliance. You might run into the White Marsh Beast Empire's people on this trip. Be careful. If there is no need, don't make the first move. Otherwise, you might end up leaving yourself vulnerable, the first palace master warned. Xianxia nodded and said, I know. Xianxia, how long have you been in my Heaven Dragon Palace? The first palace master suddenly asked an unrelated question. Xianxia did not keep track of the exact date. He answered honestly, I'm not too sure. Almost a year, I think. Back when Xianxia entered the Heaven Dragon Palace, he knew that the competition between the 7 outer palaces would begin in 1 year. Now, the competition between the 7 outer palaces was about to begin. Xianxia thought that it should be about a year now. It is not almost a year. It is 1 year and 25 days. The first palace master said with a sigh. When Xianxia heard that, he felt startled, finding it strange. How did the first palace master know so much? The first palace master smiled and said, You must be wondering if I looked through the sect records. No, when you first entered the sect and became enemies with Tian Yun, we, the 3 palace masters, noticed it. When third brother insisted on taking you in as a disciple, we even laughed at him, saying that you would definitely not agree. We even made a small bet. Xianxia revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder the third palace master wanted to take him in as a disciple the moment he entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. It turned out that the 3 palace masters knew about the test. It looked like the 3 palace masters paid attention to the Heaven Dragon Palace's junior generation disciples, regardless of the specifics. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. Even if I lived at my age, I would have to sigh at how fast time passes. The first palace master, Yun, revealed an aged expression as he sighed softly. Indeed, time passed really fast. During this 1 year, Xianxia had gained a lot in the Heaven Dragon Palace. This should be the year with the greatest gains since he left the Kunlun realm. In a short time, Xianxia broke through from Star Venerate to Middle Stage Holy Venerate. Furthermore, he learned the Dragon's Gate's Forbidden Technique, Supreme Dragon Fist, Firmament's Rage, Movement Technique, Light of Freedom, and comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In another month, after the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Xianxia would leave this place and head to Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City could be considered the Dragon's Gate's inner palace. Once he entered, he would be a true elite of the Dragon's Gate. At that time, his stage would be the entire northern region, even the entire central Great Realm. The 4 dynasties, the 8 empires, the righteous Tao, the demonic Tao, the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. Xianxia would personally participate in everything. The Heaven Dragon Palace could be considered safe in its corner. No matter how much competition or commotion there was, it would be within the dragon race. There would not be any danger to Xianxia's life. Compared to the competition he would face in the future, everything now was just a small matter. This was a rare period of peace. The first palace master was someone with experience. He could see how exciting Xianxia's life would be in the future, how perilous it would be. To Xianxia, the Heaven Dragon Palace was just a cornerstone, a springboard for him to establish himself in the central Great Realm. The first palace master hoped that Xianxia would remember the days in the Heaven Dragon Palace, cherish this rare period of peace, remember the Heaven Dragon Palace and the people here. As the first palace master said earlier, many opportunities would disappear once one missed them. For many places, it would be hard to return once one left. Even if one returned, one would not be able to find the feelings of one's memories, only reminiscing in sorrow. However, it would be hard for one to understand these things without reaching a certain age. It was pointless to say too much, so the first palace master did not elaborate. He only sighed ruefully. Whether Xiao Chen could understand it or not depended on himself. Xiao Chen looked at the first palace master and said, "First palace master, I understand." The first palace master shook his head and said, "You do not understand. There are some things that you can understand. However, if you have not truly experienced them, you can never say that you truly understand them. This trip to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh is hard to predict. I'll give you a talisman. If you activate it at a crucial moment, you can summon a Heaven Dragon clone to protect your life." Xiao Chun did not argue. He stepped forward and received the talisman. The image carved on the talisman was that of the Heaven Dragon statue on the profound dragon platform. Xiao Chun recalled Situ Changfeng's words about the Heaven Dragon statue being unfathomable and boundlessly profound. The value of this Heaven Dragon talisman probably surpassed his expectations, making it extremely precious. Xiao Chun put it away and performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Then, he said with a resolute gaze, "Many thanks for First Palace Master's kindness. I promise First Palace Master that no matter what, disciple Xiao Chun will definitely show up for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. In one's life, one would not get another opportunity if one missed it." This was indeed so. However, once one missed some things, one would regret it for life. I can lose the 5-element Divine Lightning, but I absolutely will not miss out on the competition between the 7 outer palaces. This is disciple Xiao Chen's promise. If Xiao Chun missed the competition between the 7 outer palaces, he could wait another year. However, if he lost the 5-element Divine Lightning, he might have to wait another 10 years, or even his entire life. The former represented the collective, Xiao Chen's respect and gratitude for the Heaven Dragon Palace. The latter represented the individual. It concerned Xiao Chen's strength and was a selfish decision. Xiao Chen's words made his choice very clear. The first palace master was slightly stunned, somewhat surprised that Xiao Chen would take this so seriously. After being stunned for a while, he smiled and said, "I believe you. Goodbye." After leaving the main hall, Xiao Chen looked at the sky outside with a somewhat grave expression. His figure flashed, and he landed on the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then he looked at the vast Heaven Dragon Palace again and saw the hundreds of thousands of mixed blood dragon cultivators moving about in a hurry below. Most of the time, Xiao Chun really thought that he was one of them. Xiao Chun had forgotten the fact that he possessed a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline and shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving the blue dragon bloodline. One day, when I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely abolish the old system and let the mixed blood dragon bloodline gain true respect. Everyone is born equal. How can one use bloodline to determine one's status? Chapter 1991. Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Not many people knew about this place in the Divine Dragon Empire. After all, it was not within the Empire's borders and did not have as great a fortuitous encounter as Desolate God Valley. However, this Thundercloud Ancient Marsh was rather famous in the White Marsh Beast Empire. Lightning-attributed cultivators frequently went there for experiential training. The White Marsh Beast was an ancient great desolate Ian strange snake. It was completely snow-white and extremely intelligent. Normally speaking, snakes were frightening, dark existences. They were accompanied by all sorts of negative terms, inspiring fear and dread. However, the White Marsh Beast was an exception. It could be seen as a holy snake. Among the 10,000 races of the Great Desolate Ian, the White Marsh Beast bloodline was named after the phoenix, the qilin, and the other holy beasts. However, the Great Desolate Ian was already gone, and it was now the epic era. Like the dragon race, the White Marsh Beast did not leave behind any pure-blooded descendants. There were only human cultivators who inherited the White Marsh Beast bloodline. Time was tight. This time, Xiao Chun directly used the primeval heavenly pill. He used the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation to leave the Divine Dragon Empire and arrive at the city closest to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, Thundercloud City. Thundercloud City. Don't just stand there. There's still people waiting behind. The old man operating the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation urged Xiao Chun, who was looking around, to come out quickly. Actually, he was quite curious at times. What kind of power was it? What kind of power was it that connected all the transboundary teleportation arrays in the Great Thousand Domains together? After thinking about it carefully, even the four dynasties did not have such ability. Xiao Chun shook his head and left the transportation formation, formally entering this city. Since Thundercloud City could have a trans-realm transportation formation, it could not be a small city. According to rumor, this city was controlled by a noble clan. This was an independent city. There were many such independent cities in the northern region. People who could control independent cities all had extremely strong factions behind them, existences that even empires and rank 7 sects had to think twice about. I need a detailed map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh to find the exact location of the propping mulberry tree. Xiao Chun rubbed his chin as he wandered the streets of the city. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Xiao Chun's gaze stopped in front of a magnificent building. He muttered to himself, "It seems like I have a VIP card, and its rank is quite high." Xiao Chun walked in and handed over his VIP card to the receptionist. He said, "I would like to introduce you as the person in charge." The pretty maid glanced at Xiao Chun's VIP card and smiled politely. "Young master, your VIP card is only a grade 1 purple card. You can only meet grade 3 managers. You'll need at least a gold card to meet the second-level manager." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt somewhat embarrassed. It looked like Li Xiaohai from ancient desolate town tricked him. It was a first-class VIP card, but he didn't tell her that there was a golden VIP card above it. However, when Xiao Chun thought about it, it made sense. Li Xiaohai was only a minor character in ancient desolate town. How could he give Xiao Chun too much authority? However, the level of a purple card is already very high. We can give you a 10% discount and provide professional guidance services. The pretty maid noticed Xiao Chun's awkwardness and chuckled softly to ease the atmosphere. "You then, I need a map of the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Please follow me to the VIP lounge." Xiao Chun nodded slightly and followed behind the other party, walking calmly. "Young Master Xiao." Just at this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice startled Xiao Chun and the maid. Xiao Chun looked back and was shocked to discover that the person was Li Xiaohai. Li Xiaohai showed a shocked expression. When he discovered that it really was Xiao Chun, he rejoiced and rushed over with large strides. "He is?" Xiao Chun asked. The pretty maid replied softly, "He is our new Lord Manager. There's nothing else for you here. I'll entertain young Master Xiao. You can go and do something else," Li Xiaohai said with a smile as he sent the maid away. "Yes." The pretty maid withdrew obediently. Before she left, she bowed slightly to Xiao Chun and Li Xiaohai, appearing refined and courteous. The Thundercloud Ancient Marsh truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 10 super merchant associations in the entire Central Great Realm. The maid's service was extremely thorough. Xiao Chun took out his purple card and teased, "This card's level is really high. I can't even meet a manager." Li Xiaohai knew that he was playing a trick. He smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry. I'll give young Master Xiao a gold card later. Let's go to the VIP room first. I'll get someone to call Mr. Bai over." Soon, the three gathered in the VIP room. After a simple conversation, Xiao Chun learned that Li Xiaohai had been promoted in the Merchant Association because of his business deal. In the entire northern region, Li Xiaohai was already a second-class manager. Any higher, and he would be the person in charge of the northern region. Coincidentally, Li Xiaohai was transferred to Thundercloud City, leaving a remote place like ancient desolate town. It had to be said that there was some fate between them. I really did not expect to see young Master Xiao again so soon after we arrived at Thundercloud City, Li Xiaohai said with a smile. He felt that Xiao Chun always brought him good luck, so he was very excited to see him again. However, Mr. Bai appeared rather calm. He smiled softly and said, "It's a small world. Little friend Xiao Chun, Did you come to Thundercloud City for the propping mulberry trees tribulation this time? Mr. Bai was as wise and far-sighted as ever, easily guessing Xiao Chen's itinerary. Xiao Chen asked in shock, "Mr. Bai, how did you know?" Just as Mr. Bai was about to say something, Li Xiuhai interrupted. "I know the reason. Recently, 3 outsiders have come to Thundercloud City. After that, we found out through the Heavenly Alliance's information network that the propping mulberry tree is about to undergo its tribulation. I heard that a few experts skilled in divination predicted that the 5-element divine lightning might appear during the propping mulberry tree's tribulation. Young Master Xiao happens to be a Thunder Great Dao cultivator. Aside from this, there should be no other reason for him to come to Thundercloud City." Xiao Chun understood. He asked sullenly, "Are my requests difficult? The map is not a problem. After all, it is next to the White Marsh Beast Empire. All the places that should have been explored in the past 10,000 years have already been explored. However, the propping mulberry tree's location is somewhat difficult. Young Master Xiao, as you know, some trees will gain sentience after 10,000 years. Besides, this is a divine tree. It has long gained sentience. It already gained sentience long ago," Li Xiuhai said with a slight frown, appearing somewhat troubled. "I see." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He did not have that much time to wander around Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Since the propping mulberry tree had sentience, it would definitely run away on its own. Finding it would be too difficult. Given that, Xiao Chen might as well return and save himself the trouble. Then, he could focus on cultivating and prepare for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Mr. Bai said, "Actually, it is not as problematic as you imagine. I saw that many of the 3 outsiders who came were very confident and did not worry about not being able to find a propping mulberry tree." A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. Then, he looked at Mr. Bai and asked, "What do you mean?" "The propping mulberry tree has existed since the beginning of the martial epoch. Who knows how many tribulations it has undergone? There is bound to be some pattern to it. There are only a few suitable spots for it to undergo its tribulation. If it chooses a spot to undergo its tribulation, there will definitely be traces to follow. We just need to guard it properly." Mr. Bai paused for a while before continuing. "Little friend Xiao Chun, if you trust me, I will help you find the spot where the propping mulberry tree is most likely to appear in 2 days. No, 1 day. Words cannot express my gratitude for this great favor." Xiao Chen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Since it is just 1 day, I will arrange for Sir Xiao to stay at the Merchant Association. That way, I will be able to inform you if there is any news." Li Xiuhai extended a warm invitation. Xiao Chen rejected. "I will just stay nearby for a night. There is no need to trouble yourself." After Xiao Chun left, Li Xiuhai smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, it is all thanks to you for keeping Sir Xiao here. I really could not tell that Mr. Bai is so knowledgeable." Mr. Bai replied indifferently, "It's not that I know a lot. It's just that the propping mulberry tree's tribulation is a major matter, so I paid some attention to it." "Huh, let's not talk about that. However, isn't it a little too rushed to help Sir Xiao in 1 day? It's fine. My authority in the Heavenly Alliance is sufficient." Bang! Just at this moment, the two's expressions changed at the same time. An intense, murderous intent burst out from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The two were very familiar with that murderous intent. It came for Xiao Chun. What happened? Did Xiao Chun start a conflict with someone? To think that he started a fight in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, breaking the rules. Let's go quickly. Don't let the guards make a move on Xiao Chun. The two knew that the situation was urgent, so they rushed out. However, they discovered that it was already too late. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion's experts blocked Xiao Chun in the hall. The two sides faced each other in a somewhat tense standoff. A misunderstanding. What happened? Li Xiuhai rushed over, afraid that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's experts would fight with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and apologized. This Zhao's fault. I apologize to Manager Li and Mr. Bai. Earlier, the instant Xiao Chun came out of the VIP room, he happened to feel a familiar aura. A mysterious person wrapped in a cloak came out from another private room with a map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in his hand. Xianxia immediately recognized this person. It was the mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow who stood with the holy Sun Ming Xian in the ancient city. While Xianxia found this strange, the other party discovered him and quickly left without saying a word. This situation was extremely strange. Xianxia could not resist trying to block the other party. However, he accidentally violated the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's rules. Fighting was forbidden in the Merchant Association. The sovereign personage experts of a 9 Cauldron Pavilion blocked Xianxia, so he could only watch as the other party left. Chapter 1992. The mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, mocked with some mockery. It would be fine normally. However, many experts have come to Thundercloud City recently. I wonder why they are here. I just hope I do not run into them. To think that someone could remain safe after making a move in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. This person's background was somewhat surprising. Right, I do not have much time. Whether I succeed or not, I have to leave within 1 month. After leaving the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, Xianxia chose a nearby inn to stay in. Then, he took out a primeval heavenly pill and closed his eyes to cultivate. Xianxia also knew why this place was always wet. Heavy rain often fell under thunderclouds. The figure was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body, revealing only a pair of palpitating eyes. Not long after the mysterious man entered, the group of cultivators suddenly became wary. A figure that inspired fear slowly walked over from the heavy rain in front. As a lightning-attributed cultivator, Xianxia did not feel much pressure in this place. Xianxia frowned slightly and stopped walking. He discovered that there were many cultivators in black holding weapons in their hands, blocking the path in his direction. I wonder if the castle master can obtain it this time? If he can, he will definitely give us many benefits. To think that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows managed to obtain so much useful information in 1 day. If you don't believe me, then don't come with me. The mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, appeared displeased. One of them was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xianxia saw yesterday. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky at the limits of Xianxia's vision. Occasionally, he could see lightning tearing through the sky. At the same time, 2 people discussed entering Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in a private room of an inn in Thundercloud City. 2 days later, Xianxia, who was on the Demon Blood Vulture, noticed some changes in the sky. Li Xiaohai asked worriedly as he looked at Xianxia's back. Definitely. It's fine. I just ran into an acquaintance. It looks like he is here to obtain the 5-element divine lightning as well. Of course, it was extremely valuable. Senior Bai, do you think that Xianxia will succeed? Although the 5-element divine lightning is somewhat ethereal and might not appear, the people who came this time are not people to be offended. These 2 days, Thundercloud City has clearly not been peaceful. A scarlet, flame-like bird soared through the sky, rushing toward the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. There were many things that Mr. Bai was not clear about yesterday, but today he was crystal clear. Master Bai pointed to the red dots on the map and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the propping mulberry tree will definitely undergo its tribulation in one of these 5 places. The map that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion gave Xianxia was no ordinary map. It contained complicated formations and dense talisman scripts. All right, then let's set off immediately. Along the way, Xianxia saw many teams, and there was no lack of experts among them. In the heavy rain, it was very boring. The disciples chatted from time to time. Upon seeing the mark between the other party's brows, the Saint Venerate old man immediately felt somewhat horrified. It was an expert from the White Marsh Beast Empire. Just like him, they didn't choose to temper themselves. Instead, their gazes wandered about aimlessly as they searched the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a large snake burrowed out. Amid miserable shrieks, it swallowed up all the other disciples, aside from the Saint Venerate old man, at lightning speed. Xianxia explained many things to Xianxia in detail, answering many of his questions. He felt somewhat curious as to where the other party's information came from. A small faction near Thundercloud City must have discovered something in the dense forest. Unfortunately, Xianxia could not execute this strong cultivation technique in front of everyone. Thunder Eagle Castle? What's that? Sir Xiao, what happened earlier? Xianxia opened the map and compared it to the one in front. Thundercloud, Ancient Marsh's periphery, was right in front. There are really a lot of people targeting the 5-element divine lightning. Clearly, they were all here to search for the propping mulberry tree. Come, tell me what you bunch of trash are waiting here for. There's no rush. I don't need the 5-element divine lightning. Are you confident of obtaining what I want? Li Xiaohai smiled and said, Sir Xiao, let me borrow it first. You can just return it to me after the matter is over. If you find anything in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, you can sell it to me. Li Xiaohai asked out of curiosity. Clearly, Xiaochun was not someone who did not understand the rules. Something must have happened. One day passed in the blink of an eye. Ha! Let's depart then, the pale, middle-aged man said sinisterly. Masterby smiled and said, That is easy. If this is indeed the propping mulberry tree's tribulation site, then the vegetation there will definitely be lush, clearly different from other places. Although it is a divine tree, it cannot casually move it when it is undergoing tribulation. It will be easy to find. Masterby smiled and said, Don't worry about this. Look, Xiaochun is not at all conflicted. Just based on his attitude, I feel that he will definitely gain something. Even if he does not obtain the 5-element divine lightning, he will not return empty-handed. Xiaochun thanked Masterby and took his leave. The ground was somewhat damp and covered in weeds. When Xiaochun looked around, it was vast and boundless. His figure flashed, turning into a gentle breeze. Then, Xiaochun drifted into the dense forest. Xiaochun answered casually, not saying anything more. I'll leave my matter to the two of you. Xiaochun did not dare to be interested in their discovery. He only wanted to pass through the forest and rush to the possible tribulation site of the propping mulberry tree on the map. After walking for half an hour, Xiaochun took a deep breath and continued advancing cautiously in the heavy rain. The blue sky and white clouds could no longer be seen in the sky. It was filled with black thunderclouds. Let's go and take a look. Occasionally, Xiaochun could see all sorts of strange mutated vegetation in this somewhat oppressive environment. The vegetation was abnormally lush. However, the colors were not bright. They were all dark plants. A pale, middle-aged man stood on the head of the huge snake. Our Thunder Eagle Castle turned out in full force. How could we fail? Right now, Xiaochun's divine dragon body tempering art was stuck at the peak of the 5th layer. He had no hope of breaking through the purple thunder divine incantation for now, so he could only cultivate the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art first. The places where the propping mulberry tree had a chance of appearing were clearly marked in red. Xiaochun, who had already silently passed through their guards and arrived on the tree above them, rubbed his chin and entered deep thought. Thundercloud fruit? Xiaochun gently tapped the map, and the scene on the map immediately enlarged. A three-dimensional scene appeared before his eyes, showing the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in its entirety. The old man struggled with all his might. However, the more he struggled, the weaker he became. The poison on the snake's skin continuously permeated his body. The mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, said indifferently, I ran into someone who snatched my map. That's a small matter. Now that I have the map, have you gotten any information? There was only one old man who had just advanced to Holy Venerate that required some attention. He felt that his lightning-attributed veritable essence energy would improve rapidly if he cultivated in this place. Such a scene caused the others to be slightly shocked. Boom! A few blind, ferocious beasts leaped out of the ground. Xiaochun casually killed them, and his figure flashed as he entered Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Mr. Gong, I heard that you nearly ran into trouble at the Nine Cauldron Pavilion yesterday. The pale, middle-aged man asked meaningfully as he looked at the man shrouded in bloody shadows. Li Xiaohai said indifferently as he glanced at the sovereign personage experts. These were all cultivators who had just advanced to Star Venerate. Some were not even star venerates yet. Their clothes all had the symbol of a sect embroidered on them. Outside Thundercloud City, blue sky and white clouds. The mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, seemed to have an extremely urgent desire for the five-element divine lightning. Half a day later, a dense forest appeared in front of Xianxia. In the heavy rain, the entire forest was filled with mist. At this moment, he was wearing a large cloak that covered his body. Apart from his strange aura, nothing else could be seen. The air was filled with violent, lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Soon, it started raining. Opposite him was a pale-faced, middle-aged man with a blood-red mark between his eyebrows. That mark was the mark of the White Marsh Beast Empire, something that only cultivators with the White Marsh Beast bloodline had. You all can withdraw first. This is my friend. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. Xianxia entered deep thought and asked, "If I find the right place, how do I confirm it?" When Xianxia arrived at the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, he successfully obtained what he wanted, a complete map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Li Xiaohai asked when Xianxia stood up and prepared to leave with the map. Since this was Li Xiaohai's friend, these Nine Cauldron Pavilion experts naturally would not make things difficult for Xianxia. They performed cup fist salutes and withdrew. "How many primeval heavenly pills?" Xianxia asked. Just as this holy venerate was about to flee, the snake under the middle-aged man's feet swept up its tail and bound this holy venerate old man, preventing him from moving. Then, the snake brought him before the middle-aged man. "Who is it? The Thunder Eagle Castle has already sealed off this place. If you want to travel, please take another direction." Xianxia got the demon blood vulture to stop. Then, he leaped down from the sky and landed firmly on the ground. Naturally, it has already been 3 days. If I still have not found out where the propping mulberry tree might undergo its tribulation, then there is no need for me to work with you. How lucky! Unexpectedly, we found the thundercloud fruit in the forest. The only holy venerate old man stepped forward, hoping to use the Thunder Eagle Castle's reputation to intimidate the other party. "No problem. We are leaving now." Chapter 1993. I'll tell you. A disciple of our Thunder Eagle Castle discovered a thundercloud fruit in this forest. It has already given birth to a Tao pattern, so he brought the entire sect here. The holy venerate old man's complexion turned black as he said in pain, "How strong is your fort, master?" Small perfection, sovereign personage, skilled in the thunder Tao thump. When he was done, the pale-faced, middle-aged man flung him away. "Get lost." The holy venerate old man ran out in a panic, not daring to look back. The mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, stepped forward and entered deep thought. "The 10,000-year-old thundercloud fruit is quite valuable. Are you interested?" The pale-faced, middle-aged man said, "I am not a cultivator of the Thunder Tao. The castle lord is also a small perfection sovereign personage. Naturally, he will not take this risk." However, based on Xiaoqian's calm expression, it was clear that he did not take this small perfection sovereign personage Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master seriously. "Then help me get this thundercloud fruit first." The man, shrouded in bloody shadows, said indifferently. Whoosh! The horrifying venomous snake silently burrowed into the demonic pet pouch at the middle-aged man's waist. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Gong, you're not willing to let any of these Thunder Tao treasures off. Fine, it's just a small matter. Let's just treat it as an appetizer for our cooperation. Don't talk nonsense. You help me, and I help you. You will definitely benefit from it." The two immediately changed their original path and went deep into the forest, starting to search for the whereabouts of the Thunder Eagle Castle's gang members. Swish, swish, swish. In the dense forest, rain fell continuously. Although cultivators could not touch a single drop of water and their strength would not be affected by the environment, they would not be affected by it. However, the terrible weather still affected people's mood. Xiaoqian flew through the forest, capturing all the movements in the dense forest. With his keen divine sense, he quickly found some clues. The rain could wash away the traces of fighting and the smell of blood in the air, but it could not wash away the aura left behind by the martial artists. An hour later, Xiao stopped in front of a big tree. There was no need to use spiritual sense. One could hear the sounds of intense fighting with just their ears. Found it. Xiao pondered for a moment and changed into a new set of clothes. Then, he took out the Grim Reaper's mask and wore it. Immediately, all of Xiao aura was isolated. Even if a divine vein expert came over, they would not be able to detect Xiao, who had intentionally hidden himself. Under the lead of a sovereign personage, the elite disciples of the Thunder Eagle Castle charged forward in the dense forest ahead. That small perfection sovereign personage expert had resolute facial features. He wore simple robes that exposed his muscular arms and chest. His body seemed to be filled with explosive energy. Castle Lord, how much longer? This jungle is too dangerous. Almost half of our brothers have died. In the dense forest, in addition to the fierce beasts, the more dangerous things were the vegetation that could not be guarded against. More than 100 people from the Thunder Eagle Castle came in. Now only about 50 or 60 remained. Don't hesitate. Keep going. The Thunder Eagle Castle Master struggled slightly. However, when he thought about how he could improve his Thunder Dao by obtaining the Thundercloud fruit, he braced himself and continued walking forward. In the dense forest, any random tree could have thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. The toughness of the tree could be comparable to godly metal. While the environment looked simple, in reality, even a sovereign personage had to be careful, not daring to be careless. Castle Lord, it is there. Half a month ago, I discovered the Thundercloud fruit there. There was a ferocious beast there. Hey, why is it gone now? That ferocious beast clearly had an extremely terrifying aura. We should have been able to sense it from far away. A Thunder Eagle Castle disciple exclaimed, feeling shocked and confused. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master's expression turned sullen. He said, "Let's go and take a look." The group quickly advanced. Soon, they saw the corpse of a ferocious beast lying quietly on the ground. Thick blood spread out on the ground. Even the heavy rain could not wash it away, continuously seeping into the ground. Electric light flashed not far from the ferocious beast corpse. Thunderclouds drifted in the surroundings. A youth with a clean face and plain clothes was currently trying to subdue the Thundercloud fruit, suppressing the Tao in it. Who is it? When the Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master saw that the mutated fruit was snatched away, he became enraged. He shouted, "Quickly hand over the Thundercloud fruit. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving alive." That clean and tidy youth's eyes were as clear as water. However, he did not look immature. He said in a melodious voice, "I am Sang. This place is not safe. If you still do not leave, none of you might be able to leave. I don't know whether I will die or not. In any case, you will die today." When the Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master saw that the other party not only did not hand over the Thundercloud fruit, but even threatened them, murderous intent immediately filled their eyes. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master called out and prepared to get the Thunder Eagle Castle's people to attack together, not letting this youth leave. Just at this moment, a miserable shriek rang out. A vine crawled out of the ground and wrapped around a Thunder Eagle Castle disciple. That snake-like vine was covered in tiny thorns, looking like pinholes. It instantly sucked that disciple's blood dry, turning him into a pile of withered bones. Closely following that, more vines emerged from the ground. Blood-sucking vines! Everyone, quickly run. All the disciples of the Thunder Eagle Castle fell into a state of panic. They broke the vines in fear. However, the vines seemed to be endless, and there was no way to cut them all. Damn it, how did this happen? The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master glanced at that youth, and then at his group of disciples. He clenched his teeth and had no choice but to give up on the idea of getting the Thundercloud fruit. He used all his strength to protect the disciples who came with him, cutting down the vines one by one, and prepared to break out of the encirclement. The blood-sucking vine was one of the most ferocious, mutated plants in the Thundercloud ancient marsh. Its roots were buried deep underground. Almost all martial artists who encountered it would find it difficult to escape with their lives. However, This blood-sucking vine rarely appeared. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists to encounter it. Today, for some reason, he suddenly appeared in this forest. Some of the disciples wanted to soar into the air and fly out of the forest. Who knew that the vines seemed to have eyes and shot out like arrows from the ground. Before he could ascend 1,000 meters, the vines grabbed him and sucked him dry in the air, turning him into white bones. Everyone, don't act rashly. Do not fly into the air. The blood-sucking vines do not have eyes and are very sensitive to the sound of the wind. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master shouted, "Follow me closely and kill our way out." When this group of Thunder Eagle Castle disciples went far away, their fates unknown, Xianxia prepared to show himself. Two figures appeared and looked coldly at the plain-looking youth, saying, "Hand over the thundercloud fruit." "It's him." Under the mask, Xianxia felt slightly shocked. The cloaked figure of the two was the mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, that he met in the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Xianxia did not recognize the person beside him. However, when he looked at the mark on his forehead, he knew that this was a white marsh beast empire cultivator. Sang frowned slightly. He sensed the danger that these two people posed to him. Just as he was hesitating, a snake image suddenly appeared behind him. In the time it took for a spark to fly, it opened its mouth and spat out venom. Whoosh! The venom penetrated the rainwater, which instantly turned black. The venom mixed with the rainwater and quickly fell towards Sang. Despicable! Sang, who was suppressing the thundercloud fruit, cursed and quickly dodged. However, he was still too